Hi, welcome to the channel. I'm Trey, and this is our 2 cents, where we talk everything and everybody's entitled to their own opinion. In today's live, we will be discussing the Turkey Effect. Boxing disappoints, and Canelo versus Crawford has been announced. But before we do that, make sure you punch that like and subscribe button, and make sure you let me know and drop it below your 2 cents. Shout out to Miss Barbara D with the $5 in the super chat. She says, "Blessing to you, Queen, and the chat." Shout out Miss Barbara D. That's how you kick the show off. Straight up, first comment is support from one of your supporters. That's awesome to see as a content creator. As soon as you step into the StreamYard, you see somebody's already supporting the channel and you haven't even said a word. Shout out to Miss Barbara D. Thank you for supporting the channel. Man, short show today, 5 to 7, a lot to say. Panel's gonna be open today. I gotta let y'all up here, but I'm gonna run a few things down. I'm gonna attempt to not to be too long today, but I gotta speak on some things, right? And I fell asleep on the Canelo fight last night because I was up from early in the morning. I had a lot to do yesterday. Son had a fight, had a speaking event I had to attend, so I had a ton of things to do yesterday. And I tried to watch the Canelo fight. I think I might have made it through 3 rounds. And I was like, yeah, I can't do it. I gotta go to sleep. So I did not get to watch the Canelo fight, but from what I seen, It looks as though he felt some power from Canelo, and he just proceeded to, I'm not gonna say run, but display his footwork throughout the rest of the fight. A lot of people say he was running. A lot of people say he always fight like that. Canelo say he don't like fighting fighters like that, even though that's the fighter he picked to fight. But I digress. So Friday night. Now, I came and did the live Friday after the fights. Everybody had their 2 cents about it. I've let it marinate a couple days. I've heard other people's opinions about the fight, and it's a lot of mixed feelings about. Can't even say it's a lot of mixed feelings. It almost seems as though, which is it seems as though everybody has the same consensus about the fight, right? It was boring. They didn't appreciate it being open to the public and things like that. Now, anytime, and this is just the way my mind works, there's a consistent consensus across the board, and a lot of people feel the same. I'm always a little skeptical of that, right? I usually very closely analyze any situation where I mostly agree with the masses. And I initially I seen the fight, I'm like, what the hell, right? And then I seen everybody sentimented about it. I'm like, damn, I'm agreeing. Like, let me really reanalyze and think about the situation, right? So the fight in the middle of the street in Times Square that nobody could see, invite only. They coming up in cars, which I told you the car thing. I think in theory it sounded cool, but it was just too much risk with that. And then I seen an interview with Derek James, and he's saying like, we gotta warm up at the hotel, then we gotta get in a car and sit, and then drive to the event, and then start to fight. And as an athlete, right? I would hate when I would go to a track meet, and this was usually they usually would do this stupid stuff. And there was an even story about this about in the Olympics where the place you gotta check in and warm up for your event is so far away from the track or where you competing at that by the time you get to the track, you ain't warm no more. And in track, being warm is really important because you gotta run. You gotta push your muscles to the max in a short period of time. You want to make sure you warm so you don't pull no muscles and you can perform. So you way over there somewhere trying to warm up. Then you gotta sit in the line and wait for your heat to be called. And they gotta take your heat. You gotta walk somewhere far. You walking across concrete in your spikes and all this other craziness. By the time you get to compete, you all cold. Time's bad. You know what I'm saying? Everybody time's lower than what they normally be. Like, I hated that. I absolutely hated that when I have to warm up and then cool down and wait for my race. So when Derek James was explaining this, like, he was like, I'm not making no excuse. I'm not saying this the reason. He was just like, I was concerned that we got to freaking get in a car and drive on the street with other cars and other people. It's not like the route been blocked off. So anything could have happened. They could have got in an accident. They could have hit somebody. Somebody could have hit them. Like anything could have happened. You could have had a troll try to ruin things. Like anything could have happened. In theory, it looked cool. He in the Batmobile, he in the donk, whatever y'all call it. Like, would it look cool? But that was just an unnecessary risk. It was just an unnecessary risk. The environment, like, I don't know if these fighters just not getting up for these fights on these turkey cars. I don't know if the amount of money they're getting paid is demotivating them. Like, I don't understand what's going on because it wasn't one fight like that. It wasn't two fights like that. It wasn't three fights like that. Like, what is up? Did they all have a meeting and be like, yeah, know what? We already got paid. We finna go in there and just run around. We gonna go and run around. You don't hit me, I don't hit you. Because nobody was fighting, bro. I mean, the Rolly Ryan fight, okay, you could say they were fighting. Rolly got rocked. I mean, Ryan got rocked by Rolly, and he put his hands in his pocket. Neither one of them wanted to get hit. Rolly got his right hand glued to his cheek. And that was the most decent fight on the card because it had a knockdown. And then you got people that won't be honest, like Boxing Hacker. The fights were good. I don't know if you just want attention, bro, or you just can't be honest. I don't know which one it is. Them fights were not good, bro. The T.O. fight was decent. It was all right. The Devin Haney fight was like, what are you doing, Devin? What are you doing? Devin Haney ruined his moment. He ruined his moment, y'all. Everybody, and if you go back and you watch my videos, I'm saying I'm watching Devin Haney. We're gonna follow the story closely because I want to see what happens when he get back in the ring. He has the opportunity to have one of the greatest comeback stories. Not as great since Earl Spence in recent times. He has the opportunity to have one of those stories, but he blew it. He blew it. Devin Haney was in there running around. We want to see will Devin Haney be able to overcome what happened in the Ryan Garcia fight? And I said, I think physically Devin gonna be fine. It's going to be mentally. He's going to mentally have to overcome all those roadblocks set in front of him by his own father, Bill Haney. And nobody want to be honest about this stuff. He got to overcome the loss. He got to overcome, quote unquote, being cheated. He got to overcome the lawsuit, the scrutiny, oh, you suing because you got beat up. Oh, you doing this, you doing that. He got to overcome all of that. He had to overcome all of that. And you see his dad in the corner like, hey, it's all in your head, bro. Devin Haney looked fine physically. He looked great. He was in there moving. He even looked like he had some power on his punches. He looked like he definitely could have did some damage to his opponent, and he did not do it. Devin Haney blew his moment. If Devin Haney would have went in that ring, put some damage, he didn't even have to knock him out. Just beat him up for 12 rounds and not fucking run around the ring. That was your moment. That's what people wanted. That's what we wanted to see. We already knew you wasn't gonna lose. We wanted to see how you looked. We wanted you to go in there and look like Fulton after his comeback. That's the type of performance we were expecting from Devin Haney. We understand you've been out the ring a year. We understand you coming off a loss. We don't got no super high expectations. We just want you to go in there and to see you perform. Devin Haney could have threw a couple more combos and we would have been like, oh, he back. He didn't even throw no goddamn combos, man. Why did Devin Haney get in the ring and fight like that? You telling me Devin Haney went and got Shane Mosley and Mickey Bay and Nate Jones and y'all went through all of that training camp for you to get in there and fight like that? Listen, let me tell you something, right? As a coach, you really don't want to be, emotionally involved with your athletes that you're training, and you got to understand you can coach them and they gonna do this and they gonna do that, and they get in the ring and do that. I will be pissed. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? We did not go through a whole camp for you to go in there and do this. Go in there, show your power. You up in weight, you bigger, you stronger, you look in hella shape. You obviously in shape. You was running around. Let me not say running around. You was using your footwork the whole entire fight. You ain't even look like you was breathing hard. When you was hitting what's his face, you was hurting him. You was hurting him. Why you ain't go in there and let off some more combos and let your hands go? I don't understand. You ruined your moment. Like, that was your moment, man. It don't matter that Ryan Garcia lost one. That was your moment. That was your time to be like, look, I'm straight. I'm cool. Who's next? But you didn't do that. Let me see what y'all saying in the comment section. The nigga that knocked out Pacquiao, blah, blah, blah. Anybody who likes Shakur and Devin would be into the running stuff. But it wasn't even a display of your defense. Like, y'all can try to be disingenuous and act like all of a sudden this dancing around the ring and pop shotting is something you approve of because your fighter is doing it. But I wasn't approving of that shit when Shakur Stevenson was doing it, Devin Haney fan, so we're not gonna approve of it now. And we're not gonna lie and be like, Devin just went back to the old way he was fighting. When did he ever fight like that? If he ever fought like that, he would be accused of the same things that Shakur Stevenson was accused of. But listen, he could fight whatever way he want to fight. He can get the W. All he got to do is win. He got the win. All you got to do is win. That's cool. He won. But all I'm saying is he ruined his moment. All eyes on Devin Haney. This is your time to perform, and you ruined it. These generation of boxers are so disappointing, bro. They're so disappointing. It's like they don't understand when it's their time to put their foot on the gas and step up. They don't get it. Ryan Garcia gets hit his hands in his pocket. He can't overcome no adversity. I don't understand it. Dragon Assassin say, to be fair, you can't blame Turkey. You have to blame the fighters for their own crap fighting because Eubank and Ben put on a great fight and Turkey paid them too. And I'll be honest with you, Dragon Assassin, the Eubank and Ben fight, while it was so great, it was just two fighters fighting at disadvantages. Being too small and kind of being weight drained. I mean, on the surface, it looked like a good fight, but to me, when I really sit back and think about it, I don't want to see no shit like that no more. I don't want to see fighters fighting at disadvantages. I don't want to see fighters in the ring that don't even want to fight. These fights on Friday, they did not fight. There was no fighting. It's like nobody wanted to hit each other. I don't understand it. Like Supreme say, these fighters are not motivated because of the small crowds and quiet venues. Hey, y'all give me 1 second. Shout out to, let me see who this is. Somebody hit me in the Cash App. Y'all be sure to help support the channel. Y'all know I'll be putting in work over here. Shout out to No More Sleepwalking with the $3 in the Cash App. And he's just supporting the channel. 2 cents. You saw what Shannon Briggs said about the fights? What Shannon Briggs say? I ain't see what he said about the fights. And since them Pacquiao, I don't know what y'all talking about. Remember when Berlanga raised his hands and Canelo raised his and the crowd went crazy? The fights were good and Devin won every round. Okay, what was so good about the fights, Boxing Hacker? What was so good? Matter of fact, let me know what was so good about the Tio fight, what was so good about the Devin fight, and what was so good about the Ryan fight. Because there's no way. I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there because y'all just gone. The last fight was better of the three. Haney fight was boring as hell. Reminds of Shakur fight. Jupe in the building. What up, Jupe? Fly Frequent say at 2 cents boxing, you ain't being honest, queen, or should I say fair? What am I not being fair or honest about, in my opinion? Let me know. Just because you win every round, it doesn't mean the fight was great. Absolutely. Because now we're just stuck on all you gotta do is win. All you gotta do is win. So you can't have criticisms of other fighters that ain't your favorite fighter if they winning. What are we talking about? You cannot have criticisms of Shakur Stevenson if he winning. You can't say, "Oh, Devin won every round. All you gotta do is win." But you criticize Shakur Stevenson. But Tank Davis was losing the fight until he got the knockout. But he won. All you gotta do is win. So there's no more criticizing from Devin Haney fans of fighters that are winning because all that matters is that they are winning. That's where we are now. When boxing ain't a sport that all you got to do is win. It's other things you got to do. You got to have a personality. You got to be able to relate to the fans. You got to be able to put butts in seats. You got to be able to do other stuff besides just win. If that's the case, winning would equate to you making a lot of money, and it doesn't. That's why Terrence Crawford been begging Canelo for a fight. Because he wants money. He been winning, but it ain't equated to the money that he want. And the only reason why he getting the money that he want now is because he's with Turkey, who's overpaying these fighters, putting them in situations where it's no crowds. It's a bunch of BS going on that he done made up in his head that he think is cool and gonna be successful. It's a bunch of goofy ass fans that's following the shit because they don't even know what the hell going on and what makes sense because they ain't never competed in nothing a day in their life. And then he putting it together and you seeing the outcome. He's proving you can't just put names on a card. He's proving you can't just do fights in the middle of the ocean and everybody like you can't do shit like that. It's not a video game. This is a business. This is a business. Devin, T.O., and Ryan, trash ass card. Who would have thought? He's proving you can't put good fights together if you're not matchmaking. It's not cherry picking. It's a reason why it's done. It's a reason why it's done, y'all. And he's giving you an example of that. He's showing you that the fans don't know what the hell they talking about when they want fights to be put together because people are not paying for them. They're not supporting. They're not supporting. And then he's buying out media outlets that's just flat out lying to people. Flat out lying to people. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me find this real quick. It's crazy. And y'all think, let me ask y'all a question, right? Y'all seen these fights this weekend. They getting paid big money. And listen, in the debate that I won that got overturned, I said in the debate, what's going to end up happening is you're going to get fighters getting paid crazy money to fight lesser competition. And the only time you're going to get fights you really, really want to see are going to be fewer and farther in between because people are going to want even more money. So you're going to start getting a bunch of fights that you don't want, that's not entertaining, and that's half-assed because these people are getting all of this money to make these fights. Now, what I did think about was even if you get the two names in the ring, are they even going to fight for real? Because why? Because what incentive do I have to fight for real? I don't need to sell the fight. Shit, y'all not even selling the fight. Y'all ain't even selling tickets. What the hell do I got to sell the fight for when the person putting on the fight ain't even selling the fight? What are we talking about? Content creators are saying Dev put on a boxing clinic. Listen, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, Randall. Everybody entitled to their own opinions. Those guys didn't teach Haney nothing that Haney didn't know already. What did Haney do in training camp? Why was Nate Jones there? Why was Shane Mosley there? Why Mickey Bay there? Why you got so many people with you in camp, bruh? Only for you to get in there. Nobody said we've been working on Devin Haney footwork. What Shane Mosley say? Oh, we've been working on him sitting down his punches. I'm showing him how to land a knockout shot. You said Tank resume is aging like fine wine because Rolly became a 2-division champion. Wouldn't that mean Rustico should be a Hall of Famer considering Pac-Man career? I don't know what hoops boxing hacker trying to jump through. Dude, that shit Devin did wasn't boxing. Y'all gotta start being honest, because if that was Tank as a fan, I would have cooked his ass for that bullshit. They was already trying to say, oh, Tank was running around the ring in the Roach fight just like Shakur. He was running just like Shakur. But Devin Haney was putting on a masterclass boxing class. Y'all are so not honest, bro. And it's unbelievable how not honest y'all are. It's unbelievable how critical y'all are. It's unbelievable how y'all are just flat out lie. It's unbelievable how delusional y'all are and y'all refuse to pay attention to reality. It's unbelievable how you will continue to move the goalpost. If Devin Haney put on a masterclass performance, let's see what that does for his career moving forward. If he fights again. Cash Crypto say nigga fall like a scared little bitch. That's what Cash Crypto said. Jupe said, agree. Ramirez was the perfect opponent for him to get back in the groove. He hasn't looked dangerous in about 7 years. I'm telling you, go back and watch those few little highlights they show of him just pop shotting. He was hurting the dude. Like, I don't understand why you just ain't letting no combos go, fight. Like, I don't know. Like, why didn't you fight like that? Fedora fought an undefeated Tim Tszyu after getting sent to meet Tupac by Mendoza. Facts. Facts. And that's what I'm saying, Big Supreme. Like, these fight, like, what's up with these guys? Why are they so soft? I don't understand. Why are these fighters, this generation, why are they so soft? Why do they not want to fight? Why do they not want to get hit? Why? And I mean, does Devin Haney have some residual effects from the Ryan Garcia fight? Is he planning on fighting Ryan Garcia how he fought Ramirez? Is that what he was practicing in the ring? He just gonna run pop shot? Hold on, y'all. Put a one in the chat if you could hear the caller on the line. Caller, what's your name? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Salute is frequent. What's up, Queen?
What's going on?
They can hear you. Can hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, they can hear me.
hear me
Yeah.
in the chat. Go ahead real quick because I'm about to drop the link. This ain't really the call-in show today, but go ahead.
Okay. I just saw the number there, so I dropped the dime. But no. I was saying. Y'all. I think y'all have. Y'all had unrealistic expectations for Devin because we know that he been through. The ordeal that he went through with Ryan cheating and all that. We all know what happened. And then the long layoff and all of that, and him getting cooked all the way up leading to that point, we knew Devin was going to be in there trying to figure it out. So we didn't expect him to go in there and come out with a performance that like the one that he did versus Regis or anything like that. We knew he was going to be trying to figure it out. We knew that this fight was to prepare him for the Ryan Garcia fight. So we expected him to be working on how he going to be fighting Ryan Garcia the next fight. And so him throwing less jab, Ryan Garcia was trying to counter him, catch him, time him over the jab, and that's how he got caught the first time in the first fight. So I didn't expect him to be trying to throw a bunch of jabs. He was going to try to throw less jabs, less punches to give himself less chances to be countered like that. That's how I understood the logic of what was going on. He was preparing for Ryan Garcia. So for y'all to say that, oh, why was he fighting like that? And he didn't take enough chances and all of that. We didn't expect that was what we were saying that he was doing wrong, trying to be on the front foot. You know what I'm saying? So he corrected that. He corrected the jab. He wasn't overextending on the jab anymore. He was correct. He was working on things that they was working on correcting. So, I think that's his excuse. If he needed excuse, for the way that he fought, because I really don't think he needed an excuse because he won dang near, I think he won every round, didn't he? And the last thing, just to keep it short, when Karen did that to Boots, people didn't cook Karen, people cooked Boots and said that Boots didn't know how to cut off the ring. So it was up to Jose to be able to cut off the ring on Devin or whatever. People should be cooking him, not Devin.
All right, that's all you got?
Oh, I was trying to keep it short, but I got one more last thing, I guess.
Okay.
You said that you don't like to see fighters with fights where people have advantages But y'all seem like y'all was okay with the advantages that Ryan had over Devin when they fought. With the 3 pounds and all of that stuff. Y'all were saying, "Oh no, he took money for it though," but that don't take away the advantage though. But that's all I got. I don't want to keep harping on all of that. That's all I
All
got.
right. All right. Shout
All
out
right.
Fly Frequency giving his 2 cents. And I don't think that, you know, I'm coming from a point where I just have these stupid high expectations from them. I'm just saying, as the fight was going on and I'm watching the fight, this is not an expectation I had before the fight. And then after the fight, I'm like, oh, I had no expectations before the fight. I had none. I wanted to see what he was going to look like. And as I'm watching the fight, and I'm seeing him one round, he moving. I'm like, okay, he knocking the ring rust off. He boom, he hit a bow. He hit him bow. I'm like, oh, he got some pop on there. He gonna stop him. Look, his head snapping back. Look at the way. So I'm just waiting on Devin. He moving, he picking the shots. I'm waiting on him to slow down. He get inside. I'm just waiting on him, letting him throw a couple combos off. He too quick for the guy. His feet better than the guy. The guy is slow. Devin see his punches coming. So I'm like, damn, Devin can do more damage. That's where my expectation come from. It's not like I had it before the fight. I'm watching the fight and I'm like, damn, he could do more. He could really beat him up. He could really beat him up. That's all I'm saying. And that's my 2 cents though. Y'all can feel how y'all want to feel. I'm just telling you how I felt about the situation. I'm not. You feel what I'm saying? Like I'm watching the fight. I'm like, damn, he too slow for Devin. Devin should have really like put more belt to ass in that fight, in my opinion, but he didn't. And I'm just curious why. I'm telling you, Devin looks fine physically. Obviously, his speed is straight. Obviously, his condition is straight. Obviously, he has some pop on his punches. You seen him snapping and hurting the dude. So what was up? That's it. Is he struggling with PTSD from the last fight, like people are saying, or is this is gonna be his game plan for Ryan Garcia, and he was just working on it? I'm just curious, but overall, to me, in my opinion, Devin missed his moment. Y'all saying he won 11-1, but that ain't fulfill him getting his moment because you have to get on here and convince people, oh, it was a masterclass performance. Oh, he won 11-1. No, people should have been able to watch the fight and been like, damn, okay, Devin, cool. You shouldn't have to convince people because we all seen it. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Devin looked fine physically, y'all. He could move. He had some pop. He looked fine. But mentally, you even heard Bill tell him in the corner. You feel me? It's all up here in your head. I y'all tell me in the chat, Flyer Frequency, you really think that Devin Haney went through a full camp, had Nate Jones, Mickey Bay, and Shane Mosley and all them people to do that in the ring? Do you think that that's what Devin worked on in camp? I'm just asking. Do you think that that was the game plan? Or do you think it switched up when he got in the ring? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Because people were upset and pissed about the De Los Santos performance. And the thing about the De Los Santos fight, I felt like De Los Santos should have brought more of the fight. You already know Shakur Stevenson is a defensive fighter. And why y'all mad at him for being defensive? That is not how Devin Haney fights. Why didn't Devin Haney do that against Lomachenko then? Hmm? Why Devin Haney ain't fight like that against Regis? Regis he a power puncher. Hmm? Why he ain't fight like that against Regis? So I don't want to hear this. There was no expectation before the fight. It's not like I had an expectation and he didn't live up to that expectation. I'm like, ah, man, that nigga trash. No, I'm watching the fight as it goes on. I'm like, okay, Devin, you've been doing this for about 3-4 rounds. When you gonna step it up? The nigga's clearly slower than you. He a step behind you. You see his punches coming. You able to dodge them, make him pay. That's it. You ain't in no danger. That's all I'm trying to say. Tanker Bells are on high alert since Ryan lost. What are you talking about? Like y'all just I don't get it. What? What? Who's talking about Tank? We talking about these fights on Friday. Now all of a sudden a win is a win. Boxing hacker, that's some loser shit to say. Like, I don't think y'all understand how much of a loser mentality a lot of y'all got. And that's not a shot at hacker because I'm speaking to just a whole um section of people, especially in this YouTube boxing space. I don't think y'all understand how much of a loser's mindset a lot of y'all have, bro. And it's very evident that a lot of y'all ain't never worked and won nothing a day in your life. Ain't never worked to win something a day in your life. And you don't understand that boxing is about moments. And this was a great moment for Devin Haney. This would have been a great moment for Devin Haney to really just. It would have been different if the fight was competitive and he just couldn't, show what I'm talking about. But fly frequency, you can act like, oh, he did all he want to, but he could have done more in that fight, bro. You watched the fight just like I watched the fight, or did you watch the fight? Hmm? He could have done more in that fight, bro. That's all I'm saying. And where does he go from here? It's a lot of people like, oh, Ron lost. Devin ain't got to fight him. Listen, Ryan didn't need the rematch, honestly, if we honest. Ryan don't need the rematch Devin Haney. Ryan don't need the rematch Devin Haney. He going to be fine losing the Rolly and continuing on with his career. Ray Davis say boxing is a sweet science and pitching a shutout is a great moment. He can't help that Ramirez didn't engage. Okay. Everybody entitled to their own opinion, bro. It's all good. We'll see what happens with this moment. With this moment and what happens next and what's gonna be next for Devin Haney. I don't think that I don't see Devin headlining another card, but we'll see. Maybe he'll get another big name opponent. I don't know what's next for Devin. All I know is I feel like physically Devin is fine. He's still fast. He got some pop now. He got more pop now. I can't really tell because he really let his hands go in the fight. So physically, I think Devin will be fine moving forward. But mentally, I still don't really know. So I need to see another fight from Devin before I'm just like, oh, he cool. I don't really care if him and Ryan rematch. I don't think he should rematch Ryan again because he's still throwing that bow and arrow jab and he's still dropping that hand. And if he think this running around shit gonna work, maybe. I don't know. If they rematch, they rematch. If they don't, they don't. It's not gonna be the end all be all. But it's a lot of people that want to see that rematch still. So we'll see. Because I really don't know where Devin is gonna go from here unless he gonna fight with a TO or who he gonna fight. Mr. Altruistic with the $5 in the super chat. He says everybody that fought Friday is food at One Sport 47, especially Devin Scary ass. Shout out, Mr. Altruistic. Now, even before the Ryan fight, I said that the further Devin Haney goes up in weight, the more he gonna become food. Like, and that just was always my opinion because I don't think Devin Haney has the power to sustain at 47. And moving forward, he will have to be match made very, very, very well, which I don't have a problem with. I don't have a problem with it. But if we thinking he finna get in there with boots and shit, I don't even know if he would fight Brian Norman Sr. Yeah, I think Jr. Y'all think Devin to fight Brian Norman Jr.? Shout out to the super chat. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, William. Let me finish getting a super chat. Shout out to Big Dog Willie with the $2 in the super chat. He says Jake Paul versus Tank November 19th in Las Vegas. Facts. Shout out Big Dog Willie. All right. So Jake Paul and Tank November 19th. Cool. I mean, you niggas keep talking about the fight. He might as well go ahead and make it. Why not? Y'all keep talking about it. Y'all creating the demand for the fight. All right, caller, what's your name? What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
It's William Old School.
What up, William?
Nothing much, girl. That was terrible. For a comeback fight, the one thing I was worried about with Devin coming back was, would he engage or would he pull an AB moment? That was actually worse than an AB moment. If this kid is gonna make money in this game and sell fights, that is not the way to do it. I don't know anybody that's gonna buy a headline act and witness that. I mean, come on. You gotta, oh God, this is boxing. You've got to engage in a fight. You can't throw 2 combinations per round and call that fighting. That was not fighting. Look, I wanted Devin to win because I think him being in the sport and being in the mix is good for boxing.
Right.
But what we saw is terrible. Now, a win is a win is not a win. That is not a win. At least in my eyes, it's not. And who's going to buy that? If that's it, and if that's what his team told him to do in a comeback fight, he needs to fire everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, God, that's like also in the Canelo fight. You had Skull running around, didn't want to engage. Canelo got to the point where he didn't even want to chase him no more. We are going to kill this sport if we keep having fights like that because nobody's going to buy that garbage. That's all I got to say.
All right, William Old School, thank you for calling in and giving your 2 cents. And he's absolutely right, man. Nobody, and then it's shit like this. This is boxing, not rock'em sock'em. Cement feet fighters need to learn to cut the ring off. Like, what are you talking about? What are y'all talking about? Now all of a sudden, don't nobody know what it look like when somebody running around in a fight. Now all of a sudden, it's boxing. It's the sweet signs. Link is pinned to the top of the chat if you want to come up here and give your 2 cents. I've been going for about 45 minutes. Come on up and give your 2 cents for the show. It's a lot of people trying to defend this, man. I'm like, bruh. But everybody entitled to their own. Listen, boxing is very subjective. If y'all felt like, hey, because if people killed Tank when he fought Rolly when he was a mandatory, don't try to fight him by choice now. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? We got Paid in Full and Rich on the panel. What up, fellas?
What's going on?
What's up?
Man, I don't know what them niggas in it. I don't know what
And
them
we
niggas.
got to be honest. We not only got to be honest about that. We also need to be honest about Turkey. I got a video I'm gonna drop. I'm doing a little research on now. But I mean, come on, guys. The guy is just connected to all type of different nefarious things.
Yeah,
And I've been telling y'all, like, you got a foreign entity coming over here dropping hundreds of millions of dollars. Like, the shit is suspicious, and it's obvious that y'all just don't know much about nothing. Like, y'all think that everything is cool and he giving the fans a fight, want to see. Like, y'all think all that surface level make you feel good cliche stuff. Like, I don't even understand how y'all falling for that, bro. Shout out to Jab Queen Boxing and Dragon Assassin official in the building.
I got to be
We're gonna
honest.
start with you, Paid in Full. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
All right, I actually was on Dub Right Side channel. And he a big ass Devin Haney fan, and he also had Dank Father up there. That's another Devin Haney fan. Them niggas was honest enough to say, bro, like yeah, Devin got the win, but they was not impressed with that shit. Like they didn't know what the fuck was going on with that nigga moving the way that he was moving. Like that's not, bro. That is not considered boxing, bro. Like, how do you break a record for the least amount of punches landed in a 12-round bout and you call that shit the sweet science? Everybody know that Devin starts his offense behind his jab. Like, you could have been jabbing the nigga, moving around, and still jabbing him. Like, I don't understand. Like, why can't niggas just be honest and say, I agree with him getting the win, but I didn't like the performance? Like, it's simple, because if that was Tank, I would have cooked his ass. But
Shout out Boxing Hacker and Teach on the panel.
But
Go ahead, Paige.
that's pretty much all I have. As far as and I feel like a lot of them use that because I feel like they don't want to see them that fight no more. But I still feel like they need to fight each other. There's still too many questions in that fight. So regardless of the outcome of what Ryan said, what happened with Ryan, I still feel like they need to have that fight, bro.
Yep. All right, Rich, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
No, I'm just on the panel, but I want to just ask one question because I heard you say something. And I'm not a Devin Haney fan, so we're going to get this understood. But you said Devin Haney, if he would fight Brian Norman, I really ain't like, you was naming like basically saying if he would fight certain people. I really ain't never seen in his track record that he ducked anybody for real. Like, the way you saying it. Like, I never seen it like in his track
No, I'm
record.
not. I didn't say he done. I never allude to anything. I'm just saying, is he gonna fight? Will he fight these people
No,
at
okay.
147? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, because I never seen that in none of the divisions that he been in that he duck anybody. That's one thing I could respect him on. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that one. On that shit.
Jab Queen Boxing, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I'm gonna try and make this short because I know they're gonna, get all in their feelings and have their panties in a bunch. But I said this before. I was watching that fight just to see how Haney would react, mainly his confidence. And the boy's confidence is shot. He was scared to throw any punches. I mean, the fight, as we all know, was set up for him to win. I mean, if you saw the scorecards in the beginning, it had him up in rounds that he didn't throw one single punch. I thought that maybe later he would warm up, but it just appeared that he was still fighting very scary. You mentioned it. Why even bother to have Shane Mosley there if you're not going to utilize him? I saw him basically just standing there being a towel boy, standing, I guess behind Bill or whatever the case may be. But he really didn't bring anything of value that I saw during the fight to the table. Devin, unfortunately, as he moves up in weight, we're going to continue to see him perform this way simply because now he'll be going against people his size and his height, where his performance will not look as dazzling because we all know he does not have the power and he is terrified of power punchers, which is evident. So, I mean, get used to this because this is going to be how he performs moving forward. I'm not even sure that he's going to continue a long, illustrious boxing career because it just appears to me that he ain't really into getting his shit rocked like that. You know what I mean? So it was just unfortunate that they are celebrating this as some sort of win. It just goes to show you the mediocre mentality that a lot of people have. As long as you get the win, that doesn't really say much because sometimes it's how you win. Because look at who David Benavidez, I can't even think of his name right now. The one he just fought, he lost and he's still a dog. I'm still checking for his fights. I'm sure his next fight will be just as big, if not bigger, because of the way he performed in the fight. So sometimes it doesn't even matter whether you win or you lose. It's how you perform that will give you more opportunities. And unfortunately, like you said, for Devin, this opportunity was a missed one. You got on the big stage where you were quote unquote part of a 3-card main event and you shit the bed. That's just the facts. But that's all I got for now.
All right, shout out Jab Queen Boxing. Okay, we got Dragon Assassin Official, then we going to Teach. Dragon, what's your 2 cents?
Salute 2 cents. Can I come back in a bit? I've just got to sort out something for 2 seconds. I'll be back in a bit.
All right. Go ahead, Teach, and then we got Frequent Flyer. Go ahead, Teach. What's your 2 cents?
Yeah, I got quite a bit to say. So, So for me, like I never question you 2 cents about, your reasons for not liking Turkey, because I know it's mostly on like the political end of it, the way how he's using sports to, hide certain agenda, in the country. So that I'm all good with. I'm not questioning that at all. Um, but recently in the Discord, I've been a little bit petty with you with my comments, right? Because you kept saying or you keep questioning whether the fight would actually happen in Times Square, and you didn't think Turkey could pull it off, but clearly they paid a huge price to make it happen, right? And from my experience, it turned out to be, a solid viewing event. Some people felt it wasn't well organized, especially with the ring being blocked off from the public view, right? But I believe that it was done for a pretty much valid reason. But that said, the fights themselves were very lackluster, very disappointing, in my opinion. Every single fight to me kind of lacked the energy, and I gotta blame the fighters, mostly for it and not putting in the effort. Throughout the whole build up, of the fight, I don't think the matchmaking never seemed to be an issue because people had Ryan winning by KO, some people had Devin winning by KO, others had Barbosa upsetting Tio, but the fight pretty much didn't live up to those expectations. So I don't think we could blame matchmaking for that. On paper, those fights kind of, looked decent, looked good. Um, so with this Devin thing, since everyone is on this Devin topic, I mean, his fight played out exactly like Shakur and Santos. I gave fair criticism to Shakur's performance, so I pretty much got to do the same thing for Devins. But I'm not gonna harp on it like everyone wants me to do, right? I'm just gonna be objective for once, and I'm not gonna make one fight his whole career. And it's kind of like what you guys are doing with Shakur. Every single criticism that you guys give is Shakur and Santos. That's it. And you guys are about to do the same for Devin, right? It's just gonna happen again. So I don't want to harp on one fight over and over. Obviously, this was his worst fight of his career, in my opinion. But it is what it is.
I
Facts.
mean, nobody is saying, well, me personally, I'm not saying anything bad about Devin. What I'm just saying is, to me, it felt like this was his opportunity to seize a really big moment by putting on a better performance. Now, whether you think it was good, he went 11-1, cool, but I'm just talking about him putting on a better performance in this moment. So it's like, hell yeah, that he back. Like he straight. Like Fulton. After you seen the Fulton fight, you was like, he back, he straight. We told y'all he was gonna be cool, or we didn't know how he was gonna come back. That's the type of energy and feel that I wanted to have, me personally, after the Devin fight. All right, we got Coach Eddie up on the panel, and I gotta figure out what order we was in because we got all screwed up. So I think it was Teach, and then I think it's on you, Frequent, and then I think it's on you, Ray. Go ahead, Frequent. What's your 2 cents? What you got? Well, you already called in, Frequent. We skipping you. Ray Davis, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
I want to say I think we're looking beyond things that happen in the ring um for a fans perspective. Like it's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what we are. We're fans of the sport, and we want to see excitement, right? But when you have a plan and your plan is to sit there and set the guy up and walk him into something, and that guy's refusing to walk into it. I mean, I have to give you all credit for Devin's lackluster of being able to go to plan B or plan C and force Ramirez to walk into something. But at the same time, Ramirez didn't want to walk into something. He knew what the game plan was, so he tried to stay as far away as possible.
Huh?
Devin was catching him
The
with
nigga
some
was
hard
right
shots. He didn't use the jab because, again, if you watch the fight, he was actually backing up, trying to lead him in. He was playing the hit and not get hit game. And unfortunately, it didn't look good to most of us. But again, he won the fight. He won unanimously, and it is what it is.
All right, let me ask you a question. Would you agree that there was a lot of instances, because Ramirez looked hella slow where Devin, he missed, and Devin really missed out the opportunities to make him pay. And it's just those type of instances I'm talking about. I'm not talking about him taking no big risk and like he had more options to take advantage of more open shots because he was so slow and Devin was creating angles.
I agree. I
And
think we
another thing,
also have
that
to
nigga, you said that he was far back, bro. That nigga
hold on. Let me
played the
respond to it
entire
real quick.
time.
So I do understand where you're coming from with that 2 cents. That's where I think frequent flyer, when he called in, what he was saying kind of took place. We have to remember he just came off a year layoff. He's fighting a puncher. You know what I mean? I'm not giving excuses. I'm not going to say that's an excuse, a valid one. But I'm saying, like, we also have to understand these things. Like, we have to put the mechanics together. We can't just take everything there and just say, okay, this is how it's supposed to work. Because when we look at it, you have a guy who's coming off a long layoff with a powerful puncher to get back into a fight with a guy he lost to that he believed he was cheated. The guy had a game plan. The game plan was, like I said, to hit and not get hit. The box the hell out of this dude and hit him with some power shots. Devin usually jabs a lot, and then he'll try to catch you on something crazy. Unfortunately, he didn't do that. He was trying to get Ramirez to bite on some stuff, and Ramirez just wasn't biting. We even give kudos to Ramirez for not taking the bait, or we take the credit away for Ramirez for not pressuring Devin enough to go in and make the fight and engage. So I'm not telling you Devin should have also engaged more. I agree there. But it's not just, it's two people in that ring. It's not one. And they both have to make that fight happen.
But I think I'm gonna let Paige, I'm gonna let say what you gotta say. But I mean, I hear you, Ray. It's cool, but I just felt like I understand he had to fight with Ryan. But I'm just me looking at the fight. It's like, bro, and even Bill told him like it's basically get out your head, Devin. You literally making this nigga. You got the angles. Like, just go get it. It's you ain't at no risk. You're creating the angles. You're making him miss. Make him pay. Like, and all I'm saying is, I get it. He won. However, maybe he was struggling. To me, all I'm saying is, I feel like he missed the moment to make his name and himself look bigger. Where he could have actually put on the performance I'm talking about. It's not like I'm asking him to do something that he clearly wasn't capable of. He clearly
Yeah,
was capable. You
right.
seen him moving, you seen him creating angles, you seen him dipping and slipping the punches.
Yeah, he
But
was
I
playing the
mean,
counter game. 2 cents. He's playing the counter game. That's all.
and like you said, Ramirez should have did this and should have did that. But as an elite fighter, you should be able to make those adjustments. And that's why when Frequent came up here and talked about how everybody was cooking Boots about Ramirez, the reason why Boots got cooked, I mean, and Karen, the reason why Boots got cooked and not Karen is because Boots is the quote unquote elite fighter. He's the better fighter in that
Agreed.
situation. So people were expecting him to make the adjustments in order to make the fight better and or more exciting. I think we got Coach Eddie. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Coach Eddie? What you got for the show?
Oh, not much. Hey, like I say, everybody got valid points. I can see both sides. Me personally, I did expect Devin to do more. Just based off what he said, what they were talking. I was watching the interviews. Bill was saying you're gonna see new improved Devin. Devin said the same thing. So I was expecting to see, Devin. I wasn't expecting to see this type of Devin, and I felt like he should have utilized the jab a lot more. I mean, he played it a little bit. He played it too safe. I think he could have made the fight easier if he would have threw more punches. He would
Facts.
have gotten the rhythm. He would have gotten the rhythm, a lot better. He would have, slowed the momentum down, and he probably would have gained confidence. If this fight, if one of the purposes was to get your confidence back, this fight wouldn't give me much confidence. Because I didn't really press the issue. This is the perfect guy to press the issue on. It's like in the gym, like you got certain sparring partner where you try stuff out on. So you don't want to try out your new stuff on the guy that crack. You want to try your new stuff out on the guy that can't punch that good. You know what I'm saying? That way, if you do mess up, you ain't gonna get in trouble. So this was the type of fight where he should have, tried to get back to being himself with this guy right here, a slower guy, older guy, a guy that's kind of hesitant, not throwing a lot of punches. And he, like I say, he should have did more. I'm not for the fan, but this for himself, so he would know that he was okay to give himself confidence. And I thought Canelo lost that fight, but that's another subject. Canelo lost, in my opinion.
All
Man,
right,
that
hold
fight.
on, y'all. We got 60 people in the chat or watching the live. I got 45 likes. Be sure to punch that like and subscribe button. I'm trying to get to 100 likes before I end this live today. I think the closest we've came is like maybe 70 something likes. So let's get the likes up to 100 before we get off this live today. Be sure, if you have not already, to punch that like button. If you're not already subscribed, punch that subscribe button. Be sure to help support the channel by hitting the Cash App at 2 cents boxing or dropping your 2 cents below in a super chat, guys. It is not free to run these YouTube channels. I do have expenses. Let me know. That's how I know I'm doing a good job. That's how I know y'all enjoy my content. That's how I know my content is quality, when people are willing to donate their hard-earned money to the channel to show their appreciation. And shout out to everybody that has already supported the channel today, or people that have supported the channel in the past. I just want to let you know y'all are greatly, greatly appreciated. Dragon Assassin, we back to you. What's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, I actually thought Devin would have stopped Ramirez in the fight, and I actually wanted him to win, to be honest, after his laugh. But I'm hearing too many excuses from a lot of people, which is showing that their biasness about long layoffs and all that. For me, Boots had a long layoff, and he fought, is it David Avanesian, stopped him in the fourth round, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and he still got criticized. He still got criticized for that. Tank had a long layoff. He was incarcerated, came back, fought Frank Martin, knocked him out. People were saying, "Oh, he only won by the knockout. He wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have won if he didn't knock him out." But then when it comes to Devin Haney, even though Ramirez is got to blame as well, everyone's making all these excuses about hit and not get hit, long layoff, and all this. It's like, it's ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. And again, I'm not blaming Turkey for the way the fighters fight. Blame the fighters, because like I said, Turkey's put on the fights. Conor Ben and Eubank had a fight. They made it entertaining. He's giving all these other boxers opportunities. If they're not willing to make it entertaining, or do what they're supposed to do in the ring, then that's on them. So I'm sick and tired of the excuses, and people are sounding like fanboys. To be honest, they're not keeping it real.
And I don't hear people mentioning that Ryan had a year layoff either. I ain't heard nobody saying, "Oh, he coming off a year layoff," and all. I don't hear nobody say Ryan coming off a year layoff too. He coming off all the scrutiny too. He coming off all of it. But I guess people feel like, oh, he deserved it. So fuck what he had to go through. But he had his issues too. I mean, some
No,
people.
but Ryan has 0 nanograms though in his
Can
system.
I wait? Can I say?
What y'all not gonna do is cut me off. Hold on. What y'all not gonna do is cut me off. I'm just saying that Ryan also was coming off of a year layoff. And y'all think that just because somebody does something y'all don't like, that y'all can't be objective and honest, or face the actual reality of what's going on. The actual reality of what's going on is him and Devin both came off of layoffs.
Can I say
Ryan
something real
fought
quick?
the more dangerous
Oh,
opponent than Devin.
Devin ain't get knocked down.
hey, can I say something?
What you got? Go ahead, Rich.
It's good that you brought up Ryan, because why we not talking about him? Like his fight was some ass too, like really ass,
Oh,
and he
no, this
lost.
a pro Ryan channel, bro. We ain't gonna do that.
Hey, his fight. Wait, hold on. Can I talk? Can I talk? His fight was some ass. And then when Coach Eddie just said about the Canelo shit, that fight made me shake. Like that fight, I would have gave that fight to Canelo too. That nigga ain't do nothing. That nigga was laughing for doing that. And he told Canelo, he said, "I'm sorry,
So
man."
wait. William Skull ain't do nothing?
He ain't do shit. He did not do nothing.
He did more than Canelo.
That shit made me shake. That shit like really made me like, damn, like this what boxing came to?
All the fights was
Cubans fight like that all the time, though. That's natural for the Cuban style.
Cubans do not fight like that all the time. Stop it.
They utilize footwork.
No, they
more
don't.
than most. Yes,
Hey,
they do.
2 cents. I told you this yesterday. I think yesterday or the other day. Like Devin was trying to. Devin, I don't know what the fuck he was doing. He was trying to be like Shakur, but Shakur was hurt when he was doing all that. Shakur did that for a reason. So I don't got no excuses for him either. He won, but this shit sad, man. This
That's
shit
the
really
thing. You
sad.
don't need no excuse for a person that win.
See, that's what I'm saying. See, that's the shit I be talking about.
Hey, 2 cents. Can I get my 2 cents?
Can I make a comment to Ray?
Oh, hold on. Boxing Hacker, what's your 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, salute to y'all. Hey, so one thing I want to say, right? Like when Devin was fighting Regis, right? Everybody said he was a sharp fighter. You know, Regis wasn't that good. You know, when he fought Ryan, everybody was saying, "Oh, Devin should never fought that style. He knows he should have boxed Ryan, should never fought him toe to toe." When he fought Kambosos, people were like, "Oh, Kambosos was just a lick." You know, even though they praised Kambosos for beating Tio, now Kambosos became a lick when Devin beat him. At the end of the day, Devin's gonna fight his fight, you know. I think what they did was good. Like, hey, he fought the fight he wanted to fight. And
He
people
didn't fight his fight. He tried to be like Shakur. He ain't fight his fight.
No.
He tried to be like Shakur. He ain't fight
here's
his
the
fight.
thing. Hold on. This is my 2 cents. Here's my 2 cents though, right? So even with you can say you try to fight shit like Shakur, because Shakur's not the first person who fought like that. People say like, oh, this only happens in our generation. I keep saying it. Willie Pep, who's like a legend in boxing, fought like that his whole career. He had over 230 fights. He's literally an American legend. And he fought just like that. So it's not
on
just
the big
Shakur.
stages though. Was he on the big stages?
Yeah,
Bro,
he's an American legend.
Be quiet, bro.
He's a legend in the U.S.
No, we're not gonna compare Devin Haney to Willie Pep.
No. He's a legend in the
You
U.S.
chill
let's
out,
not
nigga.
do that.
No, you
Let's
chill
not do
out.
that. Like at the end of the day, people can say, "Oh, they don't like Devin's style." Guess what? It's the opponent's job to make Devin switch it up. Devin fought style. He won all 12. He won either 12 or 11 rounds, 11 or 12 rounds. So it's whose job is Ramirez to make him switch. It's not Devin's job. If I'm doing something that's working, I don't need to switch anything. Yes.
Yeah, you have
You watched the fight. Wait a minute, Rich. You watched the fight?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you said that Devin won how many rounds? Because I didn't see him start throwing any punches till like around 3 or 4.
No, I think he won at least 11 rounds.
Tripping.
Yeah, he won like at least 11 rounds.
I watched that fight. He was not throwing no damn punches at the beginning of that fight.
So they gave him rounds. He didn't even throw a single punch.
Punch he threw.
First of all, yesterday y'all was saying he 12 zipped him. Now y'all going down. Every day is going down. That's because y'all know. You know what?
Hey, box
I'm not gonna do this.
Winning rounds, you ain't throwing a punch in is diabolical.
Each punch was scoring. And also, he had ring generalship because he was making Ramirez do what he wanted to do.
Hey, Box Hacker.
What are you talking?
Hey, Box Hacker. I'm not complaining about the nigga won the fight. We know he won the fight. We know he put his hand on him and he won. I ain't gonna say he beat him. We know that, but come on, man. You know that was some bullshit. You know he came in straight in the fight, already had that game plan that's what he was gonna do. It wasn't nothing that Ramirez ain't scare him a little bit. He ain't even feel his power. He ain't do nothing. He just came in there saying, "This is what I'm gonna do." That shit ain't cool, man. I can see if he got hit in the 5th round or 6th round, and then he started doing that, or got hit in the 10th round and started doing that. He came in there on some bullshit.
Exactly.
And he did not touch him. He did not. It's that shit getting out of hand, and it's sad. And if you can't admit to that, then
they don't want to be honest.
Exactly.
They don't want to be honest, Rich.
Dev not listening to y'all no more, bro. Y'all made him the villain.
I understand that. No. I'm not talking bad about it. I'm just saying that that's fucked up, man. Because people came out there to watch that shit.
Motherfuckers wasted their money.
Rich
and then another thing was that they say that Ramirez he did what Ramirez did what Devin wanted him to do. What did Ramirez do? He pretty much was following Devin around the damn ring the entire time.
And not throwing punches and just getting hit.
Which Devin was in position to let his hands go.
Can we agree with that? Neither one of them capitalized on opportunities.
And that's what I was saying.
Devin had to be capitalizing if he won.
Oh my God!
Somebody won, right?
I understand what Ty's saying, but I'm sorry.
I can't be bothered with this foolishness. You can call me Ty. I cannot be bothered with this foolishness, yo. I can't even begin to get a premise of a conversation if y'all cannot be honest about the damn foundation. Can we all agree that both of them missed opportunities in that ring? Yes or no?
Facts. I mean, yeah, people.
Okay, now let's.
Every fighter gonna miss opportunities, Queen.
I mean, that's the thing, because Ramirez Ramirez is that, like, listen, none of Ramirez, Barboza, like, why nobody was fighting?
Paige said the best thing just now. What Paige said made the most sense. They both, you know what I mean? Neither one of them made the adjustment. They just basically, one put the, you know what I mean? It's like, we call it the cat chasing the mouse. And the cat just never could catch him. And that's the
bull
problem.
in the matador.
Yeah, exactly. And Devin took advantage of it. I mean, he took advantage of what he could. he didn't have to change anything because it was going his way. No
But I
pressure.
mean, this is the thing though.
But
Because this is the perspective I'm coming from, right? Everybody's saying, and I didn't agree with it, of course, but oh, this do or die for Devin. If Devin loses, fight his career over, it's do or die for Devin. Okay, so if I'm Devin and I'm like, damn, why they trying to put me in a do or die position? Like, why am I in a position where it's do or die? I'm about to go
Before
out here and seize my moment, bro. Y'all telling me if I don't win, my career over. Fuck that. I got something to prove when I come out here. This ain't about the fan said this and the fan said that. And if man shut that soft shit up, man. Listen, I got something to prove when I come out here. Y'all thought I was finished. Y'all thought I was done, huh? I'm not. I'm right here. I'm back. We not gonna be questioning after the fight. If we still not gonna be questioning me after this fight, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I could criticize the performance. I could say this and that, but guess what? After this fight, y'all not gonna be questioning. Is his mental there? Was he scared? Well, like you know what I'm saying? I'm finna answer all that. That's what I
so
That's
thought.
what I'm saying. And now I just have more questions. I didn't get any answers. I just have more questions. And I think that a lot of my frustration comes with all of the crap that Bill was talking. And y'all can kill me with that. Oh, he's building a fight. No, he's not. What he's doing is he's setting the bar too high for his son to reach. That is what Bill Haney is doing every single time he opens his mouth. Well, we're gonna stop him. We showing him how to do knockouts, all this other stuff. And your son went in there and he fought scared.
Okay, so let's reflect back on what everybody was saying before the fight, though.
That is such a mediocre mindset. Oh, well, he won. That's all that matters. No, it's not all that matters, bro. How
so, Queen, what was you saying before the fight, though, Queen?
I was saying exactly the same thing I just said. I need answers to the questions about his mental.
You wasn't. You wasn't saying that Ramirez was going to catch Devin with that same left hook and that Devin.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I never said that.
I
never said that. I never said that. Stop putting stuff on me, yo. Don't put shit on me that I never said. I can't stand that.
Hold on, let me frequent. You're not gonna come up here and just make up lies and try to get the whole panel
and try and put that on me. Like,
stop doing that. Nobody said that over here, and you know that. Shout out to Big Dog Willie. Big Dog Willie,
what's happening? What's happening, people?
What's up?
What's happening? What's happening?
Hold on. If you're trying to get on the panel, call in. The panel is full right now. 281-845-2103. Call in and get your 2 cents. Go ahead, Big Dog Willie. What you got?
I want to say both sides. I want to say that both sides of this situation is right. Flyer, freaking Flyer, and he looked like trash. Let's be honest. He didn't look good. Devin didn't look good. I don't know where you guys get this. Like he didn't look good. And maybe it because first time Jared's after a year. Maybe he didn't want to do, but he didn't look good. Let's everybody's right about that. But at the same time, from the other side, give the nigga a break, man. It's his first time back, and he really don't know what he's doing until in the ring. I mean, he needs time. He needs time. Last time you guys ass whooped, dude was cheating, but you guys ass whooped, and I think he's a little gun shy. I mean, it is what it is. But don't just go at him and say, "Oh, he's cooked," and all this other shit you guys were saying. That's faulty. Because I mean, we can say the same thing about Tank. Tank fought somebody, and we don't. You guys, what it is in all fan bases does this shit. You guys, everybody does this shit. And Tank fans, Shakur fans. Oh, really? I'm sorry. Am I good, or should I just?
You good? It's just we can hear you. It's just a little poppy.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. You go ahead. I'm gonna figure something out.
You good? Just finish. We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I don't like this shit, man. I mean, it's just like it goes on. I'll be fucking with Tank and say hair grease and stuff like that. And the only reason why I do that shit is because you got to talk about Shakur. And I think the only reason why, like, okay, let's be real. Devin fans, you guys are out of control. So I was gonna let you guys go with that. You guys are out of control. And
they said he looked like Shakur, though.
I don't care what they said. He's out of control. You guys are out of control. Your fan base is out of control.
So is it fair to say that the expectations of Devin was not what we expected? I agree. I expected more, but I understand.
I didn't expect that much.
I didn't have any
I didn't expect that much at all.
This is what I want y'all to understand from me. I didn't have any expectation of Devin, but I was
Mm.
curious what he was going to look like. But as I was watching the fight and I'm seeing what's happening, now I guess you could say I quote unquote got an expectation because I'm seeing what you're capable of doing and what you're not doing, and the shots and angles and shit you opening up.
But two
I
cents,
will
two
say
cents to
for
be
me that
two cents
That
to be
was the
fair.
same thing as the
To be
Regis
fair,
fight,
two
though.
cents.
We think he had a really good
No,
performance
freaking
versus
hold
flyer,
on,
Regis,
freaking
Rico, hold
flyer.
on,
but
Rico.
still
Nobody's
in the
standing on
Regis
that.
fight. Hold on, let
What,
me finish. Let me
bro? You've been
say.
You cut
talking the
him
whole
But
off.
time.
still,
You
how
cut
you
him
just
off. Go
got
ahead,
done
Big
talking,
Dog
bro?
Willie. Go ahead, Big Dog Willie. You cut him off
What,
when he was saying something.
what I'm trying to
Go ahead,
say
Big
is
Dog.
2 cents. 2 cents boxing. This is what I'm gonna say. What did we expect? When he's in the
That's what
ring, he's gun shy. You
I
knew
get into that.
after the first, second, third round, he's gun shy. I knew the fight was gonna be like that for the rest of the fight. I like this dude ain't gonna throw no punches. Ramirez ain't gonna step on
Supreme
the
man.
gas.
Also, Big Supreme, click the
Huh?
link.
What you
No, I
say?
was telling Big Supreme it's a spot on the panel. Click the link.
Oh, I knew this shit was gonna happen, and the only thing I didn't know was gonna happen was Ryan. But that's a whole different story. But I mean, that's Devin. Devin was fighting very cautious. He was, I don't want to say he was nervous. He didn't look right. And just because his dad's talk a bunch of shit. So
I
where his
agree.
dad said, don't even believe it. His dad said he can go out there and knock out Hulk Hogan or Incredible Hulk. He don't listen to. No, for real. It doesn't matter what he says. Don't listen to his dad. But I'm just saying, in terms of Devin looked like somebody who came back from a layoff, who got his ass whooped, and he was kind of gun shy. Give him a couple more fights. That's all I'm gonna say. Give him a couple more fights. I don't want to sit there and harp on the dude because he had a bad comeback. And I don't know what's up with his training, but if this is something that he needs to figure out, seems like he's a little confused between his dad and the new dude that's in the group. So there's something going on.
Hey,
That's all I gotta say.
Hey,
Going back, going back to
Wait a
his
minute. I would like to respond to Big Dog
Hey,
Willie
wait,
real
2
quick.
cents. Hey, hold on.
Big Dog Willie,
For 5 seconds.
Yep.
5 seconds to Big Dog Willie. Yeah, he was gunshot, but that same guy got knocked out. That Mexican guy that fought Canelo, that just fought, he got knocked out. You see how he switched up his game plan? He ain't come in the fight doing the same shit.
and
That
I would like to add, Big Dog.
That
You done,
that's not
Rich?
Devin.
Hold on, Rich. I didn't want to cut you
yeah,
off. You
but he ain't
finished?
come. I'm talking about coming into the fight. You didn't even feel the nigga power. You already
Yeah,
coming in
McGay was
acting
going
like
to
you
say,
felt the
yep,
nigga power.
Yeah,
you're right.
yeah.
McGee did the same thing. He
And
was
You
covering up.
come into
to
the
be
fight
and
like
to
acting
be
like you felt the nigga power. You didn't even feel the nigga power yet. Like that's what I'm saying.
to be honest,
Nigga
Big
ain't
Dog
even.
Willie, I had expectations because of the way, like I said, that they talked. And then if you watched his Big Bear interview or whatever, he said that he was confident. They brung Shane Mosley in to teach him a few things. So I was expecting to see something a little different in the
exactly.
ring than what I saw. And then on top of that, yes, Devin had a year layoff, but remember that was by choice. I initially thought that he was
It
sitting out the
wasn't though.
year
He was
with
suspended,
Ryan.
Queen. He was suspended.
He wasn't suspended for that whole time. He could have went and took his physical and got his ass back in the ring. Cut it out. He didn't have to sit out that whole
It
time.
still would have been an 8-month layoff.
Oh my god.
Freaking flyer, let her
And,
let her
and
finish, dude. Let her
Jesus
finish,
Christ,
please.
bro. This guy, fly your ass away. But anyway, that was my initial reason really for wanting to see how Devin came in. I said that I wanted to see his confidence level. I said I wanted to make sure that he was what his father. I knew he's never been what his father said he was. He that's what his father wants him to be, but that's never been the type of fighter that I saw Devin as to begin with. I always saw him as a decent to good boxer. I never saw him as no killer or no guy that would really, really get in there and get to it. Now, facing adversity is something completely different, and that's a mental hump he needs to get over. And you are right. Let's see how he performs going into the next fight, and the next fight. But I will tell you this, and all you Haney fans on the panel and in the chat, I want you to hear me and hear me well. It is going to look different for Devin because he is going to be facing guys he is the same size as. No more fighting the senior citizen department at Box Rec. No more fighting guys that are like 4'11" and all that other crap. He's going to be facing guys that he's standing eye to eye with and just as big as him, playing just as many weight games as he plays as well. So he is going to look different because the higher he goes up, the harder they punch. So, I mean, just get used to it because this is what your fighter is going to look like from now on.
I mean, that's
I'm
good,
gonna
but
go back
y'all was
to
saying
my
that about
Hold on, y'all.
Ramirez
Hold on,
before.
y'all. Hold on, y'all. Shout out to I'm your leader on the panel.
Yo, what up, 2 cents? I just want to say Haney was not suspended for 8 months. Don't even try. They were going to line up a fight with Sandor Martin, and they decided not to do it in November. It's all up to that. It's usually a month to 2 month suspension. It's not like he got knocked out. Like, don't make excuses because Haney took a whole year off. That was his own decision.
Yep.
I was just taking from what Manager Marty said. Manager Marty said it was 8 months.
He was suspended indefinitely. Remember that he wasn't suspended.
Come on, you guys. Come on, you guys.
Let's not do that.
Come on. No.
All he had to do was go take his physical, boxing hacker. That's all he had to do.
Boxing hacker.
Regardless if he did it by choice or not, what's the difference? He still was out though.
Okay.
It don't matter if he did it by choice or not. It don't matter if it was by choice or not though. The fact that we saying is that he was out for a year. It don't matter if he chose to do it or whatever. He still had rust. That don't make the rust no different.
That was his own decision.
That don't make it don't matter. It don't make the rust no different just because he did it on his own accord.
I know, but
had he taken another fight,
so you making a meat argument. You just throwing stuff out there.
When
just
has Haney
to
ever done that? Haney's never done that before. He's in his prime.
When has he ever got cheated and what happened to him happened, bro? When has he ever touched the canvas?
For the man.
When has he ever touched the canvas,
How old
bro?
is he? He's a shot fighter now.
See, now this the thing that's crazy. Y'all want me to be quiet when y'all talk, but when I talk, all of y'all get to throw different things out into the conversation, and nobody says anything. But as soon as I get to say one little word while y'all talking, I get muted, I get thrown in the back, and all of the other stuff.
It was nobody's turn. It was nobody's turn.
But I was clearly talking, and then everybody.
First of all, the panel is open, Flyer Frequency. And you spending all this time talking about how nobody let you talk when we're sitting here listening and nobody's talking to you talk about nobody letting you talk. So say what you got to say so we can go to the next person.
Okay, yeah. What I was saying, when Devin had that fight with Regis Prograis, he had a great performance, but still after that, after beating Regis every single round, you still had people after the fight talking about, oh, Devin ain't taking no chances. Oh, Devin could have stopped him. He had Regis. He should have did this. He should have did that. So, just judging from that, that it don't matter what Devin do. Devin can probably knock somebody out and they're going to say, oh, it was accumulation of punches. He didn't just hit him with one punch and he went down. It's always going to be something. And that's why Devin chose to do what he did. He's saying F everybody else. I don't care what they saying. I got cheated by Ryan.
That's true.
I got cheated by Ryan. Everybody made me the villain. Everybody's praising this guy for cheating. The first time it ever happened. They throwing out all these crazy conspiracy theorists about how somebody gave Ryan these drugs instead of looking at the obvious and saying that this guy was cheating, bro. And then the last thing let me talk. Then the last thing is this. Everybody's talking about, Devin being at 147. First of all, this fight was at 143. It was at 143. It wasn't at 147 or 144 or whatever it was. 145. Yeah, and then on top of that, everybody's looking at Devin and saying, yo, he looks small in there. So if he looks small in there at 144, then how the heck was he a weight bully at 140? And all of these other things that y'all do, people just hating on him, bro.
Okay, Fling Fire, you went off way too long. Come on now.
All right, good. I'll land my plane. I'm landing right now.
My man's doing a Devin Haney speech, like the way he fought, man. Ross. So, yeah, what I'm saying is, when he fought Regis, I thought Devin fought really, really good in that fight. But the thing is, like Shakur, I always say, Shakur and Devin shouldn't change up their styles to please anybody else. They should fight their own style, because I don't want to see them lose if they change their styles, because I don't want no excuses. However, when you're fighting like someone like Ramirez, who's standing there, who's to say that when you're moving, you can't fire, like when you're moving on the way back, in and out? He wasn't doing that a lot. He was just moving back, and just waiting. And that's the problem. We're not expecting him to do a knockout, but fire on retreat, fire on the move. Don't just move. That's the problem. That's all it is.
I just want to add that, and this goes back to one of Ray Davis' comments. I mean, he said that, Devin had a strategy, but I mean, I don't believe he had a strategy.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, I think the plan I had a couple of thoughts in my head while watching the fight. Initially, I'm like, Devin is timid. He's scared. It looks like the ring is too small. And then it just popped into my head. Devin is just taking it safe because he wanted to get to that Ryan fight. And ultimately, he did so, played it safe, and pretty much won in the end. And, you know,
Yeah, that's it.
happened the
I
way
mean,
it
that's
happened.
part of it. Yeah, that's part of it. That's
And
good.
Keith,
I
that's a
forgot about
strategy,
that.
right? Playing it safe.
No,
Huh?
but one thing about it, that
That's
Devin's
still
always
strategy.
Devin's always had a strategy, right? Like Devin has that, and Bill Haney has always tried to come up with good strategies, and I think that was part of the strategy. One thing you have to remember is that Ramirez's corner was Robert Garcia, who was like me gonna be coach trainer of the year this year, right? Yeah, a whole host of fighters that have been doing really good, and no, Robert Garcia didn't expect that Devin Haney, if y'all remember.
What is
What
that noise?
what is that noise? Yeah.
I hear it too. Sounds somebody eating static.
Yeah, some stag somewhere. Oh, maybe it's my phone. I don't know. So Robert Garcia. So one thing about it is no matter regardless what people say, but Robert Garcia didn't expect that strategy. Remember, they trained hard to catch Devin Haney with the bow and arrow jab, right? And Devin threw little jabs, and they basically killed Robert Garcia's game plan. So exciting or not exciting, that strategy actually really worked well in their favor. It totally shut off what Ramirez was doing and Robert Garcia's strategy.
You're
So, I
right.
mean,
You're right.
That was a lot. That was a
but
lot.
that's what I'm saying,
no,
Boxer
it's
Hacker.
not a lie because even in the
Hold on, Boxer
Lomachenko
Hacker,
fight,
Boxer
yeah,
Hacker. Because once they got in the ring, right, and Devin Haney started doing him like he was doing him, and he realized how slow he was and how he could see his punches come. Like once he recognized all that, he should have stepped on the gas. Like it
And
was
she
right
right.
but
there.
that's
You
going
guys
away
have
from the
never
game
seen a
plan.
Ramirez fight?
That's
Ramirez is a shot
that
fighter,
goes
bro.
away from their game plan. Remember that 2 cents.
So,
Like if I have a game plan
It's
to
called
just
an
move
adjustment. It's
and,
called
and,
an
and punch.
adjustment.
right.
It's
No,
not
but
going
I don't
away
need
from
to
my
adjust
game
if the game
plan.
plan is
Two,
working. If you
two
only
things
adjust
can be
when
right
the
at the
game
same
plan is not
time in this
working.
situation, Boxer Hacker. You're right to the point where that may have been the game plan and whatever the case was. But Tusa does have a point. When you start seeing the openings and the value and taking over the fight, you have to take it over. You have to take advantage of it and step your foot on the gas. Now, with that being said, did Devin feel that Ramirez was trying to bait him in into taking over the fight, so he stayed on his game plan, so he didn't have to so he didn't overtake the fight the way that everybody would like him to do, because then he would engage more and that would put him in danger, especially coming off that layoff and the dismantling of that jaw.
Any of you see Ramirez's last fight? Any of you? Can you name? Can you
No,
name me who Ramirez fought?
highlights. I watch
Hold on.
highlights.
Yeah, I did. And Arnold Barbosa
He was
and him had
awful.
it out. They banged out.
He fought just the same way, bro. Ever since
He did.
he fought
So
Josh Taylor, this has been Ramirez.
You said
Ramirez
he
has been
fought the
gun
same
shy.
way? You said he fought the same way?
He's fought the same way.
So that
Ever
wasn't a
since
split
Josh
decision.
Taylor.
Ramirez
He
wasn't
fought
putting his
Josh
hands on
Taylor in
Barbosa?
2020, bro. This is the same Ramirez we've seen for 4 years.
I
And
don't know.
Devin Haney still couldn't
I
step
don't
on the
know.
gas.
It
He
might
knew
be.
exactly what Ramirez was bringing, and Devin Haney still ran around the ring from him. It was pathetic.
And I think that's my thing. And to Rich's point that he made before, is that him right there? This guy was pretty much tailor made for Devin to do his thing, right?
Exactly.
And it just appeared that he was just gun shy, and that's it. And like Big Dog Willie said, maybe he will progressively, warm back up. But I mean, we have to be honest, yo. This performance was not it. It just
Don't you remember
it.
the Ramirez that fought Maurice Hooker?
And
This is a completely different Ramirez. This is not the same Ramirez.
New on the panel. Shout out Richard.
Oh, I thought that was Rich still. My bad.
Who? Richard, what's your 2 cents? What you got?
Hey, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things, right? So I understand the Haney fans want to cope and cap and make up stories and all that stuff, but when you look at the fight, I paid attention to one thing. I paid attention to Bill's instruction, right? So first of all, after the very first round, Bill was very critical of Devin's inability to plant his feet and punch. You know, he criticized Devin's footwork, telling Devin to stop moving around like that. He needs to plant his feet. He needs to set himself, etc., etc. Bill was asking him to throw punches. I think by the second half of the fight, Bill was making comments as to his mental state. Bill was touching him on his head, telling him it's all in his head. I mean, I don't know if anybody else watched the fight, but
No,
I was
I
looking
Yeah,
at
no,
the
saw
I,
fight.
it.
I I saw that too, and you know what? It's easy for Bill to say because he wasn't the one getting his ass whooped. So I
So,
get what he was
I don't
trying
remember
to
him
do,
saying that at
but
all.
I do.
Yeah, but
But
go back and watch the fight, Hacker.
that's something that Devin is going to have to overcome by himself. It doesn't matter how many times somebody says that to you. If you yourself internally still have not gotten over that hurdle, then that's just their words are falling on deaf ears. You know what I'm
here's
saying?
here's
All
And
right,
my
that
thing.
let's just say he was gun shy. Okay, then what about?
So
Let's talk.
so
When we gonna
so
talk
so
about
that
them
point,
zero
right?
But hold on.
nanograms?
so am I
Hey,
gonna finish
hold
my
on. I
sentence
just
or
started
not?
talking, guys.
But the,
No, go
So
ahead, Rich. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
that kills this narrative that these guys are painting that that was the game
so
plan
it's a
for Devin
narrative.
to fight that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
No.
That
so
can't be
hold on,
true.
Rich.
No,
Hold on,
Once you
don't
y'all.
say
cut
Let
the
me off.
narrative,
Wait,
you
Oh
let
wait,
me
start.
that's
let
Rich
me let me be
hold
Finish.
honest
on,
here,
No,
y'all.
guys.
listen,
Let
listen,
him
man.
finish.
Everybody on here is speculating on
Hold
what
on,
happened.
I
hold
understand.
on.
I
Let
understand you want
him
to cut my
finish.
train
So
of thought,
hold
but
on.
let me finish. Let me
Hold
talk.
on. I've been quiet a
Wait,
little bit.
wait. Let him finish.
I
Let him
just
finish.
got on
Let
the
him get his
panel.
defense off. Go ahead, Rich. Finish
I
up.
just
Finish
made
up,
it on
Rich.
the panel. Come on, man. Yeah, so it's a lie. That was not the game plan. That was not the strategy. Next thing, I'm looking at Devin's face, his facial expression. Every time Ramirez charges forward, Devin gets wide-eyed and gets on his bike. His reaction to almost getting punched was a look of he was petrified. In the later rounds, I want to think it was round 8. I actually gave round 8 to Ramirez. I don't know the shutout you guys are talking about. I think it was 8, 10, and
And
11,
one. And one.
right? Ramirez started getting to Devin. Ramirez was hitting him clean with jabs, jabbing him straight to the chin. Because Devin was only protecting from the left hook. He wouldn't even adjust his fist. Devin had that right glove glued to the side of his face, right there, protecting his chin for the whole fight. He wouldn't even throw a power shot. I think his power shots were like what, 20 something for the whole fight.
You tripping.
They were pretty. He had a pretty low punch output anyway, though. The both of
It's,
them did. To
That's
be
cap,
he
honest
had
with
bro.
all
Cap.
power shots. He didn't have a jab output. So I don't know what stat you was watching.
He capped. That's all. It's cap.
I know he capping,
I
bro. He
actually
just
don't know
trying to
the
come up
number.
here with
I just had to
his
throw it out
narrative.
there
Talk
for
about people
somebody to
pushing
correct me.
narratives.
I
Go
don't
ahead,
remember
bro.
the number.
You wilding right now.
No, I ain't wilding. Come on, go
None
back
of
and
us
watch
were
the fight.
happy with Haney's performance, bro.
The
None
beauty
of
I
us.
like
about
his
it, right?
performance.
Turkey,
You liked
Turkey
his
we know.
always
performance.
posts.
Don't
Yes,
What
I
don't
did you
even
did.
like
engage.
about his
I am your
performance?
leader. Do
He
not
wasn't
engage
throwing. If
because
he
this is
wasn't
what he
throwing
does.
jabs, what
This
else
is
could he
what
be
boxing
throwing?
hacker does. Just
What
let him have
what
it.
Yo,
what
Todd.
did you
If he
enjoy? What did
wasn't
you
throwing
enjoy from his
jabs, what could he
performance?
have been
Oh my
throwing, bro?
God,
This
Hey,
is
here
it
like
we
a
was
Listen,
a
go.
barber
listen
shop.
flawless
to you
performance.
Here
What
we
are
guys
you
wouldn't
talking
go.
even
about?
let me talk. Come on,
All right, let Richard finish, guys.
Jesus Christ, Jesus.
Sorry.
Well, is logic that hard to listen to, guys? Come on.
Just talk, man.
When we gonna get to them nanograms and stuff?
Hold
That's what
on,
we.
Man,
guys.
shut your ass up and fly that drone. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
man.
Hey,
Rich.
Rich.
Haney was
Yeah,
pretty
but
Hold on,
pathetic,
Haney,
Rich.
bruh.
listen, Haney.
Please
In my
let Richard
opinion,
finish his damn thought so we can move
Hold
on.
on, y'all. Let
it's
him
my
finish.
opinion. I'm of the opinion that Haney is shot at least for this fight, his first fight back, right? And he was fighting a shot fighter because Ramirez was also very, very afraid to get touched by Haney. You could see
Yeah,
he
he's
was
a
very, very
34-year-old. We
cautious.
all
They
knew he
go
was shot.
Rich.
Yeah, he was really cautious on his approach. Every time Devin would throw a shot, you could see the way he was flinching and retreating. I mean, both of them were trash, and I'm
No,
not gonna
Jose
accept.
Ramirez is extra trash.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna accept all of the crutches that we're trying to give Devin about
You gotta
the
need to quit
year
this shit.
layoff,
You
talking
gotta
about the
really
year
quit this shit.
layoff, talking about
Here
I don't
the
we
think you
go.
guys
performance
know a
that he
lot
had with
about Jose
Ryan.
Ramirez. Jose Ramirez
Hold
ducked a
on,
bunch
hold
of
on.
fights
No,
because
no,
he
Y'all
knew
let
he
the
was
man.
wait,
there.
Hold
wait,
on,
wait,
y'all.
wait up.
Y'all let the man
I'm not
finish
gonna stay on
talking.
the panel. I just want to get my shit off and leave.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so all these crutches they're trying to give Devin about the year layoff, the beating he took. First of all, Rolly Romero got brutally knocked out in his last fight by Pitbull, right? And he was able to put on that performance against
He
the
ain't
guy that
getting
beat
knocked out,
Rolly.
bro. You lying again, bro.
That wasn't his last fight. That was his second to last fight. So yeah, he won his
Would
last
y'all
fight.
Still
let
didn't get
this
knocked
man
out.
finish? Y'all dragging this
No,
on longer than it needs
I'm
to
just
Even
be.
then, he
clarifying.
ain't
Well,
getting knocked out.
Yeah,
well,
but
Damn.
pause.
That wasn't his
Thanks
last
for the
Oh
fight.
my
correction.
Pitbull
God,
wasn't his
y'all.
last
Boxer
fight.
Thanks for
hacker.
the correction. But the point I'm trying to make is people have bad performances and perform well in their next outing, right? So for Devin to be unable to do that against the caliber of fighter he faced, it just proves that he's not elite.
He's not.
Okay,
He's not.
he's just
Winning
not
every
elite,
round is not a
and we
good
just have
performance now.
Can
no.
we
He's
let
not
this
not
man
against that
finish?
guy. Not against Jose Ramirez. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it
Jose
could have been a
Ramirez
draw.
was by far the
Oh
worst
my
fighter
God.
on the whole
Hey,
card.
yeah, but you're kind of hating, dude.
A
You're kind
worse
of hating.
fighter. He's
Richard,
he's
are
a
Yeah,
you
he was
former
the
finished?
worst
champion.
fighter
I
Wait,
on
don't
the
y'all,
know,
whole
let
bro.
him
card.
finish.
can I
Just
really
let him
say, well,
finish.
are
He
you
said
done,
he
Richard?
leaving
So I
after
can
this. Let him
respond to
finish.
Iron. Well, I ain't calling
Right?
him my leader. He ain't no damn leader, bro. But can I
Why
respond
Well,
to
not?
Are
yeah,
him?
you
yeah,
done,
yeah. I
Rich?
mean,
Hold on, Rich. Go ahead,
You
finish
done,
up. Land your
Richard?
plane, Rich. Land your plane.
man, that's it, man. These guys can't handle it. It's okay.
But Rich, you're kind of hating, though. You're kind of
All
hating.
right,
Don't.
No,
Richard.
he's
He ain't
Thank you
had
not.
for
no
coming
plane.
up,
He had a
Richard.
I'm
frisbee.
being
Y'all
very
stop. This
Exactly.
is why
objective.
people
His,
don't
his
come up here.
opinion's
I'm
Y'all
being
so
valid.
very
ratchet.
I'm
Y'all
being
so
very
ratchet. That's why
objective.
people don't come up here.
I'm being
He
Thank
very
you,
had a
objective in
Richard.
frisbee.
everything I'm saying.
Thank you,
His
Right?
Richard. We
opinion's valid.
appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank
Richard, I
you, bro. I
respect your
appreciate the
opinion.
opinion.
All right.
We appreciate
I
you
mean,
coming up and giving
what
your
did
two
Rich say
cents.
that was so? What did Rich say that
Egregious.
was so
Yeah,
alarming?
seriously.
Rich
Nah,
was making a whole lot of sense.
What
he
did he
painted
say
some
that was
narratives there.
facts?
Just like he said, I'm come up here, y'all out here painting narratives, and then the first thing he start doing is start throwing in the soup. Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, you doing the same thing. That's all I had a problem with. I don't really
Y'all
care
are
about
so
what he said.
ratchet. That's why people don't come up here. Y'all don't even
I
let
think
them
he had a good
speak.
point. Like, I think he had some good points, but the fact is that he's saying that, yo, I seen with my eyes this happened, and basically saying that because he's seen it. That's the narrative. Like, that's the way it's supposed to be. That's not what everybody else see. We don't all see the same thing, and I'm not telling him he didn't see things that were factual. But the fact is, you can't call anybody else a narrative pusher and then come up here thinking that that's cool. And nah, man, we don't do that. I don't point fingers
He
at
say
people.
something different
Ray,
than
Ray
everybody
is
else.
Let's
being a
get back to this
bully.
guy.
Ray is being a bully.
I don't know. I watched it all on your favorite show, Coach Malachi's, and we all
I don't
scored it
watch
a
that,
draw.
so I
We
don't
all
know what
Wow.
scored
you're
it a
talking
draw.
about.
Wow.
I don't.
So you said that's the same. You said Jose Ramirez fought the same fight against Barbosa.
Yes, he did. Jose
Great.
Ramirez
So
hasn't been the
why
same
did that
since
fight go
Josh
to a split
Taylor.
decision?
Have you not seen the Josh Taylor
Why did that
performance? That
fight go
was
to a
like
split decision?
5
No,
years
no,
ago.
no. You,
Come
you
on,
That was
y'all.
asked me.
One
5
at a
All
years
right.
time. I
ago.
So
can't even hear what y'all saying.
I'm
I
trying to.
don't
Yeah,
think you know a
exactly.
lot about Jose Ramirez, my
Bro, you
guy.
said yes. Hold on. You
You
said
don't know a
yes. So
lot.
I'm asking you, why did that fight go to a split decision?
Oh, because you
Is
listen to
Ramirez?
the
Can
card?
you
Because
tell?
Barbosa keeps his hands in his pockets too.
Oh,
Barbosa
okay.
ain't
So you're
that
saying
great.
that
Look at
Devin put a better
Barbosa versus
fight than
Tio.
Barbosa. That's what you're
Oh
saying,
my
right?
God.
Jose Ramirez was awful. Jose
But
Ramirez has
are
not
you?
been the same fighter since
That's
Josh
fine.
Taylor. That's the
I
same
I
Jose
hear you.
Ramirez that didn't fight and got married. Top Rank gave him a bunch of opportunities and he passed on them to get married. And he's
I
been
hear
in and
you.
out of the ring.
I'm just
He's not
asking
been
a
the same.
question.
This is not the
Listen,
Maurice Hooker, Josh Taylor. Like you're not gonna try to flip the narrative on
YL.
Jose Ramirez.
Listen,
This guy was a
listen,
shot
bro.
fighter. A shot
Why is you,
fighter, bro.
yo? Okay, you
So why
answer the
y'all thought he was gonna beat Devin? Then is what I'm
No
Okay,
saying.
one
okay.
thought he was gonna
Hold
beat
on,
Devin.
hold
No
on.
one thought he was going to
Listen,
beat Devin.
I
We didn't
sure as
think
hell
Devin
didn't
was
think
going
man.
that.
to be so pathetic. We thought Devin was going to stop him. Personally, I
Okay,
did, just
but
because
there
I
you
knew Jose
go.
Ramirez coming
That's
in.
the point. Exactly what you just said. But listen, are you saying that Devin's a better fighter than Barbosa because he washed him compared to what Barbosa did?
Devin and Barbosa are kind of similar right now.
So
Barbosa is kind
how is it that one
of
fighter?
nothing
Hold on, you
special.
just said that
There's nothing
Barbosa and
special
him.
about Barbosa.
I'm
Jose
asking because you
Ramirez
said
is
he
a
fought the
shot
same way. So
fighter.
if they fought the same way,
Devin
shouldn't
Haney
Barbosa
did
have
nothing
washed him?
special against Jose Ramirez, so they're kind of alike.
But there's two different
But what?
results in the fight.
But what? Devin Haney ran around the ring
Look,
a shot
there's two
fighter.
different results in the fight.
Hey,
Man, when we gonna get to these
you can't make
nanograms, bro?
Oh
excuses for
my
Devin
God.
Haney
You say that
anymore.
All right,
again,
I'm good,
frequent.
bro. I'm good. You stuck in you got your underoos on, bro. Stop wearing them on your face, by the way. But go ahead.
See?
All right, hold on,
Bully.
y'all. Coach Eddie, what up, Coach
Oh man,
Eddie?
he's mad. I mean, Devin Haney should have performed well. You wouldn't be so upset.
Hold on, I am your
I
leader,
don't
Coach
care
Eddie.
if he
What
did
you
or
got?
didn't. I don't get paid to.
Coach
I don't
Eddie.
get paid to root for these people. Oh, I do. Somebody said I do, but
You
I don't
getting
believe
paid?
that.
You acting like you defending him. You acting like you get paid to
I'm not.
defend him.
I'm asking
You
you
sound like a
questions,
Haney
but you're not
lawyer.
answering the
You
question, bro.
sound like a Haney
Listen,
lawyer, my guy.
the panel. Listen, bro. The
Are
panel's
you a
not me
lawyer
and
for
you.
Devin Haney?
First of all, It was
gotta
a
stop
question
lawyering.
because you just made a statement. So I was going with your statement. I asked you a question on it. That's it, bro. We good. We good. I don't give a shit.
I mean, I know you
I'm
can't
sorry.
be
I
pleased
don't
with
care that
Devin
much.
Haney's
We
performance,
good.
bro.
The
You
fight.
know you
Okay,
can't
let's
be
go.
pleased
Let's
with
go.
his
Let's go to
performance.
Coach Eddie. Come on, let's stop it. Stop it. Stop
Coach
it.
Eddie, you there? I don't know if Coach Eddie can hear me.
Coach
Coach
Eddie, you good?
Eddie.
Coach Eddie's sparring right now.
Well, then
How
he.
long we
Well,
gonna talk about this running in
oh my
circles though?
God, frequent. Get to what you want to know. The nanograms. Go ahead, please. Get it off
frequent,
your heart.
frequent,
God damn.
frequent. You ain't gotta talk about it no more, bro.
Ooh,
For real. He getting on my
got dropped.
nerves.
Yo, is that his first day he got dropped on?
Of
No.
He
course
been
it
getting
ain't,
Hell
dropped.
bro.
no.
Come on, bro. You know
No.
better.
Look at him. Two pages. You know he used to getting dropped with 2 and
The
3
problem
pages.
isn't
Look at him.
the problem
This
isn't
nigga
even
popped back up like
no
night happened, yo. Frequent is
frequent. The problem
hilarious.
isn't even that Devin's whack. That's not the problem. The problem is people are just saying it was a trash performance from Devin and Ramirez, and that none of you guys are admitting that. You lot are making a bunch of excuses. That's the
Facts.
problem. That's the problem. When
Facts.
No, I'm not saying it wasn't a trash performance, or if it was,
And what the heck
if it
is you
wasn't, or if it
arguing about?
was.
And what are you
Boxing
What I'm
arguing
haters
saying,
didn't
about?
what I'm
like his
talking about is
performance.
the unrealistic expectations that y'all had on Devin coming off of
Who
what he everything
had
that he came off
unrealistic
of.
Against
expectations?
Jose Ramirez? Of course I thought he was going to knock him out. I know what Jose Ramirez brings.
Okay, you might be one of the
The fuck?
unicorns that thought that Devin Haney was going to knock out Ramirez, but
I
Of
never
course.
said.
I
That's
was
what
hearing a
I
Shane
lot of
never
Mosley
people
and
said
Bill
that.
saying
Haney were saying.
Devin is
That's
shy.
what Shane Mosley
Devin,
and
he
Bill
gonna
Haney
hit
was
that.
saying.
He a power puncher. He Devin size.
Hey,
This
so
the first time he's
Frequent,
fighting somebody that's
frequent.
his
Where were
size.
you
He
at when
gonna
they were
I
stop
saying
said
that?
that.
Devin
Yes,
and all of
I
that.
remember
And
saying
now
that. I
y'all
remember
changing
saying
y'all
he gonna
tune.
stop him,
hey,
but I did say
frequent.
that's the first time he said it's not his
Y'all
style.
changing y'all tune
Canelo
now.
lost. Canelo
Hey,
lost.
We're not
frequent.
on
Canelo
Canelo
lost.
yet, Coach Eddie. We're not. We
Hey,
not on
No,
Canelo
I'm
hey,
yet. But
dead
I
frequent.
serious.
agree.
I ain't being funny. He lost the fight.
Hold on,
I'm
I
being
think
dead serious.
Coach Eddie back, y'all. We can hear from Coach Eddie. Go ahead,
Hey,
Coach.
Go
hey,
ahead, Coach
frequent.
Eddie.
Hold on. Let Rich say something. Rich just got back on the panel. Go ahead, Rich.
No, I ain't
No,
gonna say
Coach,
that.
it was on Coach though,
It's
wasn't
on
it?
Coach Eddie.
Hey,
It's
hold
on
on. I
Coach
ain't done.
Eddie. Rich,
Damn,
it's
son.
on Coach Eddie. Go ahead, Coach Eddie.
Now, look, I done cut the front yard. I'm dead serious. I'm out here cutting grass. I done cut the front yard. Y'all still beating the man up. Now, look, okay, everybody agreed that Devin Haney probably didn't do what he's supposed to do. But we just going to glaze over the fact that Canelo Alvarez lost that fight last night. That man throwed
You were
100
just on
and
Phantom saying the same
I
thing,
just
bro.
don't think that we
I'm
got
gonna
there
say
yet,
the
Coach
same thing
Eddie.
over here.
I don't think
He
we got
You're a
there
Rob
yet.
I'm gonna
Canelo
tell
Skull,
you.
hater,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell
bro.
you why
We
the
can't
man
take
lost
you
the fight.
seriously. You
No, I'm
always
gonna tell you
agree
why the
about
man,
Canelo.
bro. Why you
I'm
gonna
your
cut me
leader,
off,
bro.
man?
Why
Let him
I
talk.
not?
don't
I'm
cut.
your leader.
I've been cutting the grass. I ain't said nothing.
I
Canelo
don't
lost
think
that
that we
fight.
glazed over it. I just don't think we got there yet, Coach Eddie. I think
Oh,
we.
my fault. My fault. Well, you know, I mean, at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
let it stew on Haney for a bit.
He
okay.
said
Let me go
he
back
done
and cut
cut
the
the
grass.
whole
When I
grass, and
come
y'all
back, y'all
still
still
going
go.
around in
Yo,
circles, bro.
time out. Coach Eddie. Finish saying what you were saying. Go ahead. I'm your
I'm
leader. You
just
got
saying
it.
the
Let's
reason
go.
why.
Fall back.
Then y'all can get back on Devin. Reason why I say Canelo lost that fight, and I'm not the only one. Cause one of them judges had it 7 rounds to 5. They gave
No, I
score
agree.
5 rounds. Now check this out. We ain't gonna mention the fact that Canelo threw the second least amount of punches in boxing history. This man threw 158 punches. This supposed to be
And
the
only
face of
landed
boxing.
50.
This supposed to be a legend, right? The face of boxing, the Mexican legend. This dude did absolutely nothing. 158 punches. Ain't nobody talking about that though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all
And
got
only
people
landed
got all
50,
this hate
bro.
for Devin. And understand, got all this hate for Devin, but Canelo didn't do a goddamn thing.
I would like
Throwed
to know
100.
what y'all consider hate, yo. I'm seriously starting to concern myself with the verbiage that we use because I
Well,
would
I ain't
like to
gonna
know what
say
y'all
hey. I'm just
consider
gonna say a
hate.
lot of conversation. And how about that? I mean, y'all know
Sugarcoat it for him, Eddie.
it's a topic, and it's popular to talk about Devin Haney. Cool. Like I say,
You just had a
I'm a Devin Haney fan, and I already said Devin Haney to me, I was disappointed in the performance. I expected more, and I can say that as a fan, I expected more based off what he said. I thought he was going to do more. He didn't do it for whatever the reason of he didn't do it. But they ain't got Canelo lost the fight in my opinion. Now they always talk about Canelo supposed to be this great fighter. Great fighters know how to cut the ring off. Mike Tyson knew how to cut the ring off. Triple G knew how to cut the ring off. Guy named Joe Frazier knew how to cut the ring off. Marvin Hagler knew how to cut the ring off. So if you're a great fighter, how can you not cut the ring off?
Well,
How can you
William
not trap a guy
showed.
in the corner? How can you not put a guy in the corner and beat up on him? How can you not put a guy up against the ropes and get him out of there? That's all I'm saying.
Yo,
Everybody talking about these guys run. They're always making excuses. Talking about, oh, the guy should have ran. How about the guy cutting the ring off and
William
stopping the
Skull
guy?
didn't
How
stop
about that,
moving, bro.
We
William
saw
Skull
Tank do
was
it to
hip
Frank
hopping
Martin, bro.
around the ring.
bro? I don't gave you an example. Hold on, I don't gave you an example. A guy named Terrell Biggs tried to do that same crap against Mike Tyson. What did Mike Tyson do to him? Stalked him down and got him out of there. That's what good fighters do to runners. A good pressure fighter is going to catch him runner, put him up against the rope, and beat up on him and get him out of there.
Well,
Tank
William
got Frank
Skull
out of
should
there.
have fought like
Yeah,
Munguia at
let him
least.
do that to Duran, and they're both good fighters, right? And Sugar Ray Leonard still beat Duran. I made him quit with that same
Maybe
thing.
if William Skull fought like Munguia, he could have won.
Who?
Y'all can go back. Y'all can go back to Devin now. I didn't want to get that out there. Go ahead.
I think Rich had something to say. Rich, you had something to say?
Get to watch the whole fight, so I really don't have an opinion
You
on
ain't
it,
missed
'cause
much.
I didn't watch the Canelo fight. I fell asleep like the third round.
I think
Oh
it's hard to.
man,
That's cool. Let's get to them nanograms.
I think he just wasn't landing enough. I think
Frequent, you
Canelo's
so
shots
lucky
was
I
very
don't got the
clear.
power to get your ass out of here because
Yeah,
you the big
William Skull was running around the ring like Haney was. It was
He
really
was
bad.
he was running around the ring.
It was working. The thing is, like
He
people
just
say
was
running.
hippity hopping in around the
So
ring.
People
not
can
why
say
is
that,
it
but
that?
it works.
So
The
why
style
is it
works.
that
It
William
works
When you
Skull
go
well.
into
lost
a
and Devin
fight
Haney
versus
won?
Canelo, you can't do that. You can't expect to win
What
on
are
the
you
start
talking
skipping
about?
and
It's
hopping.
called
Canelo has
lateral
problems with that
movement,
style.
bro. Lateral
Canelo literally
movement.
Yeah,
has
That shit was
running
clean as
Hey,
hell
hold
from
on.
Rich
Hey,
running
Skull.
around
hey,
the
can I
ring.
say something real quick? Hey, Coach Eddie. Hey, Coach Eddie.
What's up, brother?
How you speak all that shit about Shakur, but you co-signed Devin performance and William Skull performance?
I didn't co-sign Devin performance. I said he disappointed me, bro.
He's
What you talking
co-signing
about?
William Skull's
But you
performance.
He
co-signed
just want
William
to start an
Skull.
argument with you,
I'm not
bro.
calling. I'm saying he won the fight.
Hold on. But
He
you
did not
just
win the fight, bro.
you
Come
Did
on,
I?
bro.
you just said William Skull beat Canelo, and
Did I
he
ever?
ain't do shit.
Did
He
I
ain't do
ever say
shit.
Shakur lost the fight? Did I ever say Shakur lost the
Man,
fight? Did I ever
But you
say
didn't
that?
say
the one
William
that
Did I
Skull
ever say Shakur
beat
lost the fight?
Canelo.
How did Shakur get in this conversation?
Nah, because I heard this man say so much stuff about his skills and brought up all the times that he did what he did.
Ah,
But
man,
you
you
sit
just
back
want to
and
come at
co-sign.
me, bro. Let me go back and
You
cut the
want to
grass,
co-sign?
man.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead,
bet.
Hey, go
dog.
and cut the
Go
grass.
ahead,
I
bro.
got
Mow
this,
that grass,
Coach
bro.
Eddie.
Yeah, man.
I bet when
Your
it's
ass
Mow
up,
that fucking
Frequent.
grass, bro.
Nah,
when it's somebody else, you want a dick ride.
nah. You know what?
What
Rich
is
has a
going
point, man.
on?
Because you know
Real.
what? Now Rich has a point because
You,
When somebody
everybody else
else
is
need his
fighting.
dick ride and start talking other stuff, oh, he did good, he did
what's up?
this. Nah, keep the same energy, man.
Yeah, keep
What's
the
up?
same.
Come on,
Man, what
y'all.
you
Don't get
talking about, man?
mad,
You
bro.
still
Come
Rich
yapping
on.
about nothing,
Rich
bro.
Rich
Don't
done
I
get
made
told you the
mad,
man
bro.
didn't
Come
do
on,
nothing.
bro.
Shakur. This
I
is
told you I was
hilarious.
Man, like
disappointed. What else
dick
you want me to
riding, man.
say? What
So
else I
be
want you to
disappointed
say?
with
Hilarious.
Don't
William
get
Skull.
mad, bro. Come
He
on,
over
Why
there
y'all.
aren't you
homo stuff,
disappointed
Absolutely.
with
man.
William Skull?
No,
How you
what?
gonna
Like,
say
William
William
Scott, he
Skull
won
beat
the fight.
Canelo? No, he
He
didn't.
won. Cause
You
Canelo
were
didn't do
just on
nothing, bro.
Phantoms
How
and
can you
conceded that
win the
William
fight? You
Skull did
didn't.
not win the fight.
How can
Now you coming
you
over
lying?
here and
I
saying
did
William
say
Skull
William
won the
Skull
fight.
won the fight. I did
On
say
the
he won the
Phantoms,
fight.
on the Phantoms channel, you
Yes, I
just said
did.
William Skull lost the fight.
That's a
When did you
lie,
say
bro.
that?
Oh,
You
Coach
No,
lying,
he's
Eddie, did
saying
you
dog.
just get
Canelo.
double
You
He's saying
lying,
teamed?
man.
Canelo
Coach
lost,
Eddie?
bro.
You
With the
lying.
evidence that William Skull
Coach
just
Eddie
hopped
saying
around the
You
different
ring and
things
didn't
on
do
different
you
enough.
lying.
channels?
You
You
Oh,
ain't
lying.
got
listen,
you,
bro.
Coach
Now
Eddie.
You
you
lying.
flip flopping.
Coach
You
Go,
You
flip
Eddie.
lying,
flopping.
bro.
you
You
can't
lying.
trust
All right,
You
hold
Will
flip
on,
Skull
You
listen.
with
flopping,
Hold
bro.
on,
lying.
everything
hold
on his
on, hold
You
face.
a
on,
flip
hold on.
flopper.
Hold on, there, leader. You coming over here? Listen, let me say this. I don't know what he said on no other channel. I can't be the judge of
Yeah,
that,
he's
but
flip flopping.
we just gonna
Man,
go
you
by what
coming
he
over here
saying now
trying
because
to
you trying to.
capping, bro.
We're not
Yeah,
doing
you
that. We're
flip
not doing
flopping,
that.
bro.
He said you flip flopping and diddy bopping, Coach Eddie. What's up?
Man, I don't care nothing about what this clown talking about, man.
He
This
said
man is a
William
I
chump.
Skull
tell
was
you,
hip hopping and
don't be
around the
coming
ring
over
and didn't
here.
do enough on the other channel. Now he's
No,
coming over here and
bro,
saying William Skull won
you
the
lying.
fight. It's crazy,
You
bro.
lying. You
It's
lying.
crazy, bro. I
Oh,
You
yeah.
swear.
lying. You
I
It's
ain't
lying.
saying
Sunday.
it.
I
Don't
swear.
be
You
trolling,
lying.
bro. Don't be
Anyway,
trolling.
this dude
Go back
I
and
am leaders.
grass, bro.
You're a troll, man. You are a troll.
What
Hell
difference
no.
do
I
it
come
make
with
what he
nothing but
said on a
facts, bro.
different channel? Anyway, though, he's saying this on this channel.
But anyway, so what we talking about? We're not gonna do that other channel, whatever. Coach Eddie say whatever he say over here. So he say he feel like William Skull won the fight, but Coach Eddie, they saying how can you say that, but then be disappointed with Devin Haney's performance? I think that's what they trying to get at.
No,
But
Rich was saying that he
but Coach
said
A
something about
didn't say he
Shakur.
liked.
That's what Rich was
No,
saying.
but
Nah,
Coach
he
A,
always
Coach A didn't
speak
say he
on how
liked the
Shakur
performance.
fight and how
So
Shakur ain't
partly,
shit and all types of
Yeah,
stuff. But quick to
Man, I ain't
that's
quick to
mentioned
true.
Shakur
Shakur
That's
name
ain't
in
true.
a
shit.
That's
month,
true.
bro. Nobody
Yeah,
even
that's
talks
true.
about Shakur.
Yeah,
Nobody even
man.
talks about
I bet.
Shakur.
Yeah, that's
I
true. That's
bet.
true. Coach Eddie, you
Nah,
do be getting on
you
Shakur.
just one of them people that I remember that you hate on Shakur, man. But then Dick ride these performances.
Man, why
Yeah,
y'all always
you
come with
can't.
the homosexual
This
tendencies,
dude
bro?
smashed
All
him.
this homosexual talk. I don't do that type of stuff, man. That's that
But
new
Yeah,
Coach
booty
Skull was
Eddie,
stuff,
Coach
man.
Eddie,
embarrassing.
Coach Eddie, Coach Eddie, hold on, Coach Eddie, you do get on Shakur a lot, and you just can't flip sides and be like, oh well, somebody need to learn how to cut off the ring type shit. You can't do that, man.
Man, no,
No,
hold on.
hold on, guys.
Y'all
Hold
Wait,
on.
acting like he
wait.
said.
Y'all want to be up here talking about some flip flopping and diddy bopping when boxing hacker be flip flopping and diddy
All
bopping
the
Wait,
and
wait.
time.
pussy popping
All
on the
the
handstand.
time.
Yeah, boxing
I don't
All
know
hacker.
what
We're
any of
the
not.
those
I'm
words
not
time.
talking
mean.
Yeah,
about.
you
I'm
can
not
diddy
talking
bop
about.
him
I'm
I
up.
not
don't know
talking
what
about
any of those
boxing
words
hacker.
mean.
You said
I
you
I'm
ain't
like
not talking
asking
about
boxing
boxing
hackers
hacker.
actually.
today.
But wait, one thing people have to remember, Coach Eddie's not saying he liked William Skull's performance. He never said that. Nor did he say he liked Devin Haney's performance. He just said that he felt like William Skull won the fight, which is a fair assertion. So I
He
mean,
did
just to
not
be
win that
fair,
fight.
They miss all of
he's
that
not
part,
saying
bro. They
that
miss all of that
Hey,
he
part.
likes that
hey,
style or he likes
I'm
that
not gonna lie,
performance.
that
He's
was a
saying
good one,
that
Boxing Hacker. I'm not gonna lie, that was a
hey,
good one.
yeah,
That was a
Boxing
good
Hacker,
one.
don't co-sign that shit, man.
Hey, I
That
don't
man,
think
that man
anyone on this
always,
panel
it
that
is
thought
what it
man,
is,
Canelo lost
man.
that
Get him,
fight
that
Rich.
except
man
for
always
Coach
You
say,
have
Eddie.
to be fair
that
about
Get
that.
him,
You
Rich.
know,
that man always talking about Shakur this,
I
Shakur
get
that.
it.
He ain't got this, he ain't got that. But them same people that he's saying that didn't cut off the ring and all that stuff, they don't do that to Shakur. So
Exactly.
why you ain't
Exactly.
saying nothing like
I,
that?
Exactly.
I get it. I get it.
Why you ain't talk that good on Shakur? Come on, man,
I
he a
get it.
wild nigga.
Well,
You
all
gotta
he
admit.
said, hold on. All he said, Rich, somebody got a mute. I think that's you, Rich. You got a lot of feedback. All he said was he think William Skull won the fight. He didn't say I performance. Basically, what he's saying is he feels as though William Skull did more than Canelo. I think that's what he's saying. I didn't see the fight, but I'm just been hearing people talking about it. So he
No.
didn't say he liked his performance. He didn't say any of that. He just said he think William Skull won the fight. I think I'm gonna have to mute you while you got some feedback.
William Skull did the same thing. He used lateral movement, and Canelo couldn't never cut off the ring to get to him. And whenever Canelo got close, he pot shot at Canelo and threw maybe a 1-2 shot to him.
Yeah.
And Canelo never caught up to him. So that's why he's saying that he think that William Skull won the fight. I think he did too, but I knew they gonna give it to Canelo.
What is it, like
Somebody
a
phone
Halen
keep
laugh or
ringing.
something?
Yeah, y'all are
Will
funny as
somebody
fuck.
get that damn Motorola track phone that's ringing, please?
Oh shit. Yo, have fun watching William Skull, bro. Oh fuck. Oh shit.
What's next, Toussaint?
Well,
Because
it's
I
like
mean, we
Laura
done
fought
beat this horse
Canelo.
to
So
death.
we seen the Canelo Crawford fight got announced. Now they finally announced the fight officially. They got in the ring. So I guess we can assume the fight is happening. I'm
Hey, Two
still
Cents.
skeptical.
I got a
What's
question.
up?
Did you say the Tank Lamar Roach rematch was official last week?
No, I said that it was never official, so it couldn't have been postponed when everybody was saying they postponed it.
But
But
didn't
I
you say
think
the rematch was on?
they said it was on for July 19th, I believe was the new date they was
But I
talking
can't
about.
find anything about it. Where did you hear that?
It's called Connections. Anyway, Toussaint, you were saying
Oh, nah,
Oh,
bruh.
don't
Where did
change the
you hear
subject that
that? I
fast.
just want to know
Don't
so I
do
can look it
that.
up myself.
Don't change the subject that fast.
I didn't change the
Yeah.
subject. I answered the question, then I moved on. Keep up. I said they're
You
I
called
said
seen it on
connections. You said connection, and you
I
stopped there.
said they're
I
called
seen it on X.
Connections, and what else?
I seen it on X, but I don't know who posted
Because
like
I've
where
been
I came
looking for
across
it. No,
that.
I want to see the rematch, so I just been looking for it and I can't find anything. I saw a Sports Illustrated article about Eddie Hearn saying that the rematch is in doubt, like that
I would
same
like to know
day.
how Eddie Hearn would
But
know.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
Because
I
And
he
then
tried
I
got
looked
looking
it up.
for it.
I
connections.
read go to like Boxing Scene 24 or something because I read an article too about a fight they just added to that card. So go I don't remember it exactly where I read this stuff. I be reading a lot of shit and seeing a lot of shit on Twitter.
All right.
But
Nah, that fight ain't gonna happen soon, man. That
Yeah,
fight,
I
nah.
just don't think it's gonna happen either, to be honest.
Yeah.
If
You
if
know who he
Lamar
is going to fight? He's going to fight Jake Paul.
if
Yeah, I
Lamar
think so. I really do. That's
Yep.
what I think is
Jake
gonna
Paul all the
happen.
way.
Here we
So,
go.
so
We
we
back
just
to
not gonna
today.
talk about none of the other fights on the card.
Oh my God! Go ahead, freaking. What is it that you want to say so damn urgently?
He wants to say Ryan Garcia
I hear
lost
people
because he didn't
talking
have
bad about.
steroids. He
Come
wants to
on,
say
bro.
Ryan Garcia
Let
lost
me
because he
say
didn't have
what I want to
steroids.
say. Don't. Come on, bro.
let them talk. I'm your leader. Go ahead,
Yeah, I
Frequent. You
can.
got
First
2
of all,
minutes. Go.
I hear people like cooking everybody on the card. You know, saying that everybody performance was bad. Even Tio. I disagree. I think Tio had a good performance. I think he did a little too much showboating, but for the most part, Tio put out a dominant performance. Y'all, I don't
His
see how people don't
performance was
agree with
just
that.
better than
I thought
everyone
he had the
else's.
exactly. I thought his performance was better than
But
everybody else's. To be
it wasn't
honest.
like exquisite or nothing. It's just everyone else was so bad that his stood out over the others.
I would say that the matchup was better. He was more dominant in the fight.
I mean,
You know, it's been
Barbosa and Jose Ramirez fought the same. They just didn't throw punches and came to their opposition. Tio just
I'm
took
your leader.
advantage
Let them
more.
talk, bro. Stop cutting them off. Let them talk. Go ahead,
We're
Frequent.
having
Let
a
them finish
yeah,
up.
dialogue.
and I think Rolly was second. You know, Devin third, and Ryan, you know, with the 0 nanograms in the system, just showed why, you know, we think that he was cheating. He definitely was cheating because he looked different. He
Picograms.
was smaller. He was at a bigger weight class, but he was smaller. Come on, how that add up, bro?
That is like that's so dumb that people
He
say
looked
that
the
stupid
same to
shit.
me. He didn't look
That's
smaller
No,
or in it at all. He looked the same.
stop
No,
it.
he wasn't the same, bro.
Stop it,
He
bro.
definitely
He
looked
just didn't
bigger.
perform the same, but he looked the
He
same.
made
I think Rolly would look good.
he made Rolly look like Bud Crawford out there. But he hit yo,
Now you stretching it, bro. Now you really stretching it.
Rolly hit Ryan with the same double hook that Crawford hit Earl with, bro.
But
He hit
let's
him with the
not give
same
credit
thing.
to Haney. It's
Yo,
Rolly
Frequent,
that
you're
beat
going to hell
Ryan,
on
Bro,
that,
not
we
bro.
not
I mean,
talking
Haney.
about
hello.
Haney. We passed the Haney
I
part,
know. So
please.
Rolly beat him. So don't try to bring up
Yeah, I'm talking about
drugs.
the fight, bro. I can't talk about
Then
how
don't bring
Rolly
up
caught him with the
drugs. Don't bring up PEDs.
I'm talking about Rolly and Terrence Crawford. I'm making a comparison, bro. He
But
looked
you
like
brought the
Bud out
PEDs
there,
in it.
bro.
You
He was
said
catching the
PEDs.
left hook. He was catching the left hook with one hand and hooking off with the other hand. He looked just like Bud out there. Because the way Ryan was fighting, he just
I
Because
think
went
we
back
can
Ryan
to
didn't
his
have
all
regular
PEDs in
self.
his
agree
system.
that
And
we
the
were
one
He
all
person
went
who
back
fought
to
is
his
still
regular
underwhelmed
Petty.
by
self.
that performance.
He went
I
back
was
to his
not
regular
impressed by
self.
anybody on that card.
He went back to his regular self before the
Hey,
Ostarine.
look,
No, don't bring up
Coach Eddie
Oscar, and then you're
called it,
bringing
though.
up
Coach Eddie
Haney.
said
Don't
Rolly
bring
No,
was
it
we
up.
got to
petty
bring up
already.
Ostarine because
No.
he still had some in his
Frequent
system.
fire.
It was
Bro, nobody want to talk about that.
0.0009
This fucking
Alright, you
nanograms.
guy.
done?
This
You
fucking
done,
guy.
Frequent? You done?
Dang, I can't even finish. Go ahead, y'all got it since y'all ain't
let's
gonna let
be
You're
me
not a
talk.
honest.
Go ahead.
pharmacologist. You don't
Hey,
know how much that affected Ryan
Yo,
Garcia.
I
Coach
said
Eddie,
enough. Go ahead.
Coach Eddie called it, though. Rolly
hey,
looked good,
hey,
man.
hey, hey,
I don't think it was right. I think Rolly just fought
let's
really
be
well.
honest. Let's be honest. Rolly was the shittiest fight on that card,
Facts.
and he won.
Facts.
I think Jose
He was the
Ramirez
He
shittiest.
was.
looked good, though.
Really? Rich?
No,
I
Somebody
don't
tried to
know,
say he.
Rich.
No,
I
Somebody.
think Jose Ramirez
Rolly got a
was.
good
Really?
trainer, man. He got a new trainer,
Really?
man. We got to give him his
Rolly
props.
better.
Hold on. That's what y'all probably like y'all don't like a fighter style and that they be trash and shitty and can't fight and do all this other shit just because you don't like their style. I've been telling y'all Rolly been getting better. I said that fight with Pitbull is the best I've ever seen Rolly. He's getting better. Nobody wants to acknowledge that the man getting better. Y'all just
Well,
remember
Ishmael
old
Salas is
Rolly.
the reason for
And
that.
hold on, I'm your leader. Hold on, you're not gonna cut me off. Y'all just remember a fighter at a certain point in their career and y'all get stuck there. Y'all can't acknowledge if they're getting better and y'all can't acknowledge if they're getting worse. And that be y'all
Well, let's
problem.
do this.
Rolly has been getting better throughout all this time, and he proved that against Ryan Garcia. He was able to implement a game plan. He was able to keep Ryan Garcia. He took his hook away. He was able to react and counter Ryan Garcia when he did try to throw the hook, and he rocked him and stopped him, and he stopped on that goddamn hook. Rolly had an excellent game plan, and he implemented it very well in that fight. Y'all keep wanting to say he was a shitty fighter, but how? He just exhibited that he's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I felt
lost
To
some
be
fights.
Okay,
fair, I
listen,
don't
listen.
know if
Wait,
he
wait,
would
wait.
have
Can I
done
say
that
something?
if Ryan was on
Can wait,
Ostarine,
wait,
though.
wait.
Nah.
You
Can,
gotta
wait, wait.
stop
Can
this
I?
What
shit,
she's saying
frequent.
is,
You
Can,
gotta
I think
stop
what
this
she's
hey, hey,
shit,
saying,
can I?
frequent.
I think what
Hey,
Rich is
two
saying
cents.
is
Can I say something?
Go
Two
ahead,
cents.
because
Can
Rich.
I say
Go
something?
ahead, Rich. Go ahead, Rich, and then
At what?
Dragon. You can go.
At 147. Anybody in the top five, Rolly gonna get his ass whooped. I'm willing to bet anybody on this. And Rolly,
I
if
can
you
agree
gonna
with
say
that.
Rolly's a good fighter, then you can't. I don't want to ever hear nobody say Devin a
At
shitty fighter
147,
or any type
Devin
of
get his
fighter
ass whooped by the
or
top
any
5
type of
too. So what's your point?
fighter.
But Broly has power. Devin Haney does not. That's the
I don't
I
care
want
difference.
to see
about no
Rolly versus
power or
Brian
Well,
nothing,
Norman.
that's
man.
what got Ryan. That's why Ryan
But
didn't
wait,
throw.
so hold on. So
No,
Broly
it was
is
the
no
last
Brian
fighter.
Norman.
hold
Oscarine that got
on.
Ryan.
Let Rich finish
I
because I'm trying
told
to understand his
I,
point. Go ahead, Rich.
I told the guy D1 on here that Ryan is not a good fighter. He's all right. He's not that good. Just because he got his little fan base and he beat Devin off them PEDs or whatever, he's not a good fighter. I'm not giving him too much credit. He only got really one punch. Rolly took it away
Because
and he
Broly
used his
got
power.
power. That's why he took it
Okay,
away. Broly
okay, but
dropped him in the second
okay.
round,
So what?
and he got
Rolly
gun
at
shy.
Rolly at
Hold on,
AOB.
Agnalita. I'm trying to finish hearing what he's
Okay,
saying.
wait,
Go ahead, Rich.
hold on. Rolly an AOB level fighter? I want to
No,
hear this from one of y'all.
no.
Or is he even
He's
a
a B
C level
level.
fighter?
He's a B
Yes.
level. B level.
No,
He
Like
ain't
he's
no
B
not.
level,
fucking
He's
he'll
B
C.
level.
probably beat
He's a
No,
B.
Barrios.
He's
he's
a
C
B
Yeah,
plus.
minus.
B.
He's a
He's
B
a C
minus.
plus. He's a
He's a
C
He ain't
B
no
plus in my
minus.
book.
fucking
In
B
my
level
book,
fighter, man.
He a
he's a
B
C
Why
minus
not?
plus to
fighter.
me.
He ain't no B level
He's
fighter.
not no
I
B
give
level
him
fighter,
B.
sir.
I think he's a B level.
Nah,
I
He a
think
B minus fighter,
Rolly's
nah,
bro.
not
nah,
as
nah,
bad as
nah.
people think he
Rich,
is.
Rich, you just don't like his style, bro. You just don't like
Rolly,
his style.
Rolly's.
Rolly,
I won't say he's as
Rolly,
good as a Shakur.
He's not no B level
no,
fighter.
no,
I
he's
don't
He
know
not.
B
where y'all keep
minus.
getting this stuff from.
No,
Rolly's
B
Actually,
not.
A
He's
lot,
not.
minus.
He's
I
not a B
won't.
level fighter.
I don't think he's
No
good
way.
like a Shakur
He a
or a
3 division
Devin
champion. What
or
you
a
talking about?
Tank.
He's
He's not.
got
He's a
power.
two
I'll
man.
give him
division
that. He's
champion.
got
Two
that
division.
retarded strength. I'll
He
give
a
him
three
that.
division champion. Y'all
No, he's
acting
a
like
two
he ain't no
division
champion.
champion.
I'm
Shut
140
up,
and
gonna
Dr.
give
Happy.
Rolly
147.
I'm gonna give him a C plus. I will give Rolly a
C level,
strong C plus.
C
B
level.
Definitely.
minus.
I
B
I'm
give
giving him a
minus.
B.
C
I think he's
plus.
a B level
Not a
fight.
B.
I think him and
He's
Brian
definitely not a
Norman is
B.
a really
Boxing
good
after saying
fight.
he's a B. He's definitely not a B.
What?
I mean, he'd beat Barrios. Barrios is like
Shout
C
Yeah,
out
we
to
got
minus.
him.
Big.
We got him.
Hold on, y'all. Shout out, and then I'm gonna let Dragon go. Shout out to Big Dre with the $1.99 in the super chat. He says frequent flyer is killing me. Shout out Big Dre.
I think he. I also think him and Brian Norman Jr. is a really good fight. It's a really action
I
packed fight.
think
Brian
I
Norman
think
Jr.
Brian
steps
Norman
on him.
Jr. would knock his ass out.
Yeah, he
I
steps
think.
No,
on
we
him.
I
got to
think we need
bump
to see
Rolly
that.
up to a
We need
B
to see
class,
that.
bro.
Y'all
It's either
tweaking.
see
Yeah,
that, but
y'all
everybody's
can bump
saying
him up to what y'all want to bump him up to. He's still staying at 6 plus
Ryan
to
was supposed to
me.
knock out Rolly too, and that didn't happen. So like, it's easy to say
Because
that.
I knew that
Rolly
was a
had the
50-50 fight
power
because they
and
both
caught
had
him
power. That was
early.
50-50, and neither one of them got the best of skills. That was 50-50 in my eyes because I
Yeah.
He
knew that
dropped
one
down
punch could
below that
end
without the
end it.
Oscarine, though, Queen.
Oh my God, if you
No,
don't
it had
Yeah.
nothing
stop
to do with
this shit.
Oscarine. It had to do with Rolly's power, and he caught him in the second round and made homie gun shy. That's all
Well,
it
No,
not
was.
only
because his
that,
left hook
I
wasn't as
think
fast as it was before, or
also
as
they
That's
strong.
another
Bruh,
thing.
he didn't even throw the left hook. How are you
Now
gonna
that I don't
tell? He
agree
didn't
He
with.
even
threw it a
throw
That
it.
I
bunch of
don't agree
times.
with.
What you
He
talking
could
about, bro?
no.
What fight
After
was
he
you
got
looking at?
dropped, he did not throw it. After he got dropped, he did not throw it. He was just
he did
jabbing
throw it.
and
Yeah, he did. He
staring at
threw
him.
it more than once.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
threw it,
No,
but
he threw
by
it
the
a
Yeah,
couple
he
way,
more
threw it more than
he
times.
threw
once.
it
Yeah, he did.
twice. And
It
and
wasn't
guess
just
what?
twice. It was
I
just
mean, I
Rolly
think
blocked.
had
we
his
can
hand
all
up
agree
each
that
time.
Ryan's chinny. I mean, I don't think that was a secret from anybody, was it?
But
He
That
got
yeah,
nigga,
dropped by
it
Luke
wasn't just that. It
Campbell.
was just
He
Rolly
got
was
dropped
just
by
better.
that
Rolly.
That's all.
nigga, that nigga Ryan ain't chinny. He's a bitch. That's what he is. He get hit and then he
Damn.
I
turn
wouldn't go
into a
that
bitch.
far.
That's what he is. He ain't
Same
chinny.
thing
He's a
with Haney.
bitch.
And
He
he
Haney's a
get
had
bitch too.
0
nah,
nanograms, bro.
Oh
Devin
my
ain't no
God. You know
bitch.
what, Frequent? I
Wait,
swear to God.
hold on. Devin get hit. Devin get hit and get back up and continue fighting. He don't move like a bitch. Ryan move like a bitch. He
He,
get hit and then he start acting
Hey,
like
when
a
y'all hear
bitch.
that noise,
Devin
that mean
Haney
be
was fighting
quiet.
like a
Hey,
bitch.
when y'all hear the horn, that mean be quiet. Goddamn. Hey, I'm about to have
Devin
a
Haney
mute
took
call,
that
bro.
ass whooping like a man.
Hey, when y'all hear the
Yo,
horn,
let her get the super chat.
quiet. Let me get the super chat, bro. God damn. I feel your passion, Rich, but let me get the super chat, bro. Shout out to Juke with the 1999 in the super chat. She says Rowley had better defense and game plan than Devin did for Ryan. PEDs could have played a part, but this fight doesn't confirm that because unlike Devin, Rowley did not let Ryan hit him consistently with a flush power shot.
And I got a
Shout
Facts.
out
question.
Drew.
I got
That's
a question
facts.
real quick. So let me ask y'all this then. If that's like if it's only strictly because of the Osterade frequent, right? How was Rowley able to take away Ryan's jab and hook, but Devin couldn't?
Just
He
better
has
game plan.
0.009
No, I don't want to
nanograms.
hear that, bro, because there's been people
Haney
on
got hit in the
PEDs that
first 30
got beat.
seconds.
His
There was people that got
nanogram
beat
leader was
on.
down, bro.
Man, we not
We're not
gonna
even gonna be
like
honest, yo. I'm not
they
even gonna.
got
I'm
they
not even
got
gonna
they
continue
got
this
His
they got they
conversation
nanogram.
with you.
that guy Ryan Garcia was on drugs when he fought Devin Haney. I'm not trying to
Yeah,
give
That
they
has
no
trying to
nothing to do
deny
with
it,
taking
bro.
away. That has
he
nothing
was
to
on
do with taking away his
drugs.
only punch. That has
Yeah,
He
nothing
was
to
That's
do
on
with
on
taking
his
away his
drugs.
only
jacket.
Hey,
punch
Y'all ain't gonna be able
because
to
we
clean
did
that off
not
his
know that.
jacket, bro.
Excuse me,
30th of a
frequent.
gram of
Let me
he
Oscarine? I
finish.
don't think
Let
so.
me
he
finish.
was he was
Y'all
on
did
he
Hold
was
not
on
on,
wait
know
wait.
hold
that
on.
during the time of the fight. Nobody knew that at the time of the fight. So again, the question is, why were you not able to disable his only goddamn weapon?
Because we didn't know that at the time of the fight. Don't mean that the Ostarine wasn't there until
This
we
fucking
found
guy.
out it was there the whole fight.
Frequent. You know what,
Hey,
frequent. Okay.
It was
hey
there the
Hold
that
on,
whole
y'all.
fight.
Hold
hey
on,
That has
frequent.
nothing to do
Hold
with the
on,
game
hold
plan.
on.
But go ahead.
Hold on, Richard, back up here. What you got, Rich?
Hey, I just wanted to insert a quick talking point for the guys, right? Do y'all notice that whenever there are two fighters that are familiar with each other that have history, the fights always end up a lot different than we expect? Example, Ryan and Devin. Now Rolly
Ryan
and
was on
Ryan.
drugs, man.
No, hold.
Stop
Yeah,
it.
he
Okay.
was on drugs,
Stop
No,
it.
bro.
I hear
Y'all
you. I
gotta
hear you.
stop
I
this
hear you.
I
shit.
ain't,
So
we
was
ain't
Devin
trying to
Haney.
hear that shit, man. You starting off lying. He was
Devin
on
Haney's
drugs.
on undetectable
Who
steroids with
started
Victor
off lying?
Conte.
Me?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
I
y'all
started
keep
off
saying
lying.
No
Hold on,
cleaners,
y'all gonna
no
have to
Can
dry
y'all
relax.
let
cleaners is
Richard
Hold
gonna be
finish?
able to
on,
get
Every
that
time
off
hey,
he
his
come out
jacket,
here,
bro.
y'all so
listen.
rude.
Hey,
Let the
listen.
finish.
Hey, I'm about to listen. Listen. Y'all gonna have to relax, bro. Let people talk. It's panel etiquette. Seriously, it's getting out of control. Let this man say what he gotta say. Y'all not children. Y'all can wait y'all turn to speak. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, man. Tank and Roach, another example. A lot of familiarity. Grew up together. Fought, uh, sparred a lot. Fought in the amateurs. These fights often end up in ways we don't expect, right? So I saw some clips going around that Rolly hit Ryan with the same combination that he hurt him with in sparring. Same thing happened with Devin and Ryan. Ryan kept hitting Devin with the left hook just like they did in sparring. So I mean, we just gotta put a little more stock into the matchups when we have fighters that are familiar with each other. Because Rolly probably can't replicate that performance with anybody else like he did with Ryan because of the familiarity. I understand the whole thing about the drugs, but Ostarine, if you really look up the effects of Ostarine, it's more so to help with the weight cut. It also helps you to keep muscle mass while cutting weight, stuff like that. It's not going to turn you into and it's not going to make you more skilled. It's not going to change a game plan. So for Devin to not be able to execute a game plan to take away the hook or even study the Tank fight, because Rolly was executing tactics that Tank did in order to disable Ryan and his left hook. So just a few things for you guys to think about when you're talking about this fight.
Hey, can I say
Listen, just
something
to
real
add on
Thank
to
quick?
you,
that,
Rich.
real quick,
Thank
Can I
you, Rich.
let
Very
me
can I
say
say
something
important.
to that.
can I
Add
real
Y'all
on.
quick?
was
Can I
about to
say
No,
attack
something?
the
I
man.
didn't say
Can I say
anything
one
wrong.
One
thing?
Let me
mic,
say
one
something.
mic, one mic. Go ahead,
Hey,
Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Yo, so I'm going to tell you why the Oscarine has something to do with it, right? So first of all, let's look at how fast he was, and let's look at the power he had in that shot. He might have been doing that for quite some time. We don't know the long-term effects of how he's been doing that. Another thing is he looked very slow, flat-footed, and not able to throw that jab or that hook as fast as he wanted. He actually fought with a jab, flat-footed, which was weird for me to watch Ryan do. So all the things you're saying that Devin this, Devin that, Ryan cheated, bro. I mean, I don't understand why. I mean, this is where they say you hate. But look, Rich, it is what it is, man. Look, you had it in your system. I don't care if it was the Olympics, assault, what is it, a grain of salt in the swimming pool? It's in your system. It's illegal, it's banned, and it shouldn't be there. So regardless of whatever you say and whatever the effects was, the man would have an IV in his arm on camera and stated, "Huh, tastes like orange." Get out of here, bro. Like you
Can, can,
wilding with
can
the
I
stuff
can I
you see.
ask you a
You're
quick
ignoring the
can I
fact
ask you
that
a
you're
quick
going with
question,
hey,
the
Rich?
bro, hold on,
hey,
You're going with the illegitimate issues of why Devin lost.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Now that it's clear that Ryan looked like crap without Oscarine in his system. Now we're saying, okay, it's still Devin's fault. I think Devin has a case now to say that it was a factor. And was
Oh
that
shit!
That's
was
crazy. That's
steroid?
crazy
Can
to
I
That's
can I
say.
ask
Wait,
crazy.
can I
hold on.
ask
Hold on,
wait
hold
can I
on, hold
ask
on,
Ray a
hold on, hold
question?
on. Let me say this and I'm gonna let Rich go. Because I hear what you're saying, Ray, but that's also crazy to say what I was saying earlier, like y'all act like Ryan didn't go through anything the last year. Y'all act like he's not coming off of a year layoff. So to just flat out be like, oh, he's looking like that because of the Ostarine, you really can't definitively say that when he also went through his struggles the last year. He also had a year layoff. He also went up a weight class and fighting in a weight class at a weight he's never fought before. So I mean, it's
At
a
a
lot of
full
things
weight class.
that could play
Hey,
that
wait,
you
hold on.
feel me?
Oh,
That could play
yeah.
into that. You can't just say, "Oh, it's because the Ostarine." I think that's a little disingenuous, in my
I
opinion.
mean, look at the
Hey,
size
hey,
difference
wait,
that
oh,
the
hey, wait,
kid
hold on.
had.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Rich.
So the guy Richard, right? Hey, first of all, when you look up Osharing, you see a bunch of shit. None of y'all ain't no doctors or none of that type of shit to say what Osharing is. Second, just because a nigga had a milligram, that don't mean he wasn't doing something else or he did something he already knew the way to cheat the test. You never know. You know what I'm saying?
It's called
I know niggas.
pharmacology.
Wait,
No, man, shut up, bro.
whatever the fuck it is, you don't know. You know what I'm saying? So y'all don't know shit what y'all saying. The man cheated.
Speak to the
Stop
facts,
saying that.
bro.
Stop saying that,
Neither
man.
do
If
you,
you look
then,
if,
Rich.
Yeah, neither do you. You're
Neither
not a
do you, then,
pharmacologist.
Rich.
You're
that's
not
what
a
I'm
You're not a
trying to
pharmacologist.
say.
Okay, that's
pharmacologist.
a Puerto
That's
Rico,
Rich,
buddy.
it goes way,
wait,
Rich.
hold on. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not one, nobody else one. All we know that he used something that cheated. When I look up Austrian, it say you could get strength from that shit. I see some other stuff that say other shit. You know what I'm saying? So when you say look it up, who the fuck is you say look it up? Because it's gonna be like 20 or 30 different things that you can see when you look it up.
Rich, I have a
You know
question
what
when you
I'm saying?
Now let
finish.
me hold on. Let me ask y'all this question, right?
Come on, man. Y'all
Because
gotta do better, man.
because
Damn shit.
okay. So here we go, right? Ryan Garcia cheated. Like now, what? Like what do y'all want? Like why do we keep saying this? Why do we keep going over this? Like
Excuses for
what is
Haney.
it
We
that
don't
you
have
want?
none. We just
Excuses
want
for
What
y'all
do
to
you
Haney's
want?
acknowledge it.
performance.
We
Look,
keep
Okay, he
saying this.
cheated.
We keep we keep
You're not
we
gonna
keep
change nobody's mind, bro. If
it's
people got
not
their
two
own
cents. I
opinion,
okay,
think the answer to
okay.
your question, two cents is the fact that somebody brought it up on the fact that it didn't happen and snack is a problem. Ryan Garcia was on snack. Don't get it twisted. He worked with Victor Conti for a long time. So now
Facts.
that we put all that out there, maybe he learned about Osterine from Victor Conti. So y'all want to keep throwing that out there.
Well,
Nah,
Victor
this
Conti
another
Why
thing.
made
do
This
Well,
is
Ryan
another
Snack
thing.
always
hold
got to get brought into the
on, because
conversation?
Victor Conti, that's why.
well, what are we
Wait,
talking about though, bro? What does that have to
Yeah,
do with
what
There's
are we
no
talking about?
what is
hold on.
Aspirin, that's what we talking
shit?
about.
Hey,
Hold on,
wait.
time out,
let her
because
talk.
Freak will keep doing this shit, bringing up
Yep.
this Ostarine shit. Like,
Yo,
what is the
I'm
back?
sitting here
Like,
quiet. I was in the back
no,
the whole time. What you talking?
You a damn lie.
so
Now you in the
like,
back, goofy.
I don't understand. Like, where are we going with this, y'all? That's what I'm asking. Like, where are we
I just
going
want
with
to
this?
say, you guys got to watch this video by Plates More Dates. He's probably the most famous pharmacologist on YouTube. He
Oh,
doesn't
that's where
even
you get your
watch.
drugs from?
He doesn't even watch boxing. He's a bodybuilder, and he actually
Buddy.
looked into the Ryan Garcia Devin Haney failure, and he said the amount found is most likely contamination, and no one would choose Osterine as a PED to use as like a steroid. As you'd rather use
I got a
human
question
horse
too, so when you're
or
done.
testosterone. Like
That
Yeah,
dude lying, bro.
the amount
Yo,
they
So
found is
it's
probably
studies on Ostarine that
contamination.
were 9, 10 years ago. They were talking about
Contamination.
you get great
Right.
gains from using
And
No, you
Ostarine.
don't.
Go
Watch
back
this
and
That's
look at
guy.
about 10
Ostarine.
years of
These
his
videos are
career
time
wiped
Wait.
stamped
away.
eight
He's
10
years,
a
years
seven
of
real
years,
work
nine
wiped
Hold on,
years.
away.
y'all. Hold on. Let me get this
that's what
super
I'm
chat
trying to say.
real quick.
Nobody don't know what it is. All
Shout
we know
out.
that it's
Hey, I
illegal.
said, hold on, bro.
listen to the queen.
Shout out Godex the GOAT with the $4.99 in the super chat. He says, Rolly is that slow video game boss that is impossible to time. And if it was the PEDs, then he was on PEDs with Tank. Let me guess. He was weight drained. Shout out Godex the GOAT.
and one thing I want to add to this conversation is like, let's say Richard is correct, right? It was
He's
based
good.
Austrian. The Austrian is based off just helped him with the keeping muscle while cutting weight. That's a huge advantage in boxing. Make no mistake about that. You know, fighters when they cut weight, they become like they lose like at least 10 to 20% of themselves just cutting weight alone. So when you
Okay,
say
so
small like that, no, it's huge. If you can keep
Okay,
all your
guys,
truth
listen,
while cutting weight,
listen.
that's a huge advantage.
All right,
You know,
I
on
don't know
This
top
why
of that,
we.
this
he ain't even cut all the weight.
Well,
hey,
we'll
look,
do
this
that.
what I want.
We're not gonna do
This
this. We're
what I
not
want
gonna
to say. The
continue
only
down
reason
this
why we
rabbit hole, bruh.
only reason why only reason why we keep bringing this up is because people keep bringing up that fight. I don't care about none of the fights 'cause I don't like them. But y'all can't keep giving the credit to a cheater, a Mexican cheater. You can't. You can't
What
do
the
that,
fuck
man.
that he
The
got
nigga cheated,
Mexican got to do with it,
man.
Rich?
You
Oh,
can't give credit to a cheater at
Like
all.
what, right?
You
Listen,
nah,
Rich,
can't.
I
I was
agree. I
talking crap. It
agree. I
wasn't
You
me.
agree
can't.
with you, Rich. Rich, I agree with you. I hate
But that's
Ryan.
what I keep telling y'all, and this what I was
I
saying to
don't
y'all
like
last
Ryan.
time. Hold on, let me say this, and this what I was saying to y'all last time when y'all got all upset when I said it don't matter whether the PEDs was in his system or not. What happened happened. The damage
Exactly.
happened.
Exactly.
So exactly. So there's no need for you to keep bringing up PEDs every time we bring it up
Nah.
That's
because
frequent
Yeah,
goofy
Rich,
ass.
Hey,
hold on. Let me
nah.
talk. Let me talk. Let me talk. There's no need for you to keep bringing it up every time we talk because the damage is there, and that's what we're speaking on. We're speaking about the damage that was done. You don't have to keep saying it was the Ostarine. Okay, it was the Ostarine. That doesn't take away from the damage and what happened, which is what we're speaking on. And then we got to
Hey,
go down this rabbit hole every time about he was doing this and nanograms and none of that. Like, why we got to keep doing that, bro? Like, let's move forward. There's no
Know what
need
I
to keep
think
nah.
the
You
bringing
right.
problem?
up
Know what I
You
think the
that.
problem is?
wait.
Whenever somebody mention Ryan Garcia and it not being in his system or Ostarine or anything, it make y'all think about Devin. So y'all think we just trying to bring y'all
No,
back to
I'll
that
tell you what
fight?
the problem is
No,
with that.
I was talking about what Rolly Romero did to Ryan and how trash Ryan the races was.
No,
That's
you
what I was
said
talking about.
Ostarine. You
I was
always bring it
cooking
up.
Ryan. Yeah, Ostarine is on his jacket. No dry cleaners is going to be able to get that off his jacket. It's on his
Moving
jacket.
on.
Whenever we
You
mention
can't
him,
handle the truth
it
that
can
Devin
come
is
up.
garbage, nigga.
Ostarine
Devin is
can come
garbage.
up when we talking about Ryan because
You
it's
only
attached
outboxed
to him.
Ryan and Devin
You know
couldn't do
your
it.
hold on. Do
You
you
Just
only
know
like
your
outboxed
Clem
favorite?
Ryan.
You know
Buterol,
how
who
many
you
No
think
Devin
cap,
fighters?
about
no
when
trash,
we
cap
say
nigga.
came in
Clem
hot.
Buterol?
No cap
Time
came
out.
in
Do
hot
you know how many fighters have popped dirty? Roy Jones have popped
and
dirty
got
before. Like
their
all
ass
these
whooped.
fighters have popped dirty before. Not every time you mention them, you be like, he popped dirty. Like they don't do that, bro. They don't do
When we
that.
say Clem Buterol, who you think about?
You. Now listen, I got a question then. If that's the case, how many fighters have been beat on Ostarine?
Povetkin had 10 years of his career overturned for
I said how many
Ostarine.
have been beat? How many tested positive
All
and
of
still
those
got their
10 people,
ass whooped?
at least 10, at least 11, we know 11.
Okay. So can we say
Devin, we know
definitively that it was the
Povetkin 10 years
Ostarine?
that got wiped away.
Oh my fucking God. So
This
can
all
we
I'm
Man,
say
this
saying.
shit, everybody
definitively
in Oscar
that it was the
This
can't
what
be
we
testing
finna
Ostarine?
do.
dirt.
Hold on. This what we finna do because we not about to do. I don't want to talk about
What
Osprey,
Ostarine got to
bro.
do?
I don't want to talk about that. What I really want to talk about is the topics I got to talk about, and Ostarine is not one of them.
Thank you.
So
That's why I say I was talking
Canelo
about Rolly
versus
Romero.
Crawford has been announced. Did y'all see Terrence Crawford in that ring and how
Holding
big
hands.
he looks?
I told him holding
Well,
hands.
holding
Yes,
hands. Did y'all see him
Crawford
holding
about
hands
beat the
with
brakes off
Turkey?
Canelo. Lost out the blood.
Crawford was bulging under that Gucci polo shirt.
Man, Bud about beat
Oh
the brakes off
wow!
Canelo.
What?
I
Hey,
think Crawford is licking his chops. I was watching the
Oh
ringside.
yeah,
He's watching that fight. He was like, "Oh yeah,
hey,
I got this dude.
he got this
Dude
dude.
can't cut the ring off. Slow footed. He missing by a mile, and he only threw 158 punches for the whole entire
hey,
fight. I
Yeah,
got
if
him.
I'm being honest,
Easy work.
Canelo is
That's
hey,
what."
Crawford
always
might
slow
stop
Coach
with
Canelo,
Eddie,
it.
He
man.
hey,
only
hey, hey,
landed
Eddie,
50.
Don't get it twisted.
Coach
Coach
Eddie,
hey,
Eddie.
hey, hey, no,
Let me
we gonna keep it
remind
like
y'all.
this. We gonna keep it like
Yeah.
this. All you Bud haters continue saying Canelo gonna
Hey,
lose.
Rich.
I mean Canelo gonna win, and Terrence Crawford just going up there to get that money. Continue saying that Canelo gonna win.
yeah.
Rich,
Rich,
people
But
have a
remember,
right
They
to
gonna
change
make
remember
up
their
two
some
mind.
things,
kind of
What
right?
is wrong
excuse,
with
Rich.
y'all?
Watch. They
What
gonna
is
make up
wrong
some
with
kind of
y'all?
excuse.
Yo,
Keep
I'm
saying
telling
that
you,
because that's what
Canelo looking
happened.
like
That's
food
what
for Bud right now.
I
Coach
heard that.
Eddie,
Canelo
I've been
been
hearing that
looking
too.
like food. Them niggas been trash since that last Triple G fight.
Yeah, Canelo's looking
Cont-
older. He's like, I was even saying, I said, look at Grandpa Nello in that ring. He could barely move his
cont-
legs. He's
Dog,
something
Bud
Continue,
like
serious.
5 years older than him. And Canelo look
Canelo
old.
said he gonna hit him with the bang, bang, bing,
I
bang.
hope we
hey,
don't
hey,
make too much
I don't
noise about it
know.
though, because Canelo might renege on the fight, yo.
It's too late now.
keep no, tell them continue saying Terrence Crawford ain't chasing chasing greatness. that he gonna lose. I done heard that a lot on this channel.
I still don't believe he's chasing greatness, but he does have a possibility to win based on what I saw last night.
Dang, why you say he ain't chasing
How
greatness?
y'all know the fight ain't
Yeah,
gonna
he's
look like
great.
the fight?
Canelo ain't great.
In my
What
opinion,
Hey,
he's not
listen.
chasing greatness. He's chasing
You
a
can
bag. Let's be
you
honest.
can only
Hey,
chase greatness if you lose. If you go up and lose a fight, then they say you were chasing greatness. But you got to
What
lose
makes
though.
y'all
hey, look.
think this fight is
Hey,
not
look.
That's
gonna look
Hey,
like
diabolical, bro.
listen. Hey, listen. Crawford ain't
Wait, no, you
nowhere
hold
near
on,
no
Rich.
Jamel.
Hold on, Rich.
Crawford ain't.
Hold on, Rich. Listen, what makes y'all think that the fight is not gonna look like the fights we saw this weekend?
It
He
might,
gonna
I'm
but
beat the
it
saying,
shit out
might.
of
But
Canelo.
how he not
I
chasing
think Bud.
greatness
I
though?
want Bud to win that
Wait,
I
hold
mean,
on. Hold
Man,
on.
Crawford
Hey,
gonna do him like
Crawford.
he
Spence.
said
I'm
he can
telling
do
you
worse.
right now.
Let's go around. Let's
Hey,
go around and answer her question so we
wait,
can all hear
hold on.
because I want to hear this.
Crawford is not no Jamel Charlo. He not no William Skull. He gonna beat the shit out of that nigga. He ain't none of them.
That's your answer, Rich.
I,
Okay, go
I,
ahead,
I
Yeah,
Ray.
disagree.
that's
I
my answer. He
disagree.
ain't no Jamel
Yeah.
Charlo.
So you got a good point. It could look
Different
like a
breed,
Charlo
dog.
fight. I don't think so though. I think Bud has a lot of movement, a lot of slick defense, and he can outbox Canelo off the back foot and lead him into some bad things. But at the same time, Canelo does have the power, and he knows how to cut off the ring. So it's going to be an interesting fight. I don't know who got. I had Canelo at first, and then I went to Bud, but I think it's really a true 50-50 fight in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that Bud has a chance to win based on what I've seen last night. Bud, he definitely got more dog in him, possibly, but everybody may react different once they feel them punches because even William Skull looked a little scared to get hit last night. So who really knows what will happen? But I mean, it's here now, so let's see it.
I don't know, man. Listen, but
I,
it looked like Skull felt that power and he just did not want to get hit. And I'm like, how hard is Canelo really hitting in there for real?
no, I think
I
that
mean,
was his plan. He
I
felt
want
like
The
to.
he
second
was
last thing to go was the power
probably
because
more.
his feet damn sure gone because he was moving like he was stuck in quicksand last night. I kept laughing saying, Grandpa Nello, move around, because oh my God, he could barely bend his legs. He gotta leave that alcohol
But
alone.
y'all think Bud gonna be moving like that with that weight? Y'all,
Hell
yeah,
yeah.
He looked like he was carrying it okay last night, honestly. He
Yeah.
looked, but who
it's
knows how it'll
different in
be
a
on
fight.
fight night, how he gotta
Yeah, it's
move
different in a
around with
fight.
it on. Yeah, I'm about to say maybe it's gonna be a little different when he get in there. But
Bud gonna beat the
after
shit out of
Yo,
Canelo.
yo,
I don't
Bud.
know
I
about all
mean,
Have a
that.
Bud,
nice day.
Bud,
I
He
don't
gonna
know
do him
about
like
all that,
Spence.
but
He gonna
yo,
be ugly.
that's a
yo,
lot.
Bud, Bud moving. He came from 147 beating Earl. And then from there, he was saying he wanted to go up and fight Canelo. And so he been going through the weight classes to try to get up to 168 to fight Canelo. I'm trying to figure out how we don't see that as him chasing greatness because he moving up more than 2 weight classes to fight this guy.
Because
Like
Canelo not
that's not
great.
no
Y'all
fight that you
see, he
would
didn't
think
look
that
like
he would be
Because
thinking is
Canelo not
easy.
y'all.
great. He a hype
Y'all,
job.
y'all
Come on,
see,
Who?
he
man.
didn't look
People
like
Same thing
we
about
saw
boxing.
people
First he got rid of Ryan, now we about to get rid of
why y'all
Canelo.
not
His whole
we
legacy
saw
going
we
down in
saw
flames.
somebody we saw
hold on.
Jamel
Why y'all not
Charlo.
acknowledging that
We getting
how
rid
he
of
looked at
Canelo ass. Bud gonna beat the shit out of this
okay,
nigga. And everybody gonna
okay.
see.
Why y'all not acknowledging how he looked at 54 against Madrimov? Y'all act like he just was still sharp and moving and looking. He didn't look like, you know
Look,
what I'm
look.
saying?
He
Two
He
looked
didn't
takes.
sharp
I'm
look
not
though.
saying. I'm
He
not
looked
he
even
didn't
real
look
arguing.
sharp.
like he
I'm
finna
not
go
even
look.
arguing if he could go and win or not. I'm arguing. I'm saying how is this not chasing greatness? It don't matter if he lose or if we think he gonna lose or win, but him just merely the fact that he's moving up all of
If
those
you
weight
feel like
classes to
he's
fight
chasing
him.
greatness, then he chasing greatness, bro. Okay, if you feel like he's chasing greatness, he chasing greatness.
No, I'm
But what
trying
I'm
to figure out. I'm
saying is,
trying to figure out
how
why y'all think he not.
I don't know. People got their own opinions about that. But what I'm saying is,
I think
Yeah,
he's
how
I
do
chasing
definitely
y'all
don't
greatness.
think
I'm
he
think?
is.
asking y'all.
How do
Please
y'all
elaborate.
that? How do y'all think that he gonna move at 68 in a way that he didn't even move around at 54? That's what I'm asking.
Hey, we gonna say this, right? Madrimov a different fighter than Canelo. You know what I'm saying? And second, Terence Crawford been looking at Canelo for years. He only been probably looking at Madrimov for months. You know what I'm saying? You know, so
That's
it's a
true.
whole different thing. And plus, man, we're not even gonna speak on that. We're gonna see when the fight happens.
What's
But
your
Terrence Crawford
understanding
was
of
playing.
chasing greatness though?
Terrence Crawford was playing possum with Madrimov to get Canelo comfortable to sign the paper to fight him. That's because when he stepped on the brick gas on Madrigal in the last rounds, he beat the brakes off his ass. Let me look at the dude's face. He nigga like he was in a car accident after fighting
Hey,
Bud.
hey, hey,
Hey,
hey,
like,
look,
dog, he
look.
gonna beat the shit out of Canelo. I'm telling you this. I'm
Hey, hey,
telling you
hey,
this. Canelo's
hey, no
slow as
cap.
fuck.
Hey,
He's
no
slow.
cap.
Bud is a counterpunch. Is the ultimate counterpuncher. He gonna piece this nigga. He gonna beat the shit out of this nigga, dog. I'm telling you. He gonna do
Hey,
him
I'm
like
glad you
Spence.
said that
He
Hey,
gonna
because
do
I've
no,
him
seen
like
the
So
Spence.
opposite.
He's
good.
probably gonna be
We
worse
hope
than
so.
Spence.
hey,
If
no
we ain't
Because
never
cap.
gonna hear about this Canelo shit again, his legacy's gonna be finished. Turkey cleaned up boxing. We got
Hey, no
Rolly to beat
cap.
the
And
shit out of Ryan. Now Bud about to beat the shit out of
That is a
Canelo.
really bold
And we ain't gonna
statement,
hear
though,
about none of
Cap.
this shit no more.
hey,
That
That's
look,
is a
hey, no
funny.
really
cap.
bold
No, ain't
statement.
nobody never talk about how Bud was out for a year fighting Mad Jamal either. You see how they don't bring that shit up though, and he's, you know what I'm saying? But they bring it up for these other bum ass fighters.
But whose fault was that? Like, I love when y'all bring up stuff like
Nah,
that, but y'all
I'm
never
just
go
saying.
into it. That was his choice as well, was it not?
No,
Rich?
Rich is dropping words on the Haney fans, not you.
No, he wasn't. It wasn't his choice
He's
though.
talking to
He
you.
was
He's
trying to
talking to
fight.
you, frequent flyer.
He was being held up by Arrow and the PBC. You know, trying to get that rematch or
Here we
whatever.
go. Here we go.
Nah,
What
Frequent.
am
This
I?
don't
is
do
What am I
why
that.
they
lying about?
draw
Am
the
I lying?
Mexican lake
That's true
Am
though.
I
sometimes.
lying? He
No,
waited
you're right.
around that whole
That
So
time
is
back
waiting
true.
to
Shut
for.
the
the hell up, boxing
conversation.
hacker.
Back
It's
to the
true though, Jam.
conversation. Back to the conversation at hand, guys.
Yeah.
Y'all can't stay on topic, bro. God
Yeah,
damn.
y'all all over the
So,
place. Me and Coach
Throw
Eddie
freaking
chilling. We
ass off
cutting the
the panel.
grass.
I thought I was still on topic.
Nah, you not. You talking about Bud and the PBs. We not talking about that. We talking about
The announcement.
him and Canelo, and y'all saying Canelo looks so old. Y'all don't know if Canelo prepared for this fight. Y'all don't know if Canelo wasn't drinking and out partying and golfing and just came in the fight because he knew this fight was some bullshit. Cause,
What
cause
up? What up?
and
but
everybody was saying how he looked with Charlo, like, oh, he looked like Trey. You see, he got in there with Charlo, and it wasn't what everybody thought it was. Wasn't what Charlo thought it was gonna be.
Bud beats Canelo. His name's gonna be in the history
You know,
books for
Charlo
sure.
was 2
His
years out of
name
the
is
ring. He had a hand injury. He couldn't spar. He wasn't prepared for that fight, but that's the only way he was gonna get that payday. He
So,
was about
but
accepting the fight.
so
how long has Crawford been out
huh?
the ring, y'all? Crawford gonna
But
be
Crawford
coming.
ain't
How
had a
long of a
broken hand.
layoff he gonna
Crawford been training
have?
and sparring. It's like
The
Yeah,
real the
Crawford
real
been
So,
like
fight
but
was
Terrell
I'm
supposed
Charlo
to
couldn't
be
even
saying
spar.
Mar
He had a broken
Charlo
hand.
versus
that.
Canelo.
But y'all not being honest. That long layoff for those older fighters has a great effect on them. And
yeah.
I've never seen Bud put himself at a disadvantage for a fight. I've never seen
Well,
him do that.
yeah, he not. Bud is
He's
not at a
going up.
disadvantage because he stay
He
in
is
shape. He
going
stay in the
up
gym
2 weight
Dude, Bud
classes
is gonna be
off
rusty. Come
of a
on.
long layoff to go
against a
Three-way
fight
garbage ass
classes.
fighter.
Three.
Hype
Canelo.
job.
Man,
Three-way
y'all
Canelo a
better
hype job. He
y'all
been a
better
hype
walk
job his
on
whole
water,
career.
bro.
You see how easy Floyd beat that nigga at damn near 40 years old? You see how
Man, that
easy that
nigga's not
motherfucking Lar
Floyd.
beat that nigga? Skull beat that nigga and they robbed him.
Man, y'all swear this nigga walk on water,
Skull
bro.
beats that
No,
nigga up. Skull's counter punching the
let's
shit
not
out of
do.
Canelo.
No, I think Bud's gonna
Robbed
win
that nigga.
Canelo, but Canelo's still a good fighter. Let's not do that.
No, he
Canelo
I
is
not,
a
swear
bro. That
this
nigga
nigga walk
basic
on
as
Canelo is a
fuck.
water.
really
No
good
special
fighter.
effects, nigga.
I
Nah, he's
mean,
a
in
really
all due
good fighter. I
respect,
mean,
It's off the goddamn
for him,
screen.
Canelo was
he has
more
like
of
over 60
a
fights. He only has
boxer
2
than he was a
losses. That's
puncher
really
at that
good.
point, too. So he just got beat.
Hold on, y'all. We got somebody new on the panel. Shout out Mr. Greg on the panel.
Mr. Greg, happy Sunday. Happy fight
You
night.
got Bud in the way. We can't see nothing.
How's everything?
That's not Bud.
Mr. Greg, what?
That
Yes,
is
it is.
Bud.
That's Bud. They swear
That
he can
ain't Bud.
walk
That's
on
Black
water.
Jesus, nigga. Walking on Canelo.
Hey, y'all.
What you mean? He got the boxing gloves on and everything. What you talking about, right?
Yeah,
That's
he
That's
Bud
how
going.
he gonna step on
walking.
Canelo. He gonna step on
Hey,
Canelo
That's
just like that.
Bud walk on water Crawford. That's what I call this piece.
Walk on
That's
water.
what I call this piece. Bud
Man,
walk on water
why you
Crawford.
doing Bud like that? You said.
Hey, his fans think he can walk on water, bro. You should
No,
see
that's how he gonna step on
they did when
Canelo.
I
I'm
put
telling
this
you.
picture up.
Yep, all
Look,
8 of
Ray.
them.
Look, Ray. You should have seen when I put this picture of Bud fans was like, "Can you
No,
email
I
me
seen
that?
it. I was in the chat. You see it? I seen it. I seen that one and the other one too.
Can
That
you
was funny.
email me?" Yeah, they love it.
The
They
only
love
thing I'm worried about, man, I'm thinking they probably gonna let Canelo use some clenbuterol or something, man.
No, he ain't.
They
Man,
Turkey
gonna
fucking with
let him
Bud.
get
He
away
ain't
with
fucking with
something.
Canelo.
Watch.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna go catch this top rank card. I'm gonna catch y'all later.
All right,
well,
Mr. Greg, what's your 2 cents? What you got?
oh man, I just sent to the chat. It's more y'all fighting more on the chat than we saw fights last night. That's more exciting than last night. But listen, speaking on Bud, As you know, I'm a critic and a fan of Bud's. And seeing him last night, first of all, that hand holding thing just freaked me out. It still does to this day. But Bud has gone up properly in weight. He's had 2 years to get from 147 to 168. He's already at 180, so he's going to be now coming back down. But knowing how he trains and prepares his body is the first thing that he always has done well. He's probably doing swimming. I'm sure he's doing wrestling again. I'm sure he's working on his footwork. Wouldn't be bad if he even did a little more dancing, just so he can be agile and move around and find angles. Because Bud is an ultimate counter puncher. I didn't think that Bud would be able to take Canelo's punches because I was seeing him as 147. Now that I've seen how much bigger he is than Canelo standing right next to him, I'm seeing the game plan, and Canelo is going to have to keep coming to Bud. That's what you want a fighter like Canelo to do, to come to you so you can catch him when he's coming in. I think I believe he's going to outbox Canelo because Canelo has a history of being outboxed by smaller guys than him. So he's going to be fighting somebody who can box better than the guys he's previously boxed. So I think if Bud, now that the fight is officially been announced, because I was skeptical about it even happening, now that them put them in the ring together, Turkey done thrown the money in the pot.
And held Bud's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, held Bud's hand. So officially the fight is on. So that's my prediction about the fight, is looking at Bud, knowing his history, have really studied him. I see him outboxing Canelo in this fight handedly. And Canelo didn't look good last night. That doesn't mean he won't look better when he fights Bud. He will have to look better and do better. But he didn't look good. And I don't know whether that's a deterioration in all of the fights that he's already had, that he's getting old, because sometimes you get old without even really getting beat up. Your body just will change up on you, because that's just what happens. The body, I don't care how well you take care of it. You're not a 20-year-old fighter. You're a 30-year-old fighter. You're a 40-year-old fighter, and your body's going to deteriorate a little bit. Bud has preserved himself, granted, because he's only had that one fight at 154, which he did not look sterling in. I don't know. I can't even explain that. I would just say he did not look good. So he knows he has to look spectacular regardless of how people see him, regardless of what they think he's on. All of that goes out the window. He already knows, even if he's going after the bag, he's going to have to be spectacular. And I believe he will be.
I was just going to ask you that. Do you think that he's going to have to really be
this cash app? Shout out to Big Dre with the $10 in the cash app. He says, from Big Dre to Austrian frequent. Shout out Big Dre.
Mr. Greg, do you think that, because it is Canelo and they basically going to give him the fight regardless. So do you think that is what Bud's game plan is, to go in there and make it like an undeniable win? Because that's what he's going to have to do in order to win.
I wholeheartedly believe that's what he has to do. He has to do that. He has the ability to do it. But the only thing that I would be concerned about right now at this point is whether he can take Canelo's punch. Because you can still be bigger and still get a little weaker in the chin as you go up in weight, because Bud is not a huge guy. He's very tough inside. Psychologically, he's very tough inside.
Yeah.
He's going to fight Canelo if Canelo gets him to the point where they have to fight. He'll risk being knocked out. That's the one thing I like. One of the many things I like about Bud. He will take those kinds of chances. And that makes a big difference when you're in a fight with a guy who's known for hurting people, that you're going to try to hurt him as well. I think Triple G tried it. He just couldn't find, I don't think Triple G ever found his rhythm totally when he fought 3 times with Canelo. But he was willing to fight with Canelo. That was the one thing I did think he did.
I think that
y'all, let me get these super chats real quick. Hold on, time. My bad. Let me get these super chat real quick. Shout out Juke with the 1999 in the super chat. Since Ryan was always fast and powerful, don't that mean he was always on PEDs? If so, that means Osharine not the only reason he won, unless it prevents your opponents from blocking a hook or taking it away. People lost with PEDs. Shout out to Juke.
Yeah, I think I made that point before. But so,
Don't I
Mr.
give you
Greg,
a
I
Hold
think
on,
question?
hold
that
on, hold on, I got one more. I got one more. Shout out to Goldex, the GOAT, with the $4.99 in the super chat. He says Canelo Alvarez, Jarrell Miller, Tyson Fury, and all of their suspensions. It says PED drug use, not failure to report supplements. It was contamination. Shout out Goldex, the GOAT.
so, Mr. Greg, I think that was like one of my. You don't just super chats, Susan?
I got one more. I got one
Okay.
more. Shout out Mr. Greg with the $5 in the super chat. He says, "Good evening, 2 cents." And all that chat looks like a better fight on the chat than the real fights on last night. Shout out, Mr. Greg.
Now
He
I'm
said
just gonna
y'all
ask
was
this one
getting
last
down in
question,
the
then
chat. Go ahead.
I'm gonna pass it around because I know everybody else wants to talk. No, my last question was that was my initial thinking because didn't Mean Machine knock him down or drop him or something? So that's why initially I was like, well, what the hell is Bud doing? Because I'm pretty sure the Canelo hits harder than Mean Machine. But last night when I saw Canelo in his fight with Skull, and then I saw Bud standing next to him, I said, oh, that weight really fit. You know, it kind of fits Bud. Like he looks a little stocky. He doesn't look fat like he did in that picture I saw him with the Sealy hair and his stomach just hanging out everywhere. It looks like he kind of evened it out over his body pretty well. So that'll definitely be interesting because I know that Bud won't be afraid to get in the pocket with him. So you're right. Taking his punches is definitely a question that will be answered on fight night.
All
Hey,
right, we got
did
Tony
y'all hear?
reviews.
Did,
Hold on,
did
we
y'all?
got Tony reviews on the panel.
What's happening,
What's up,
T?
Tony?
Shout out, Tony.
What's
What's your
going
two
on? How
cents?
y'all
What you
doing?
got for the show? What you
Happy
got?
Sunday, Tony.
Happy Sunday. Before I get into this BS where y'all gonna disagree with me, let me do this real fast. I gotta do something for y'all. Tank is looking better and better every fucking fight. I gotta admit it. Like the Tank wins are aging very well with Rolly just completely dominating Ryan and shutting him down. I mean, you gotta think Tank beat Eastside Cruz, who knocked out Rolly. Tank knocked out Rolly. Ryan just got schooled by Rolly. So it's like, I got to give credit where credit is due. Like, I mean,
Send the ambulance to my house. I think send the ambulance over here.
I gotta start with that. I gotta start with that. Like, I gotta give credit. Like, his
I'm
wins
waiting for the
are starting.
punchline.
Huh?
I say I'm waiting for the punchline.
Don't fly them
No,
drones and shut up.
no. There's no
Let's say
joke.
knock
There's no
knock first, bro.
punchline. There's no hair grease joke. There's no kneeling. Like,
Nah, Tony's a real one, man.
Serious. I'm being serious. I give him. I'm gonna have to start giving him a lot more credit than what I've been giving him. Now, with that being said, I'm sorry. If you think Terrence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez, you got to be fucking delusional. You have got to be delusional.
Ain't come to wait. I knew it.
Here's the thing about it. People get amnesia. I don't care what happened last night. You had one dude in William Skull who ran 100% of the fight. He didn't want to fight. He wasn't there to win. He wasn't there to engage. So how can you look good against a runner? There was in Mike Tyson's prime, there was dudes who ran from that survived when he was KOing everybody in the first round. It's damn near impossible to look good against somebody who's just going to run and not throw punches. So I can't really hold that against Canelo. But at the end of the day, people have amnesia. We just saw Crawford, who stopped everybody at welterweight, who had a stoppage in his last weight class at 140. He went to 154, fought a weak-ass dude in Israel Masvidal with only 11 fights and struggled to win that fight. I thought it was a draw. I didn't think he lost. I didn't think
because you don't know shit about boxing if you thought that fight was
you don't
a draw.
know shit about
Oh my
boxing.
goodness.
You know, that was a domination by Crawford.
Let him finish.
Masvidal didn't even jab, nigga. How is he scoring points in rounds, nigga?
So you get dominated by being outlanded in rounds? Okay. Anyway,
yes, nigga, you controlling the fight. If you winning all the rounds, you dominating, nigga.
But Tony, did y'all hear Turkey Ali Sheik say that heavyweight that boxing would be better if they had a black heavyweight?
Shut up.
Shut up, bro.
Anyway,
finish.
Where Israel was outlanding him, meaning punching.
Never outlanded him, nigga. He didn't even jab.
That means you didn't win the round. I don't.
How y'all landed when he didn't throw no jabs? How he scoring? Terrence Crawford jabbing the whole time.
Let me explain something to you.
What jab Maxwell? All Maxwell land was right hands, nigga.
When you get punched in your face more, you're losing. It's not that hard to understand. So, anyways, I digress. Back to the point. Terrence Crawford had no power against Israel. However you want to chop it up, that power at 147 did not show up.
Israel was scared of his power. He definitely had power. Look at his face after the fight. Man, you just talking. Get this talking.
You want to suck Terrence's dick because you can't shut the fuck up.
You sucking my dick and you making shit up, nigga.
Hey, come on, y'all.
Who's giving fellatio?
Come on, bro.
I bet you Crawford's posters are all over your wall.
Let
I
him
bet you wake
talk,
up
bro.
looking at him.
Hold on, Tony. Just finish saying what you're saying. No cap.
What
Let him
is
get
up
his
with
2
the
cents off,
fellatio
bro.
conversation?
Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead, Tony.
Because you got these man fans who can't be quiet. Anyways, like I was saying, Israel Masvidal showed you that Crawford can't survive at 154. We've seen this before. Crawford ain't daring to be great. He's running scared from the other champions at 154 because he knows he's going to lose. So he's going up 2 weight classes to get, I know he want payday. He want payday. He's selling his own. This is what you call a severance packet, a retirement check. That's what he's going up for. We saw it with Mikey Garcia when he ran 2 weight classes up to stay away from Lomachenko and get beat on by Earl Spence. We saw it with Kell Brook when he jumped up 2 weight classes to go fight Triple G when he didn't want to fight Earl Spence. We've seen this shit before. It ain't daring to be great.
First off, Mikey Garcia was the champion at 140 when he moved up to 1 weight class, nigga. No one ducked Mikey Garcia. He didn't want that WBC.
Bro, I don't want to have to mute you. No cap. Let him finish, bro. Let him finish. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, Tony. Let him finish, no cap, and then you can respond.
That should be size 10 cap. That's what his name should be. Anyways, the fact of the matter is this. People could say, oh, when we seen on face-to-face, they didn't look that much different in size. That's Terrence Crawford walk around weight against Canelo at fight weight. Completely 2 different things. If I'm the same size as you at fight weight, it's your blown up weight, there's an issue. I'm way bigger than you. And at the end of the day, all that I foresee happening is exactly what happened to Charlo, exactly what happened to Skull, exactly what's happened to many fighters that get in there with Canelo. He's going to get hit 1 good fucking time, realize I can't hurt this dude. This dude can knock me out, and he going to look no different than Skull or Charlo. He going to be running for his life. And that's all the fight's going to be. It's a fucking money grab.
Well, I mean, Tony, I would have to say most of that I understand, but I will say that I feel, and I'm not even a Bud Crawford fan, but I feel that he got a little more dog in him than that. I don't know if he's going to run.
Man,
I don't know if I can agree with that. He got a little bit more dog in him than that. I mean, I don't even like Bud Crawford. I don't like nothing about him. I don't like his hairline. He look like his breath stink. He look like his feet stink. But I can admit he got more dog in him than that. I don't think he's gonna run. That I can't agree with. Everything else, I mean, cook up. But I don't agree with that. I can't.
He's gonna fight that man, Tony. He's gonna fight that man hard.
Man, Tony don't know what the hell he's talking about. Bud beat up Madrimov. Madrimov was scared of Bud power. This nigga didn't want to throw no punches. He's going. He just stood there fainting, nigga, for fucking.
He came out there with that herky jerky style. Yeah, he
motherfucking Canelo sucks, nigga. This nigga got no footwork, slow as fuck, no hand speed. Nigga dumb as a brick. Can't Skull outboxed the nigga. Skull did the same thing Devin Haney did to Ramirez. Literally the same thing. But they said Devin shut Ramirez out, but this nigga lost to Canelo.
Yeah, it's the same exact fight. The same fight. Canelo fought the same fight that Ramirez did. The same exact fight.
It was literally the same fight, nigga. But they say Skull lost.
So how was this
like this? Canelo ass. He did ass. Canelo sucks, nigga. Skull had a good fight since the first like that,
bro. Come on.
Here's the fact of the matter. It wasn't the same fight because Devin outlanded Ramirez. Guess what? Canelo.
So did Skull, nigga.
Canelo threw. No, he did not. Canelo outlanded him, you fucking idiot.
By one punch. By one punch, brother. One punch.
On some bullshit. The punch stat numbers aren't real, nigga. That's just somebody hitting the button on ringside, nigga. When you watch the fight, Skull was countering Canelo constantly. Canelo was walking into this nigga's punches. He was outboxing this nigga.
Canelo only landed 50 shots. How many?
Y'all niggas look at that CompuBox numbers because you can't watch. You don't know what you're seeing when you looking at the fight.
If you think
you rely on CompuBox numbers, which aren't real. Judges don't even see that shit. Nobody see that shit. It's a computer.
Man, Canelo lost the fight.
Assumption.
He lost the fight.
You really think Canelo hit this nigga with 40 body shots, dog? You dumb as hell, dog.
He lost the fight.
If you think a weak ass pity patter jab counts as much as a hard,
yes, it counts. It land. Look at Canelo's face, bruised up. What you mean pity patter? His face was scraped, nigga. What are you talking about?
If you would shut the fuck up and listen to the whole sentence.
You get mad because I'm
But
cooking
you
your ass.
long-winded, bro.
Nonsense.
Wrap it up,
You
bro.
don't get
Come
this
on.
cooking, nigga.
You cooking with no grease and no food in the
Nigga, I
pot.
cooked your retarded ass.
Yourself talking. You ain't got shit.
You over here bringing up dicks. It's sought to be off because my box. You can't even back up your own stupid ass boxing opinions.
Wait, you got stuck on dicks? Is still on your mind?
Nigga, quiet, nigga, Pat.
You heard that word one time and you got excited.
Yeah, because it's vulgar as fuck, nigga.
You been loud ever since.
Nigga, yeah, because your bitch ass offended me, nigga. You fucking hoe ass, nigga. You can't keep to the motherfucking.
Hold on. I don't want to have to mute nobody but bruh. Let's keep it. Come on, y'all. Come on. Listen, y'all gotta respect the panel. Let's get some panel etiquette, bro. Let's get back to the boxing talk. Let's relax. 2 deep breaths. Let's continue the conversation. Come on now.
This is what happens when you have a little man in real life who thinks he's tough over the internet. They talk like that. Anyways, I digress. The fact of the matter is, you have got to be a complete moron if you think a pity patter jab counts as much as a hard hook to your body. Canelo was landing hooks left and right to his body while Skull was trying to touch him with a little pity patter jab. They're not the same. You can't win around like that.
A lot of times,
the hook that Skull was catching with his elbows.
Work as much as
why Skull ain't dropping? Canelo hit him with these hard body shots. Why he ain't drop?
Canelo was scared to run in there because Skull was piecing him up. He didn't want to run in. Canelo didn't do nothing. It was the same exact fight. He fought the same exact fight Ramirez did. The dude threw 158 punches in a 12-round fight. That's 13 punches a round. How do you win a fight throwing 158 punches?
Than Canelo, dude.
He only landed 50 punches.
He threw more and landed more than Canelo.
And the only difference between the Ramirez fight and Canelo fight is Canelo is supposed to be an all-time great. That's the only difference. How does an all-time great only throw 158 punches? How does he throw 158 punches? How can an all-time great not know how to cut the ring off?
Let me tell y'all, bro. Canelo, the reason that Canelo won the fight is the same reason that Tank was able to take a knee, bro. They not gonna mess up the bag like that, bro. They not gonna let Liam Skull run on Canelo and get the decision. It's not gonna happen.
The math don't math. The fact of the matter is this: William Skull threw almost double the amount of punches and got outlanded by a dude who threw half his shots. Clearly, Canelo won the fight. You're an idiot.
No, let's not.
No, how about this? Canelo set a record. Canelo set a record for the least amount of punches thrown.
Let me acknowledge.
And landed too. He landed 50.
Shout out Frequent Fly. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So Key Alexandria in the building. Shout out Key with the T. She says, "Have we forgotten about the criteria of boxing? Which is what? Boxing Hacker. What's the criteria of boxing? Go.
Oh man, clean, effective punches." What the other one?
A side privilege. Put that in there too.
Look, go ahead, Boxing Hacker. Let me know the criteria.
Ring generalship. And two, right? I can't remember off the top of my head. What are the other two? Clean, effective punches. Ring
effective aggression.
Effective aggression. I don't remember the last one. Defense. What's the last one?
Defense.
Defense, bro. Defense.
Ring generalship. Defense. A-side privilege, don't mess up the bag privilege, all that stuff.
It's not part of it.
Defense, ring control, I think. Clean
it's ring
punches.
clean, effective
and
punches.
effective aggression.
Clean, effective punching, y'all. Clean, effective punching.
What about the unwritten? What about the unwritten boxing criteria? What about the unwritten? About don't mess the bag up. A-side privilege. How about that?
Well, obviously, for the Friday card, it didn't matter because Ryan was a headline and he got his shit rocked. So
I will say this about that fight, though, Coach A. I think how Canelo won is that his shots were clearer. Like Skull did a lot of good, he did a lot of good movement. Like I thought, his game plan was good. I think he was trying to find a lower flop, but I think at the end of the day, Canelo was landing a much clearer shots. Like you
clean, effective punching.
Yeah, and ring generalship will go to Canelo too because it sort of looked like he was. Canelo was stalking him, So,
but Hacker, hold on one second. Hacker, I'm gonna give you a little pushback. Now, I can kind of agree with everything you just said to an extent. I still think Skull won the fight, but it is what it is. But if you're an all-time great, this so-called legend, why can't you press the issue? Why can't you use your jab? What I seen with a lazy Canelo, who basically was in the ring saying, "Look, they're gonna give me the fight anyway. I don't have to do nothing." The dude didn't want to do anything. Not that he can't cut the ring off. He didn't want to cut the ring off.
He was
That's what I was
lazy.
gonna say. He
He
don't
could have
have
used it.
to,
He could
bro.
have
He
used his
Canelo.
jab. He could have used his jab. He could you think that Skull could have ran around like that on Triple G? Somebody that's good at cutting the ring off, who pressures you with the jab and knows how to get you in the corner, put you up against the rope, and let your hands go and get you out of there.
Yeah.
Goddamn, Willie Monroe tried to do the same thing to Triple G. What happened? He got stopped.
Triple G was
So
scared of
We
his
answer
play
that
power.
games and
question,
everything, but
The skull had
Canelo
pop
really
issues, and
is the
Canelo
face
was
of
worried about
boxing,
it.
bro.
hold on, guys. Just to
Canelo
answer
went
that
all
question,
four of those
remember,
categories.
remember
mic,
one
y'all.
thing.
One mic.
Yeah,
One
hold
mic.
up, guys. To answer that question, you have to remember that Canelo's always had issues with that style. Remember, Laura also gave him issues the same way. Like people know that Canelo doesn't like movers. He said himself he don't like people who move, you know. And even you can be
Laura actually
all-time
fought in
great
pocket,
and you
though.
still have weaknesses, you know. Roberto Duran was all-time great and Sugar Ray Leonard moved on him and made him quit. You know,
Okay,
so like it's
Laura,
not to say they're not great in their domain, but that is a weakness that Canelo's always had. So I mean, I expected it. When I saw
but
William
the
Skull, I
difference
expected the
is
fight to be an
when you
issue.
look at your Floyd Mayweathers, when you look at your Lauras, when you look at somebody like Billy Joe Saunders, Caleb Plant, Dimitri Bivol, the movers that he's fought, they all came to win. Laura was trading with him in the pocket. He didn't stay on his fucking toes, running circles around the ring all night. Neither did Mayweather. Mayweather met him in the middle of the ring, beat him up in the middle of the ring. Skull didn't do anything. If you go by the 4 criteria that she just asked you, the ring general was Canelo. Why? Because he was always pushing the pace. Who had the more cleaner, effective shots? Canelo, because he had the hard thudding shots, not the little pity patter jab.
No, they sounded thudding, but he's blocking them with his elbow.
I'm not
If
even
Canelo
done.
was hitting them that
I'm
hard
not
to the
even
body, he
done.
would have dropped, dog.
I'm not even done yet.
Catching the shots with his elbow.
I'm not
Hold
even
on, one
done yet.
mic. One mic.
I'm not even done yet. Who had the better defense? Canelo. He threw half the shots and still outlanded them. Every fucking category, Canelo won all 4. Clearly.
Like if you going by the compy box,
it's no
you
way
saying
that
lot of those punches that landed on the elbows, they gave Canelo credit for those. William Skull was popping him in the head. Canelo rarely landed any headshot. They were hitting the elbows, and they were giving credit for it. Sergey Moore was basically saying, "Hey, stand still and let Canelo and go out on your shield so Canelo can knock you out." That was Sergio Moore was saying.
But
That's what he
this
said.
the thing, though, Coach Eddie. You're not gonna win no close fight against Canelo Alvarez, bro. A close fight. The fight was real close, so they're not going to give it to William Skull. Why would they do that?
And plus, Canelo's shots are way clearer. William Skull did good work in there. I'm not gonna.
Wasn't even landing. Canelo was patting him away with.
You lying, bro.
William
Skull was running that dude in the uppercuts. He was hitting him with uppercuts and hooks and jab. That double and that triple jab was popping his head back, man. You lying, brother. You lying, man.
Believe whatever Sergio Moore say. They didn't believe everything Sergio Moore say.
It was too close.
You're lying because you don't like him. That's all this is.
No, brother. Go back and watch the fight. Watch how many times he popped his head back. Watch how many uppercuts that Canelo ran into. Watch how many of those he ran into. Every time Canelo threw a shot, he ran 3 or 4 combinations on him. Pop, 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 and got out of the way. What are you talking about, man?
I'm clapping for you because you want to fight people who actually thought Skull won.
No, but I mean, won too. But like, so at the end of the day, like I think, like I said, Skull did good. I mean, we can't say he didn't do good. He did a good job. Like the game plan was smart. I thought the plan they had to circle the ring, which was always Canelo's like disadvantage, was a good idea. I think the only problem was that Canelo, his shots were just more obvious. You know how like Broner fought what's this guy's name? Paulie Malignaggi, and Paulie was landing all these shots, but like Broner's shots were obvious when he landed. And I think that's the problem that they were having.
You mean it was anticipated? People were waiting for Canelo to catch him, so every time Canelo did touch him, everybody saw it.
That could play a factor as well. But Canelo was landing big shots, and his shots are very. I don't know how to describe it. They're very clear when he lands.
I'm glad you brought up Paulie Malignaggi because it's a guy by the name of Sean Porter who was able to track down Paulie Malignaggi and stop him.
Yeah,
you didn't make no excuses. Oh, the guy won't stand there and let me hit him, so I'm just gonna stand there, apply for it in a high guard, and watch the guy. Because that's what Canelo did. He didn't throw any punches. He didn't do anything. Why did anybody not talk about the fact that Canelo did absolutely nothing in that fight?
Wait a minute.
Sit there and watch the dude. He watched him.
Because Canelo is the damn franchise brand that they minds is boggled.
How are you going to bring up little itty bitty Paulie Malignaggi against Sean Porter? Sean Porter's way bigger than him. Canelo is fighting dudes who are way taller, way bigger, and this dude chose to run all night. Like that comparison don't even make no damn sense. Of course,
No, it does. It makes perfect sense because you got a guy who was trying to survive, trying to run.
Everybody, you talking about he running?
And Sean Porter stopped. And Sean Porter cut the ring off. Canelo did absolutely nothing. He was lazy in that fight. Was Canelo lazy? Yes. Was he lazy? Yes or no? Was he lazy?
I think
was he lazy? Yes. It's a yes no question. Was Canelo lazy?
Ring off against a
was Canelo lazy? Was Canelo lazy?
He cut the ring off against
Tony,
a smaller
answer the question. Tony, answer
was Canelo lazy in the fight? Yes or no?
Please.
Tony doesn't understand boxing because he never boxed before.
He wasn't lazy.
158 punches on you, not lazy. Are you serious? Okay. All right.
Yeah. How do you hit somebody that's always running?
Yeah.
It's called double jab, triple jab, and you step to him and you corner him up. You cut the ring off on him and you put him in the rope. That's how you do it, brother. I can show you if you like me. It's easy to do.
No, the fuck it's not. If you have somebody who refuses to fight you, it is not easy to cut off the ring. We've seen it.
Trust me, it is. It is. It's an art to cutting off the ring. So why Triple G known for cutting off
How
the
did
ring?
we get here? We were just talking about Bud and Canelo. How did we get there?
They always gonna get those closer fights to the aggressor, though, y'all. The person that's being aggressive, they're gonna give it to him because it's a close fight. That's usually how it goes. That's one of the scoring criteria. So when you're being aggressive and the other person is retreating the whole fight, and it's a close fight.
Retreating? What does retreating mean? They're in the fucking ring.
Lateral movement. Okay, I used the wrong word. Not retreating. Lateral movement. If you're moving a lot, you're on your bicycle.
That's not even going back, nigga.
Yo, the dude is sitting there literally.
Lateral movement.
Side to side, nigga. Not taking a step back.
Side to side, bro. We saying the same thing.
Canelo made no attempt. He made no attempt to cut the ring off. He looked at this dude and watched him do it. That's what I'm saying. He made no attempt.
The point that I'm making though, it was a close fight still though, right? It was close, right? It's not like he won by a large margin, so they're not going to give it to him. That's all. They're just not going to give it to him.
What he said don't even make sense. What I'm hearing don't even make fucking sense. He didn't attempt to cut off the ring, but he still outlanded him. It makes no fucking sense what you're saying.
I didn't say he didn't attempt to cut off the ring.
Same with Boots. When people said Boots couldn't cut off the ring against Karen, did Boots outland Karen? But they criticized Boots and said Boots had a bad performance, right?
No, because the reason why I'm saying that he made no attempt because there is something in the room. It's called 153 punches in a 12-round fight. That is a record. That is the second least amount of punches ever thrown in boxing history. He made no attempt to cut the ring off.
Wait, punches thrown?
Guess what? Bud has a longer reach than Williams School. Bud is going to beat Canelo to the punch every single time. Bud can hit Canelo from a distance where Canelo can't hit him back. Bud is going to beat the shit out of Canelo.
I hope you're right, bro, because that's what I want to happen, but I don't know.
And Canelo
you know shit about boxing. It's an easy fight for Canelo. For Crawford. Canelo's a bum. That's why he never fought no real 68-pounders, no Morales, no Benavidez's, no Iglesias, no Billy's. Nobody like that can really get in his ass at real 68. He fighting bum ass niggas.
But he went up. The
nigga who did shit his whole career.
He went up past 168 and fought.
They fought an old ass Kovalev that ain't shit.
No, he fought
his ass beat by Bivol because he was feeling himself and didn't know, and thought this is another easy fight. Another guy with no power. But Bivol showed him like, nah, I got power. I just don't be put. I just don't press this issue. Bivol beat his ass.
No cap. I think you started watching boxing yesterday. When Canelo went up to 168, he beat every fucking champion there.
What champion is that? Who?
David Benavidez didn't even have a belt when Canelo went up there.
Because he lost it on the scale. That's why he came up there, because he didn't want to fight Benavidez. So when Benavidez lost the belt from doing cocaine, he wanted to go get they gave him a belt. They gave him a belt. Benavidez is still a lineal champion at 68. Make no mistake about it.
He already was going up to 168, you idiot.
So good. He ain't who he fight, nigga. Caleb Plant, that's it.
Callum Smith.
Where Billy Joe Sanders get his belt from?
Wait. This is
where Billy Joe Sanders get his belt from? The Canelo took from.
They gave it to him. Billy Joe Sanders got drugs.
168 to run from Charlo, though.
He asked me a question. Let me answer because he don't know shit about boxing. Callum Smith was literally the lineal champion at 168, and that's who Canelo fought.
How is he the lineal champion when Benavidez had the WBC?
The WBC don't make you the lineal, you idiot.
I'm saying, how was he a lineal champion when he ain't, but it's contested in the damn division?
Oh my!
He didn't beat the last lineal.
I'm not
He
gonna
ain't
break
beat
down.
Andre Ward.
I'm not
Ward was the
gonna
last
break
lineal
down.
champion.
I'm
He
not
ain't
gonna
beat no
break down.
Ward, nigga. What
I'm not
made him
gonna
the
break
lineal
down how
champion?
lineal works. You fucking idiot. Look it up. He was a
Okay,
lineal
so
ring magazine champion whenever he went up there
From
and fought
who? Who he
Callum
beat to
Smith.
become that?
Callum Smith,
Who
who
he
they
beat to become that?
who Callum Smith, who today
Who he
pays
beat to become that?
165. He was a
Who
real
he beat to
168.
become that?
Oh my fuck. You said Canelo never beat nobody at once.
Nigga, who did Caleb Smith beat to become the lineal ring magazine
Who
champion?
did Benavidez beat to become a champion?
That fucking gravel, the nigga who knocked him down. That nigga was a champion.
Oh my fuck.
He beat that nigga, the nigga that knocked him down. He beat him. He won it when he was like 21.
Me going back and forth with you is like me going back and
Nigga,
forth.
you answered the question. You can't even answer who Caleb Smith beat because he ain't beat nobody.
Benavidez ain't beat nobody at 168.
He did. He beat Ronald Gravel, nigga. Guerrero, how we pronounce his name? The nigga dropped Benavidez and everything.
And I think Andre Darrell had the other belt. One of the Darrell brothers had the other belt. Maybe at the time.
Anthony had one.
But Canelo was running
all these
from
passes. That's why I'm
Charlo when he went
frustrated.
up
Because y'all
there.
just
though.
catch this thing Canelo ass, let him get away with murder, let him do whatever. Y'all criticize other fighters for less, and then y'all just kiss Canelo's ass for no reason. Like y'all just bought into
Ain't
that fucking
that
bullshit.
when they gave Canelo the franchise belt?
Right. They made the franchise bill for Canelo to duck.
Yeah, because he was ducking Charlo, and they was giving him a way out from fighting Charlo, and so that's why he went up to 168 to
to get a
avoid
bunch of easy
Charlo,
belts,
Maul
fight a bunch
Charlo.
of 160 pounders at 168. In a weak
Canelo
ass steel
and them,
plate,
he
they ain't got
finna
no
duck his
punching
whole
power.
career, man.
His whole career been trash. And Crawford gonna erase his whole legacy when he beat his ass. Everybody gonna see he was a fraud. Because ain't no way Crawford is supposed to lose. Ain't no way Crawford supposed to be able to go 2 weight classes and beat this dude.
I don't want to
But
hear
that's what's
nothing
gonna happen.
about.
He gonna beat his ass, nigga. And you're gonna see the difference between a real elite fighter and a dumbass nigga like Canelo.
You're right, but we saw Jamel Charlo clear out. We saw Jamel Charlo clear out 154. He beat everybody there, bro.
Because he's going to beat that ass.
We saw Jamel at 154 clear out the whole division, beat everybody, become undisputed, and then go up there and lose to Canelo. And he was at 154. We got Bud coming
he was
from
out for 18 months with a broken hand. Now can't spar. He wasn't in fight shape to fight Canelo. That's why he fought like that. He just showed up for that check.
So you saying his hand was an issue? So you think his hand was an issue, bro? His hand was the reason why he quit?
He was out for 18 months. He couldn't train. That's the only reason why Canelo beat him.
Okay, I
the
get
only
that.
reason he wanted to fight the big Charlos because that nigga was out of the gym with mental health issues, drinking, and not taking boxing serious.
Yeah,
so
that's
he
what I
wanted to
wanted
fight
to see
then.
more.
It's called cherry picking, bro. Like, give it the fucking program.
And Demetrius Andrade, he ducked him. They offered him $40 million to fight Demetrius Andrade. He turned it down like a sucker. That he is, man.
He has a problem.
Yeah, I can't argue with that.
He has never corrected that
This is
problem
what's so
with
hilarious
boxing.
about this. Canelo was never supposed to fight Mel. He was supposed to fight Maul. Maul pulled out of it. That's when Mel stepped up and said he would fight him. You left that part out.
No, I didn't. I said he wanted to fight Big Charlo because Big Charlo was drinking and had mental problems.
He could have fought David
He didn't fight Big Charlo when that was at the same weight class.
Hold on. Let me address this cap right here with Too Rich. Charlo fought Canelo to avoid Crawford. That is cap, Too Rich. That is absolutely cap. So is Crawford fighting Canelo to avoid the whole 154-pound division, Too Rich?
He is. He saw.
Hey, Too Rich, click the link. I'm about to hop off.
He saw how bad
Big
Tim Tszyu
Supreme,
got
click
beat
the
down
link
and
if you
ran
can
from the
fly
other
hop off, Big
champions.
Supreme.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't hopping off then.
Yes, you is. You getting your ass off of
Get your
here.
ass off, man.
Get the hell
your
out of
ass
here.
off of here.
Been
Get
up here
off of
lying
here,
long
nigga.
enough.
Hey, but you know, one thing I didn't want. One topic I wanted to touch bases on though.
No, but salute y'all. I appreciate you letting me come up, Queen. Salute to you too, Jab Queen, and everybody else. Salute.
But one thing I did want to touch. One thing I did want to mention, right?
All right, frequency tomorrow.
Yo, Tony, you mentioned that you said that Tank's resume is aging well, right? I keep hearing this narrative that people's resumes gets better because their opponents win fights, but that's not how boxing works, right? Like nobody's saying Salido's resume got better because he beat Lomachenko in the second fight, and Lomachenko went up became multi-division champion. Nobody's going back
Nobody
to
talks
that.
about
Well,
him,
I
do they?
disagree with you,
Yeah.
Boxing Hacker. So let me counter with this. Let's say Loma wasn't really Loma whenever T.O. beat him. Then Loma becomes the Matrix after that, becomes a Hall of Famer. Yeah,
Sure.
that win ages good over time because if you beat dudes who become like Hall of Famers or they do
Okay.
really well after you beat them, then yeah, it makes you look a lot better because you're the
So
one that gave them their first loss.
so I had this conversation with Big Supreme as well. The guy who beat Pacquiao the first time, I forget his name now, like years ago, right? Then he should be a Hall of Famer at this point, right? Because Pacquiao went up became an 8th division champion, right?
No,
So,
because that guy who beat Pacquiao went on to do nothing. It has to be a
so
two-way street. See,
it has
here's
to
the
be a
thing about
two-way
no.
street.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Everybody is boxing. You're in a sport where one punch could change everything. You saw that with Jaime Munguia. He made right in the rematch, right? He got sparked by doing no power. Came back, won that fight really easily. Now, here's what I'm saying. Okay. If you take a fighter who is a good fighter, not a shit fighter who gets lucky or beats you early in your career before you're good yourself, that's different. But if at the end of the day you start to rack up multi-division champions that you beat and they become that after you beat them, only shows how good you are. That's a win aging well. Now, if everybody you beat, they go on to be nothing or they were all hype jobs, those aren't really good looks on your resume.
Oh, it doesn't count. It doesn't work that way. So,
The guy
so
who
for
beat
instance, right,
Pacquiao though
it never
has
works that way because look at it this way, right? If
It
that's
does.
true, so when Floyd beat Ricky Hatton, right, and Ricky Hatton started losing after, what happened to does Floyd become a worse? Like does his resume go down? No, it only matters who that person is at the moment, right? That's all that ever matters. Who
So
that
now
person?
you're
Roy Jones beat
saying-
Bernard Hopkins when Bernard Hopkins was young, right? Like it only matters at that moment. Nobody's looking at like in the future. Oh, Bernard Hopkins did this, and this, so that makes Roy even better and better. No, nobody looks at it that way.
Yes,
Because
they
Roy
do.
Jones
Because
also lost to B-Hop
I'll
in
give you
the
a prime
future.
example. We'll stick with Roy Jones. I'll give you a prime example.
Okay.
Roy Jones beat James Toney when he was undefeated. Nobody knew how good or bad James Toney was going to be because he got completely outclassed by Roy. But everything that James Toney did after the fact made him a Hall of
So
Famer. So that
James
made
Toney was
Roy
45
Jones-
and 0 when he fought Roy Jones, man. He was the fucking man.
Hold on.
What are
Relax,
you talking
okay,
about?
relax.
Everybody knew James Toney was
So
good.
let's use James Toney again.
Everybody
then.
knew War was good. That's why it was a big. They was
hold on
fighting
a
in
second,
primes like real fighters used to do. 25 years old.
Yeah,
undefeated.
no cap. Hold on, no cap. Okay, let's use James Toney. Let's use James Toney, right? So what happens after Roy Jones gets knocked out consecutively? Is James
That
Toney?
was years later, though. That was like a whole era later.
Hold on,
What the
no
hell
cap.
Roy
Hold
got to
on.
do with this?
Hold on. Let's use your same James Toney Roy Jones, right? Roy Jones took a series of knockouts years later, right? So what does that say for James Toney's resume? Does that make him less of a great?
Roy fought James Toney at like middleweight, nigga. It was like at 160.
Time out. Because y'all are saying, hold on, Tony, because boxing hacker. I think you know exactly what Tony's saying. You're saying what happens when such and such got knocked out years later. We're not talking about years later. We're not talking about when fighters are at the end of their career. We're talking about you fighting fighters all in the prime of their career. And after you fight this fighter or beat this fighter, they continue to go on while still in the prime of their career and do better things. They can become champions. They can win in multiple divisions. They're able to do those things.
But
That's what
doesn't
Tony
affect-
is saying. Don't, bro.
But
Let
what
me
you're
put you in the
doing, though, makes
background
no
since I'm
sense.
done, since you can't control yourself. Let me finish, Tony.
All
So that's what he's saying. He's saying Ryan Garcia went on to beat Devin Haney. Tank beat Pitbull. And then Pitbull went on to beat Rolly. And then Rolly went on to beat Ryan Garcia. So his point is that all these people Tank has fought that everybody keep trying to say ain't done nothing, they clearly were decent competition. Because they're going up against the other competition, which is the same people that everybody else is trying to fight, which is people that Tank already fought, and they're beating them. Devin went to go try to fight Ryan. He wasn't successful. It was the ushering, whatever the case may be. It didn't work out too well. And then Rolly went on to fight Ryan and beat him. That's his point. That's all he's saying. Like, we don't got to go to the da-da-da because your favorite fighter resume ain't Asian well. We don't got to do that. Go
So
ahead,
okay,
Tony.
I hear you. Hold on one second. I hear what both you guys are saying,
I
right?
knew she was
He
gonna
hit the
Hold
come
ground
back.
running.
hold on, hold on. I hear what both you guys are
I
saying,
like
but
that
that's
little
not how.
jab
Yeah,
he threw.
Tony.
Hold
He
on,
said, I like
guys.
that
Hold on,
little
hold on,
jab he
No,
threw.
hold
I'm not
on,
holding on. She
hold
said,
on.
"Go
That
ahead,
logic is
Floyd.
not
You gotta
real.
jump
That's
in
not real
right."
logic.
Hold on. Go ahead, Tony. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Tony.
A prime example is we could come back to Canelo, who we were talking about earlier. Canelo is a prime example of how a win could age great. Floyd gave him his first loss. Floyd dominated him more than anybody's ever done. Floyd beat him worse than Bivol. I don't care what nobody says. That shows you how great of a fighter Floyd was, because Canelo goes on to be undisputed in 2 weight classes, to be a 4-division champion, even though where he's fighting is his 5th weight class. 175 was his 6th weight class from where he started. That win aged very well, because at the end of the day, when Canelo is a Hall of Famer, and he will be, people will remember Floyd Mayweather, another Hall of Famer, is the one that beat that Hall of Famer in his prime.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but that's not how it actually works. It's this weird thing that people are doing nowadays. I don't know why they do it. Like, just because if you use that same standard for less popular fighters, then you'll be like, that doesn't make sense. Like I said, if I use that exact same standard that a opponent's wins can improve my resume, then I can say the person who beat Pacquiao the first time, who knocked out Pacquiao the first time, should be a Hall of Famer, because Pacquiao became an 8th division champion afterwards. Nobody looks at it that way. That's not the reality.
You missed
Fighters
the second half of it,
are
though.
who they are at that particular moment in time, right? When
No.
Canelo and Floyd, hold on, let me talk. I'll let you talk. When Canelo and Floyd fought each other and Canelo lost, what the boxing analysts said, right? They said Canelo at that particular time wasn't like up to Floyd's level. That's what they said. That's literally the argument that, oh, Floyd fought a young Canelo. He wouldn't be able to beat the Canelo of today. People aren't saying, oh, look at what Canelo did. That shows how. No, it doesn't work that way, because it only matters that moment. Fighters can change from moment to moment.
Boxing hacker, you only hear half of it. The other half that you missed, the guy who beat Pacquiao for the first time for Pacquiao's first loss went on to do nothing in his career. If that dude would have went on to beat a Floyd Mayweather, to beat a Shane Mosley, to beat big names that you would know, to beat somebody in the lower weight classes where they were at, like a Ponce de Leon, then yes, his wins would have aged greatly, and then he would have been remembered. But nobody remembers him because he only got one win to his name, and that's over Pacquiao.
But you're adding other criteria though. He needs to win.
What I said.
He has to win a certain amount of fights against name fight. No. If you use that one singular standard, it doesn't make sense in boxing. It's never a real thing. Hold on, guys, hold on. If it was a real thing, right, then whenever somebody loses, you also have to say they're not, like, you do the opposite, right? And
I think this
there's a series of
conversation
fighters.
is above Hacker's level of comprehension.
No, because it's not real. It's not a real thing in boxing. It's a made up theory. I don't know where it came from. It's not real. Fighters are just fighters that moment in time. Who they are is who they are at that moment.
Okay, we agree with you. They're who they are. Can we move on?
Yeah, because we ain't getting nowhere with this.
I mean, seriously.
No, they are. That's how it works.
We agree with you. That's not how it works. Now we're gonna move on. All right, what's next?
Right. So,
really, I feel like I'm in the twilight zone.
What did you think about the Haney fight, Tony?
Bro, look here, man. Look, Ryan took everything out of him. That dude ain't got nothing left. He's scared to fight. He don't want to mix it up. He had Ramirez, who wasn't even throwing punch. Like I explained this earlier. I don't know if you ever played games like Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter. You have tutorial computer opponents that you fight, right? They don't move. They're there for you to practice combos on. That's what Ramirez was there. He didn't throw no punches. He was just walking forward, and Devin was still scared to throw punches and just ran in a circle the whole time. He was terrified. He's having flashbacks. He's got PTSD. Yep. He's shell shocked. He's not the same. He's done.
That's how he looked, like he was done.
He looked mentally broken.
No, I think
could you say that, Tony? He won 11-1. It was a shutout.
Yeah,
How could you say that?
Yeah,
that's not true either. But go ahead.
It was a shutout because Ramirez didn't do anything. He did exactly what he did. He picked up his little brown paper bag of money and took that L.
Hey, but at the end of the day, if people don't like that style, it's Ramirez's job to beat that style. At the end of the day, the fighter who's winning.
So Haney had no responsibility in that boxing, Hacker?
No, it's because he's winning.
Oh wow!
If I'm winning each round clearly, comfortably,
I
and
wouldn't
you
say
can't
that.
do anything about it. Why I need to change my? Why I need to change my
Boxing
my
hacker.
I don't need
There
to
was
do anything.
there was
This is
several. No.
ridiculous,
This is
yo.
my point.
This
Boxing
guy can
hacker.
never be honest.
You can win a fight. That's cool. But every time
Never.
Ramirez even got remotely close, I literally saw Haney turn his back in one of the rounds and run, like literally ran sideways from him. I've never seen a fighter winning a fight ever do that. He was terrified.
Well,
Willie
Shakur
Pep,
did that when he
Willie
fought
Pep
De
won
Los
a
Santos. He
round
actually
fighting
turned
throwing
around
one
and ran.
punch,
But
bro.
continue.
So that those things do happen. I always say, like people forget, like like that style of people circling the ring, and pot shotting. It's something that has happened in the history of boxing. Yes, and at the end of the day, it's Ramirez's job. If Devin Haney
I'm
fights somebody
crazy
else like
about
that
that.
and wins,
Just
you can't
stop,
get mad
bro.
about
Just
that.
stop. Just
No,
stop.
that's the reality of it, though.
No, Hacker
I don't
has a
understand.
point.
Tuesday,
Hacker has a point.
you're literally a Rigondeaux fan, right? You say you like Rigo, right? Rigo fought
Yeah, I
that
like
way
Rigo.
a few times. The exact
We
same
go
way.
engaged more.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
I'm a
he did.
big Rigondeaux fan. No, he didn't. Rigo planned his
But
shot.
that's not how Devin Haney fights, though. He's
That's
never
how he
That
fought.
gonna
was
have
his
to fight from
strategy,
here on
though.
out if he going up
That
in
was his
weight.
He's never
strategy.
fought like that. He's never
Yes,
fought like that.
but people
I don't know
make
if you guys
adjustments,
are
right?
peeking at this ESPN card over here, but they definitely get into the action.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day,
And I'm taking up.
we can say it's a boring. Y'all can say you don't like it. It was a boring style, this and that, but we can't say it's not effective.
Ty,
If you win
ESPN
almost
fight
all the
on
rounds,
now?
it's an effective thing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
what's this guy?
All it
Kai?
was
It's
Ramirez is garbage, like I
Palenko
said he was.
and Medina or Medina. I don't know how you say this. Medina and Palenko.
Okay, we're gonna have to catch that.
Let me see if I can
That's what
turn it
happens.
on real quick.
You get two hungry dogs in the ring. That's what happened.
Yeah, they
And,
definitely duking it out. I'm loving it.
like I always said, tomato cans are some of the toughest, bravest guys in boxing. Cause they go in knowing they gonna get cooked, knowing they probably gonna get knocked out, and they show up anyway. They sign it. Give me. I got some gloves in my bag. I got my headgear, not my headgear. I got my cup. What I sign it, and they gonna take low end of the money, and they just keep showing up.
Because they want that money, man. Everybody want that money.
Yeah, and not only that too, they want to become somebody, So when they're coming out the amateurs and just coming in, they're giving it all they got. They're not comfortable yet with the bag and running off with the bag, and some guys like to fight. That's just the reality of the situation.
And somebody's like to box, I mean, there's different styles of boxing at the end of the day.
Some guys get in the ring shell shocked and get hit and scared to get hit, and that's what we saw with Devin.
And he still won almost every single round.
Don't
that is such a mediocre
makes you win almost
mindset,
every
bro.
round.
It's going to be hard for Devin to move forward with that mentality, though. It's not going to work out long term.
Such a
But what if it does?
mindset. It's disgusting.
Wait,
bro.
I have a question though. I have an interesting question here.
How's he gonna
What
do
if
it
that
again?
style makes Devin a champion?
It can't, bro. It can't. There's too much smoke out there for that style to even.
What if it does?
How is he gonna win? How is he gonna win running like that from Boots Ennis, who's taller and longer than him?
Boots struggled with Karen a little bit. Remember that, right? Boots.
No.
Karen,
He's not beating Boots, bro.
What the hell that got to do with Devin Haney?
because Karen was moving.
This is dumb. Boxing hacker.
Boxing hacker, you got to stop this shit.
Karen in the first fight was trying to win. He breached the pocket. He exchanged with Boots, even in the first fight. Devin didn't exchange at all. He ran. He's shorter. He's smaller. Boots has got every advantage in that fight. How does he win running?
So here's what I'm saying. So when you say they exchange, right? He exchanged with Boots, right? And you said Devin didn't exchange. Devin scored shots, though. That's how he won the fight.
How's he gonna beat Brian Norman? He can't beat Brian Norman.
Devin landed more
He
punches
can't
than
beat Brian
Rolling
Norman
Ryan
like
and
that.
Canelo, dog.
Why not?
Devin landed more punches
He cannot beat Brian Norman fight like that.
Hacker, you're missing the point of what I'm telling you. He did that against a dude who was significantly shorter than him. Ramirez was shorter than him. When they were standing side by side, he was shorter, had shorter arms.
Okay.
His reach was not as long. Boots is bigger. He's taller, got a longer reach. He's going to be able to hit him without having to close the gap. If all Haney does is run, he's not going to be able to outrange Boots.
So here's the thing, though, right?
He's done.
Haney has better footwork than Boots, right? Like he moves better. Can you say that?
I can't take this anymore.
I
can't do this.
You don't see
do
that?
it.
What else
This
you
guy.
gonna do it?
No, sir. No,
I
sir,
mean,
Hacker. No,
no, wait,
Hacker.
no,
No, sir.
let's talk about it because
Hold
if
on,
you want to talk about it, we can talk about it,
Hacker.
right?
I'm about to agree with you,
No, no, no,
Hacker.
no, no.
Hacker, I'm about to agree with you. Hold on. Yes,
Yeah,
he has better track shoes because he looked like he was running laps.
right. At the end of the day, he ran laps and won almost every. I keep saying he won almost every round. At the end of the day, that style that you don't like was
Against a
efficient
midget.
against the fighter he was fighting.
It's not
You
going
can't
to
deny
work.
that. You can say it's
keep
boring, but it was
overlooking
also
what I'm
efficient.
telling you. It worked against a midget. Boots
Yeah.
is not a midget.
Right.
Yeah, Hacker. That style not going to even work against Brian Norman Jr.
I think he
Or
beat Brian
or,
Norman Jr.
or
I think
no,
he beat him.
or a Connor Ben. A Connor Ben or Brian Norman Jr. will give him fist.
I think he beat
Boxing
both of those
Hacker, I
guys.
think I think that you're really missing the point. The point is Devin is shell shocked. He is afraid of power punches now.
No.
At
That was the
147,
strategy.
there are a couple. What?
That was their game. That was literally their game plan. And they talked about it. That was their game plan. You
That
guys
was their
realize
game
it.
plan for
That
Devin
was
to
their
look
game
like he
plan.
was a
Yes,
deer in
yes.
headlights when he saw
The
punches coming
reason
at him.
why, and I mentioned this earlier, is because
You gotta
Robert
stop this shit,
Garcia
Boxing Hacker. You have
is
to
probably
stop.
going to be trainer of the year this year.
Oh
Robert
my
Garcia
God.
has put
Oh my
together
God.
excellent game plans against fighters this year. So like they looked at it and they said that Robert Garcia was always practicing for them to throw the bow and arrow jab, and that Robert Garcia was looking at the Ryan Garcia fight very closely. So they wanted to be the complete opposite of wherever they were in the Ryan Garcia fight. So that strategy you guys see was their strategy. And
That sounds dumb, Boxing Hackers. That's
Boxing
stupid.
Hacker.
it
So if
sounds
that was
dumb.
the case, hold
Wait,
on.
it
If that was a
sounds dumb.
strategy,
However,
if that was a
guess
strategy,
what?
why did Bill keep telling him to get out his head?
I
Why did
didn't
Bill keep
I didn't
telling
hear
him to
that
get out
part.
his mind?
I didn't hear that part, but I heard him
All right,
talk about
Boxing
this.
Hacker. Okay.
And you guys can say it sounds dumb, but guess what? Robert Garcia and Ramirez couldn't make the adjustments in time to even win that fight. So it actually worked. So at the end of the day, the strategy they had worked. It is what it is. You guys may not like it, but they planned it against what they knew that they were working
You
on.
have such a mediocre mindset. It really scares me.
It's the reality of it, though. I'm not lying. It's the reality of
serious,
things.
yo. Like it's like,
all y'all say is boring. Everybody here can say it's a boring.
yo.
Oh, it's boring. It's boring.
I didn't say it was boring.
I
I said the
falling
boy looked
asleep.
scared. The boy
He
looked
looked scared. This and that. It worked. What you cannot say it did not work. That's the one thing we
what
can't
y'all
say.
are satisfied with, then
And what you cannot say is not boring.
Oh my
The
goodness.
same thing, the same way saying it works. Yeah, it works, but you can't say it's not boring.
Yeah, you can say it's not boring. That's
saying
fine.
it was
Call
a
it boring.
masterpiece.
Call it boring. I'd rather be in a. I rather win a boring fight than take an exciting loss. Like, what are we talking about? Call it boring all you want. It works.
That's weak as hell, Boxing Hacker.
I just said he got a
I'd
mediocre
rather be-
mindset.
for me,
He got a mediocre mindset, yo.
For me, I'd rather
least
be
now
in
I
a
know what I'm dealing with
I'd rather
myself,
take a boring win over an exciting L every single day.
But
And
Boxing,
you know what it is.
boxing hacker, boxing hacker. Devin wasn't in
Go
the
ahead, Mr.
position to be
Gray.
fighting like that.
What do you mean?
Devin was not in the position to take a fight and fight the way that he did based on what happened previously. Devin needed to look absolutely fantastic last year, and he didn't because he looked like ish.
Why do you have to do any of that though?
Because that's the
Because
game
his
of
stock is
boxing.
down, way down. That's why Boxing Hacker.
His value is going down.
Uh-huh.
He got beat.
That shit on
Whether you want to say
fire
it was
sale,
cheating or
bro.
not, he got beat badly by Ryan. And so Devin needed to redeem himself. Yes, he got a win. But as I said, Devin won and he still lost.
No, that's not true.
That's
Mr.
what we're
Gregory.
talking about
Respectfully.
right now. How bad Devin looked, even though he won.
So he didn't look bad. So it's opinionated, right? He didn't look bad to me. Like I said, at the end of the day, like him and Ryan, according to what's out, according to the information that's out there, according to the information that's out there, as long as they both won, the rematch was going to happen. So he didn't have to do anything.
And that's another thing. Why is it even contingent? One thing don't have nothing to do with the other.
Yeah, but that's what was out there, right? As long as he won, the rematch is going to happen. So like the way he looked was not even part of the argument. The game plan they had wasn't part of the argument. None of
Here's
that.
the problem. If both dudes look like ass, nobody's gonna watch the rematch, and nobody will watch the rematch now.
You lost the value, brother.
Nobody
you lost
wants to
value.
see it. Nobody
You
wants to
lost
see it.
value.
It's over.
Hey, I can hear somebody
see. I
TV,
wanna
so
see
y'all
it.
gotta mute. I can hear somebody TV. Please mute. Please mute.
Hey, I want to make a quick point too. Yeah, Devin did get the win, but going forward, that style is not going to work against certain fighters. It's not going to work against high volume pressure power punchers.
Brian Norman Jr. is going to stalk him down. He's going to catch him. And he's going to put him in a ropes and beat him up. That's what's going to happen.
The only way you beat a style like
That's
that.
what's going to happen. Now, hold on, Hacker. We listen to you talk for a minute. Boots is going to do the same thing to him. Going to punish him. Yep. Conor, I don't even want to see what Conor Ben would do to him because let me tell you what Devin Haney did. He figured put his head down and grab a dude around the waist anytime Ramirez got close to him. That was tragic. And I'm a Devin Haney fan, and I was thoroughly disappointed in his performance. He looked very gun shy. He looked very timid. He looked very scared. I think if he would have fought Josh Padley, I think Padley would have went the distance with Devin Haney. Dead serious. And Shakur went in there and stopped that dude. And ain't no shade on Josh Padley or Shakur. I'm just saying Devin Haney had every opportunity to get this guy out of there. He was hurting this dude every time he punched, and he was afraid. And then nothing, he has to get over that. It's just like Rocky 3. We got everything but the truth. And where the Rocky said, okay, you want to break me down? I'm afraid. That's what Devin Haney is right now. He's afraid right now. Can he get over it? We're going to have to see. The best thing for him would probably be to go ahead and lose. Go ahead and get it over with. That way you can free yourself and don't have to worry about it anymore.
Mm-hmm. I said that a lot, Coach. I said that a lot of fighters, once they get rid of that they might become more dangerous because after that they'll have nothing else to lose and nothing to fear. But the problem is some of these fighters have nothing but their They're not exciting. They don't really possess that dog mentality. So all they have is their so they're holding on to them for dear life. Why you think Devin went and did all the protesting just like he did in Mexico when he took that loss?
I don't know what you mean, what loss in Mexico, but here's the thing though, right? Like
Devin just ain't that good if people got to accept that, man.
Here's the thing, the style that
stop growing.
The only way you beat a style like that when somebody's circling is you have to have faster footwork. I don't think Brian Norman has faster footwork than Devin Haney. Conor Ben, the problem with Conor Ben,
all you gotta do is have IQ, is to be able to anticipate where the person is going next.
It's not.
You got to think about. You got to be smart enough to understand what they try to do, which direction they try to go, and then you corral them to the area you want them to go.
Devin Haney has never fought anybody like a Conor Ben or Brian Norman Jr. Never.
I think he beats them. He'll be the favorite. He'll be the favorite between both of those guys. I think.
Are you serious? Now against Conor Ben, you think Devin will be the favorite after what we just seen this Friday? You out of your mind. You out of your mind, bro.
Yes, a multi-division champion versus somebody who's never been champion. Of course, he'll be the favorite. He will be the absolute favorite against Conor.
Yeah, he'd be the favorite to get knocked out. That would be the favorite, brother.
I don't think Conor can beat. I like Conor Ben. I like his style, but I don't think he can beat. I don't think he has the skill set to beat Devin.
Bro, it doesn't. That's the problem. That's the problem. We've seen them skills. We've seen those skills. But what about just being ferocious? That's what we've seen the other night.
Yeah, boxing is
Who do you think can beat Devin Haney? I think that's a shorter list. Who do you think can beat Devin Haney?
I think the most dangerous fight for Devin is Boots Ennis at 147.
Boots Ennis destroys Devin Haney because he cooks him. He annihilates Devin Haney. That is a freaking demolition job, bro.
But I think
that is a demolition job.
I will say that you probably will slightly favor Boots in that fight, right? I think that would be his hardest fight. I don't think
Devin Haney would be a slight favorite over Boots.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
That's the only person you think will beat him? That's the only person you think will beat Devin Haney?
147, I think
I'm talking about regardless, period. Because I
think Teal at 147, I think that's a 50-50 fight almost, you know. I think I don't think Brian Norman can beat him. I don't think
I think Brian Norman stops Devin Haney. I really do. I think he stops him.
I think
Brian I know Conor Ben stops him because that type of style right there, Devin Haney hates. He hates it. He's scared to death. He's petrified of that type of style right there.
And power punches now.
What style is Conor Ben?
It's a two-fisted attack, brother. A two-fisted attack.
Do you think we'll see Devin back in the ring?
Yeah, he'll be back in the ring with somebody with a soft touch. He needs to get another soft touch. He should have took that Sandor Martin fight. That's what he should have did. But hey, he just had a soft touch. He just had a soft touch. I don't know what we do now. I really don't know. I think T.O. will probably beat Devin right now. T.O. look good, and I hate T.O.'s good. I got to give credit. I think T.O. looks sharp.
I don't think so. I think that's a 50-50 fight, but I think
Ben annihilates Devin Haney. I'm telling you, and Boots will murder him. Will be done for manslaughter.
People say, hey man, people said Rolly was gonna get knocked out by Ryan in 3 rounds, man. Boxing is boxing. At the end of the
That's
day,
because they don't know shit about boxing. I predicted Rolly was gonna beat Ryan because Ryan ain't got a chin.
Yeah, but people said
Bro,
Devin
Like,
Haney
you
was
know
gonna
this
show
nigga
some
got a glass
he
jaw.
was
You
showing
know
yeah,
Rolly can crack.
you never
That
know.
fight,
The,
that
the
fight could have
reality
went
is you
either
never
way
know until
for
they get
real.
in the
That
ring.
fight could have went either way for
Yeah, I'm
real.
about
But
to say I
No,
had
we
it.
could not,
I
because
had honestly,
at least
I
Rolly get.
thought Ryan was gonna I thought Ryan was gonna do it because I said they
they
both
both got
got
power,
one
bro.
pound.
They
Yeah,
both
they
got
both got
power.
power.
But Devin versus Boots, boxing hacker. How can Devin beat Boots? Go ahead, let me know.
You
Yeah,
said
what
how can Devin be
strategy?
booked?
Yeah, what
Yeah,
strategy?
yeah.
Where
I mean,
was Ryan
How you?
Power against Rolly though? He ain't
Hold
had
on,
no
hold on,
power.
hold on.
I mean,
Because he
it's
couldn't. He
gonna be a
couldn't get
tough
that
fight.
first
I
off.
mean, I think
Boxing
what
hacker. No,
yeah,
listen to the question before you
yeah.
answer. Listen. How do you see Devin Haney beating Boots?
So it's gonna be a tough fight, of course, but I think Devin will have to use his footwork. I think that whatever game plan they strategize has to incorporate sort of something like what Karen was doing, but much better. You know, circling the ring. Using your jabs and your right hands. But I think that's the strategy for Boots. Because Boots' main weakness, and Boots doesn't have main weaknesses, is his footwork. Not to say he doesn't have good footwork, but he doesn't. How can I say? It's not as. I think Devin has a better footwork.
Palenko got the
Just like,
stoppage, I think.
Devin gonna have to take a weapon into the ring with Boots.
Hey, like I said, you never know. You will favor Boots over Devin.
Mm.
You will favor Boots over Devin. I think that's the only person. If Devin wants to fight at 147, the other person will be the favorite. I don't think the other guys are the favorite.
I think Gary Antoine Russell give anybody right now gives him fits. Any
He's at
puncher right
140
now
though.
gives him fits. Any puncher gives him fits right now. Anybody who's willing to let their hands go and hunt that young man down and put him in the ropes and put him in the corner and don't allow him to clinch and put him in the headlock, Devin is in trouble.
Yeah, the problem with Gary Antoine, he's at 140. I mean, I think Gary Antoine is a great fighter. I think that would be another amazing fight that could happen. But he's at 140, so what can you do?
Man, Devin is finished.
I think Gary Antoine will also give.
Not because Ryan beat his ass.
Gary Antoine beat Boots twice in the same weekend during the amateurs. So
like, guys like Jose Ramirez.
Huh?
As long
I
as
thought Devin was gonna beat up Jose Ramirez. I ain't gonna lie. I was disappointed. Shane talking all that shit. Talking about, yeah, we got him ready to turn it over.
Definitely not gonna get knocked
I was like,
out
Shane
by
in the
one
capper.
punch by
I'm
Devin
fucking with
Haney.
Shane. Devin about to beat this motherfucker ass. Come up there and do that shit.
Hey,
yeah, they had me hyped too, man.
So wait, let me ask you guys something. You guys
Devin talking about, I'm gonna hurt you. Sitting there looking at the man talking about, you're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hurt. You're gonna get hurt, and then get in there and ran.
If Devin became a champion 147, right? What would you guys say?
Rolling champion at 147. What you
Hold on, I'll give him his props.
Nigga, Rolling 3-division champion, future Hall of Famer, Sugar Rolly Romero, nigga. That nigga outbox Ryan. Devin couldn't do that shit. Sugar Rolly.
Devin might have a chance to pick up a belt against
Ryan to put that nigga in a
Mario
movie bag.
Barrios.
Box his ass into a movie bag.
Time out. Somebody TV playing in the background. Please turn that down, bro, because they will flag my. Promise you, they will. What you call him, Sugar Rolly Romero?
Sugar Rolly Romero
is crazy, man.
Sugar Rolly.
Up that motherfucker Ryan Garcia.
Hey, so Rolly 3-division champion. He a Hall of Famer. Y'all can't. Hey, y'all been deep. No, y'all been deep throating these belts the whole time. Not just because Rolly got him. Y'all want to act like y'all want a 2-division and jump through hoops to try to take his accolades away. No.
Shout out to Rolly.
Shout out to Rolly.
Shout out to Rolly, man.
3-division champ, future Hall of Famer. Future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it was very satisfying to see Ryan Garcia get humiliated on that stage right there.
Yeah.
Yo, Coach Eddie, you called it too,
admit.
though. Salute to you, Coach Eddie. You called it. You said you're like one of the main people that was like, you said Rolly's gonna whip Ryan. I remember you saying that. So shouts out to you.
The Rolly always whip Ryan. That's why they knew. That's why Floyd wanted him to fight Rolly.
As a matter of fact, he hit him with the same. He hit him with the same shot, the same exact punch he landed on that sparring video. The same exact punch. Rolly set him up. First of all, he hit him with a stiff jab, like a freaking karate punch. He didn't turn it over. That shook Ryan right there. The jab did inside the face. Then he dipped over to the left and then threw that freaking left hook right on the chin. Boom! Almost like an Adrian Bronner type of Marcus Maidana type of shot. It was just a stiff shot right on the chin. And after that, goddamn Ryan Garcia said, "You know what? I'm not finna go to sleep." He got on his bike. He was scared to death too.
Rolly played that smart, man. He held that phone good, man. He didn't drop the phone at all. He played that well.
Yeah, that plan was well executed for sure.
Yeah. No, but Ryan didn't bitch out though. Ryan started fighting him hard, but he just, Rolly was ready, man.
Man, Ryan put his hands in his pocket.
Once
Ryan
he got
ain't do
punched in his
nothing.
face, yeah.
Rolly holds the phone.
Punched in his face.
Don't do that, y'all. I don't like Ryan. He did do
Rolly's holding
something.
the phone.
Ryan
Pressure
put
on
his
him.
hands in his pocket and didn't do nothing. Boxing, you just want to say the opposite, trying to stir up some chaos. Cut it out.
No, he did.
Cut
In the
it out,
middle
bro.
round, no. It was
You know
still,
what made
so,
it
like,
worth it for me seeing Ryan cry in that van.
Remember, like, after he got the knockdown.
Because
like,
he realized it was
10-8.
over. He got exposed.
Oh, that was pathetic too.
Remember, he got 10-8 2-7, and then
See,
like
the reason why he cries is because he lost is because he lost to Rolly, the guy that was supposed to be trash. So what did you got outboxed by Rolly, the damn judo, the dude this motherfucker know judo.
Yeah.
He be in there doing MMA shit.
No,
he pieced you up.
He did not get outboxed. He just
got outboxed by
kicked.
Sugar Rolly
He
Ramirez.
got dropped.
That bitch looking like Spray Robinson in there with goddamn garbage ass.
Rolly had it. Rolly had that. He had that Philly shell. Rolly had that Philly shell. That hand down, looking like Floyd up in there for a minute. Ryan couldn't touch him, man. Ryan couldn't get to him.
He was on point. Rolly was on point. You can't lie. The man was on point.
That stab jab, that jab to the stomach was taking all the wind out of Ryan Garcia. He was every time he hit it, all them Ryan was backing up. He was hurting him, man.
And that shows you, man. Anything happening in boxing. Rolly started boxing late.
He getting his hands wrapped.
Yeah, Anyway's gonna win. I'm watching it too. Anyway, gonna win.
Oh yeah,
you know Anyway gonna beat this dude there.
I got my volume down though. Y'all finna
Yeah,
give
I got my
me
volume.
flag with y'all volumes up.
2 cents. You never watched Anyway, have you?
Yeah, I watched them.
Oh, you watched them? Okay, I thought you didn't watch. I thought you said you hadn't watched.
No, it was me that never watched him. That's the grand. I never watched him.
I hope. I don't know the opponent that he's about to fight, because I believe it's probably more of a showcase fight for him to introduce him to over here. But I hope you enjoy the fight, because Anyway can fight. I love the way he performs in the ring, and that's what you want. Somebody who can perform. Watch his old fight too.
Yeah,
No, Mr. Greg, they don't gotta perform. All they gotta do is win.
Who said
like
that?
hell they do.
That's what Boxing Hacker been saying the whole time. All you
Yeah,
gotta do
all you
is
gotta
win.
do
It don't matter.
about winning, man. That's all. All you gotta do is win. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Your mentality is stressing me out, bro.
Man, look,
your mentality is really stressing me out.
Anybody trying to be no exciting loser, man. Anybody trying to hear
Morrell was an exciting loser. Look at him. He got another opportunity, but I'm telling you, you can't be a boring
Morrell's
fighter.
an exciting loser. I've heard from him since Benavidez.
He's about to fight
he's
again.
he's
What are
fighting.
you talking about?
He's
fighting
fighting
today. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he got a fight.
He's on the next BBC card.
Boxing Hacker, I guarantee you in a sport like this, you would much rather want to be an exciting loser than a boring winner.
Never.
I can guarantee you that.
Never. I just told you. I'll forget American legend was Willie Pep.
It's
He's
how
known for
you
not throwing
lose,
punches.
Boxing Hacker. It's how you lose. It doesn't
Like
matter,
Conor Ben,
yo.
Conor Ben.
There are a lot of
Conor
exciting
Ben
losers. What are you talking about?
I'd
Nobody remembers
rather
them in
be
history.
Floyd. I'd rather bet all the bread, to be honest. I ain't even gonna lie. I'd rather be like Floyd.
Yeah, win. Who cares? Winning is what
Floyd was
matters.
still exciting. Floyd was an anomaly, yo. All these boxers trying to be like him, they're not gonna be like him.
It wasn't exciting. His drama was exciting. That's what made Floyd more
you
exciting.
crazy. Floyd got in there and got to work.
See, that's this comments like this. This is wrong with boxing.
That y'all trying to emulate to make them miss, make them pay. That's what y'all fighters don't do. They too damn scared to make somebody pay. They run around the ring. They think that's making people miss. Yeah, Floyd had haters, but he also had a lot of goddamn fans. When he was Pretty Boy Floyd, that's what they forget. They all trying to emulate Money Mayweather. Get in there and get to that Pretty Boy Floyd style.
But the Pretty Boy Floyd wasn't as popular as Money Mayweather, right? Money Mayweather was when he became popular after the Oscar De La Hoya fight.
Because he put that work in as Pretty Boy.
No, because he beat the Golden Boy. He beat the Golden Boy, so he became the Golden Boy.
Right, but Floyd always looked dynamic in his fights. Floyd was never boring.
Yes, he did.
When people say Floyd was boring, they was capping.
Yeah, people. It's the same way people say.
Every time Floyd got in the ring, we saw excellent skills. We saw excellent footwork. We saw a quick jab. We saw a real jab. We saw real motherfucking boxing skills on display. We saw professionalism.
A real
These niggas ain't prepared to do nothing when they come in there. They ain't prepared to fight when they come in this motherfucker. Devin Haney was not prepared. to
I'm saying
dismantle
this,
Jose Ramirez.
the criticisms you
Check this
guys
out.
hear from
Hold
about
on, Hacker.
Shakur.
Hold on, Hacker. You spoke. Ricky Hatton was undefeated for a while, and
Yeah.
Floyd Mayweather was off. He had a long layoff, and he was
Yeah.
all saying Floyd Mayweather is not going to knock out Ricky Hatton. He came
Yeah.
back and he did what everyone was expecting Devin to do. That's why Floyd's popular as well as other things he did.
Yeah,
He did the
I
same thing.
love
He did the
Floyd.
same thing to Marquez, another Hall of
There you
Famer.
go.
He took
Yeah.
Marquez to school.
Yeah, and I
Long
like
layoff, and
Floyd.
he
I
had a
like
long layoff,
Floyd.
you know, Hacker, and beat
Yeah.
knocked out an undefeated British fighter.
Yeah. I'm not
There you go.
listen, guys. I'm not denying that Floyd wasn't a great fighter. I think he's a great
And
fighter.
that's why I'm telling
However,
you, Haney missed his moment.
however, guys, I will say this: the criticism y'all have for like a Shakur and Devin, when Floyd was on the Mayweather side or on the come up, they had the same criticisms for him, especially when he got lined up with Pacquiao. Especially, and the thousands of people that are against Devin or 1,000 people who are against Shakur, they were just the same way against Floyd. They would say Floyd's the most boring fight on earth. You had commentators coming into the ring saying, "Well, you could have done more. This was a lackluster performance." Floyd literally cried in the ring. People don't remember this. He cried because he felt like he wasn't getting fair treatment. So like when you guys, it's the same. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about.
He
I love
cried in the ring.
Floyd.
The only time he cried is when he beat a Turo Gotti, nigga.
No, he cried more than once. Like so, and I'm not saying he's not great. I think Floyd's one of the best fighters ever. But I'm just talking about criticism alone. When we compare criticism, the same way Devin gets criticism, the same way he's boring.
Criticism, nigga. We
He's
need
boring.
to compare.
He's
Hold on,
boring.
Boxer.
He doesn't
I
look
feel
things.
very
All right, Boxer Hacker,
disrespected
you
that you
tripping,
continue
bro.
to.
How
I feel
you gonna
disrespected
compare
you continue to
criticism?
compare this.
No,
How
don't
you gonna
compare no
compare?
Devin Haney, no
Hold
Floyd
on, Boxer
Mayweather. Just
Hacker.
stop,
Hold on,
dog.
Serious.
hold on, no, because
Serious.
Devin Haney ass, dog.
this is the delusion of it, right? This is
I'm telling the truth, though.
delusion of it. Hold on, Boxer Hacker. This is the delusion of it. He up here comparing the criticism. Let's compare the skill. Like, of course, you're gonna get all boxers gonna get criticism. You're not comparing the skill level, the opponents that they fought, the things that they actually did. You want to compare the criticisms and make it seem like what they did was doing in the ring was the same or is the same. Or no, it's not even comparable, bro.
Facts.
But you want to jump to and compare the criticism like that's some delusional shit, Boxing Hacker. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Facts.
And you know
So
what,
I'm not
wait,
comparing skill sets. Hold on, guys.
Hold on, Hacker. Let somebody else go, brother.
There
Go
is
ahead,
no
Dragon.
comparison.
You know
Go
what,
ahead,
2 cents.
Dragon.
You know what, you're right. I just showed him an example, and he's gone around the region, all around the world to avoid the example. Floyd was out of boxing for nearly a year, and he fought Ricky Hatton, and he did what Devin had the opportunity to do with Ramirez. So what's Hacker on about? He's missed the boat.
I know. I agree with what you were saying. No, Dragon. I agree with what you were saying. And two cents. I'm not comparing skill sets. I'm saying the way I argue with you guys. The way I argue with you guys now.
Hold on, Hacker. You doing a lot of talking. You do more listening. You'll learn, brother. I'm being serious, man. You've been talking a lot, man.
Hold on 1 second, Mr. Cocochetti. The way I'm arguing with you guys now is deja vu for me because I was literally arguing with these people we used to call pack turd fans. I don't know if y'all remember this. The same thing about Floyd. Floyd's the most boring fight on earth. The same exact arguments were being had about Floyd. The same criticism. I'm not saying that Devin and Floyd fight the same or Shakur and Floyd fight the same. I'm saying the same arguments that argue the same like criticism people had about a Devin or Shakur, they had for Floyd. 100%.
I do not believe that for 1 second.
And
Nobody
you guys
ever
don't know,
said
you
about
guys
Floyd
don't know, but
around
that's how it
me.
Hold
was.
on, let me
I
respond.
never
Let me
heard that.
respond. Hold on, Jab Queen. And this is what I'm telling you. I understand exactly what you're saying. And we agree. You aren't comparing their skill. You're trying to compare the criticisms, which I'm telling you is asinine. It don't make sense. Just because you were having the same arguments about Floyd that you're having about Shakur or Devin, what is your point? Are you trying to say that their skill level is up there with like what is your point in trying to say that? Because you're always going to have the same arguments about fighters. If they're too defensive, people gonna argue the same. It's gonna sound the same. If they got knockout power, people gonna have the same. People got the same arguments about fucking Deontay Wilder about Tank Davis when they two completely different fighters. So I don't understand what your point is with that.
So land with my point, right? What I'm saying is this: like the criticism stimulates for certain criteria. When you have pure boxers who are movers and they're hard to beat, That's when the criticism normally starts. And then when they get lined up with somebody popular, for instance, Floyd's criticism didn't really take off until he started getting lined up with Pacquiao. That's when his criticism really, really took off. Shakur's criticism,
he was always getting criticized before Pacquiao.
he was,
What are you
but it didn't
talking
really
about?
take off. I trust me, I followed it. It didn't really take off until he was lined up. And Shakur's criticism, you know, people had criticism here and there for Shakur, but until he started getting lined up with Tank, that's when the criticism really started. The same with Devin. Devin
But they
before,
line themselves up with Tank.
yeah, that's fine. That's supposed to. That's his peer. But that's when the criticism actually starts.
Clout chasing.
Yeah. No, that's just you just get lined up, you know. If you're considered
So
best,
so part of the criticism wasn't you know, the mug
I
shots and the beefing with the fan bases and all
And
that
what
type
about
of
the way
shit.
they perform, bro? They can only criticize you in a way that you perform. You give them ammunition. Like, why are we glossing over this? It's the way he performs. You
no
just
matter how
refuse
he
to admit
performs, it's
that.
the same thing. I'll give you an example. Shakur, they said Del Santos was a boring fight, right? Oh, he performed terrible that fight, right? But he fought Artem completely different, right? He fought Pally completely different. He fought Yoshino completely different. But people will now say he did. He will say all Shakur's fights are boring, even though he fought these people completely different. You know, it's criticism because of
Yeah, I want to say. I think the difference is as far as the criticism. I think those guys, Shakur and Devin, I think they earned the criticism. I'll tell you why. Floyd beat a lot of guys. We seen Floyd get hurt by Chop Corley, and then come back and tell him to shut up and let's fight. We seen him get hurt by Shane and tell Shane, you got to kill me. We seen this dude get hurt. We seen him have a tough fight with Miguel Cotto. We seen this guy bite. We seen Floyd bite down. We seen Floyd display this dog in him. We have not seen that in Shakur and Devin. We haven't seen that. So that's where the criticism comes in at.
So when you say display dog, I mean Devin got knocked down like multiple times against Ryan Garcia and stood up each time.
But he came back and hold on, but he came back and looked shell shocked. We seen Floyd get hurt multiple times and come back and still display dog. Still tell Shane Mosley, you got to kill me. Still tell Chop Corley, you got to, you know what I'm saying, shut up and fight. He freaking destroyed Sean Bay Mitchell. And not don't forget, he fought Zab Super Judah, who was a phenom at that particular time.
That was Zab. Yeah, I get it. But it's to say that, okay, did you ever have a boring fight? Because I remember Floyd had a boring fight with what's his name? That guy's name? When he wore the pink gloves.
Look at you, just trying to.
I can't remember his name.
Carlos Baltimore, Floyd landed over 200 punches on
exactly. That was a very boring fight, and that
was not, bro. Floyd landed over 200 punches on Baltimore.
Hold on, no cap. Who was watching the fight with this long break in between? Like, what is going on? Are y'all watching?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I thought it was frozen, but since you mentioned that, I literally thought my screen was frozen.
All right, y'all, go ahead, because this is tripping. Go ahead, no cap.
Yo, Carlos Baltimore, that was a boring fight, was it not? Am I exaggerating?
Did they fight at 154 with a 47?
Your name is not no cap boxing hacker.
I said no cap. Go ahead, no cap.
Damn.
Floyd landed over 200 punches on Baltimore. It was nothing like any type of Ryan performance. It was more exciting than Regis against Devin and Regis. Devin can't fight like Floyd, dog. Just he never gonna be exciting.
Wait.
Comparing this nigga to Floyd has always been a mistake. And that's why he's in the trouble he not, because y'all kept comparing this nigga to Floyd. He ain't no damn Floyd.
I'll go as far as to say it's disrespectful.
Y'all just let this nigga be the Devin Haney, the motherfucking point fighter. He could be he would have been somebody. But y'all called him the new money. Nigga, he ain't no new money. That's counterfeit money, nigga. He ain't no new money. Counterfeit money. This nigga don't do no shoulder roll. He don't do shit, Floyd. Like this nigga don't be counter punching. He don't be coming up to the Tank look like Floyd more than this nigga Devin.
Okay, so
you're
talking about the
Floyd moves sometimes.
No cap. You're talking about
Devin don't be doing no Floyd shit at all.
No cap. You're talking about the landed punches, right? But what was the style of fighting? Was it not the same?
No,
it was not the same.
Floyd was attacking this nigga constantly, though.
He wasn't circling the ring and pot shotting.
Not like that. Not looking all jittery and shit.
Was he doing that? Yes,
calculated. It looked like a professional. He looked like a motherfucking nigga in control.
I think we
bouncing like a jackrabbit.
That was one
motherfucker going around like he on speed, nigga.
Floyd will fight on the inside. Floyd didn't freaking grab you by the waist and put his head down. Floyd would stand there and bang you out on the inside with body shot. What are you talking about?
Carlos Baldomir.
You gotta act like I'm denying.
Baldomir is way bigger than Floyd. That nigga was like a middleweight in there with Floyd. Niggas thought Floyd was gonna lose. Niggas better me Floyd was gonna lose, but he too small with Baldomir.
I'm not denying that Floyd is great in his own demand, and Floyd has his own skill set. I'm not denying that, guys. I'm saying that the way people criticize these young fighters, you know, is the same thing they were doing to Floyd. It's the same exact thing, and that's all I'm saying. Floyd's a great fighter. He's probably one of the best fighters ever, to be honest with you. I put him up there.
Not the same thing. They was hating. What they doing to Floyd was called hating. What they doing to Devin is just telling you the truth that this nigga's trash.
What they was doing to Floyd, they're doing to Tank.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
They're trying to diminish his resume and trying to diminish his skill set and his
nobody
doing
diminishes.
to Devin is being honest. And
no, that now we're being biased. So like when
Jab Queen's
that's not being biased, bro.
It's biased, yeah.
Right, she's correct. What they're doing to Floyd is what they're doing to Tank.
It's not what they're doing to Tank. What are they doing to Tank? Tank is literally the golden boy of this era. What are we talking about?
Not according to some of y'all. He ain't fighting nobody.
Doing that to him.
He ain't fighting nobody.
He hasn't fought any current champions in his division. That's the truth. People want him to.
What you talking about? He fought more champions. He the longest reigning champion in the division.
He's the longest reigning in what division?
He's the longest reigning champion at 35.
The longest reigning champion.
All them niggas just got vacant belts. They just got a fake belt.
Devin just was undisputed.
Been there, nigga.
How is he the longest reigning champion?
He's been the champion the longest, nigga, before any other in the division.
No, he has not.
Except for Lomachenko just got a belt back.
Wait, if he was the longest reigning champion, how did Devin become undisputed? Explain.
Devin ain't at 135, nigga. He fought one nigga, Cambosis. That's it.
So wait.
He sold his soul to Top Rank and went to fucking fight Cambosis on Top Rank for
pennies.
pennies.
He sold his ass to Diddy.
Yeah, that's it. The motherfuckers Ray dragged himself like the corpse of Michael Jackson.
Oh my gosh.
He couldn't even knock out Cambosis.
You guys have
straight up, bro. Like you really think Cambosis can survive 4 rounds with Tank, nigga?
Gervonta Tank Davis is a great fighter in his own domain. However,
Devin Haney is not.
And he has not fought one current world champion.
Yes, he did. He knocked out Barrios, who's the current welterweight champion. He knocked out Rolly, who's a current welterweight champion.
Wait, you're going too fast.
The niggas he knocked out is welterweight champions. The nigga he knocked out, beat up, outboxed somebody Devin Haney couldn't.
No, Cap. He's talking about at the time. I think that's what he's talking about. I think he's talking about.
I think Haka saying champions like actual who had the belts. That's what I think he's on about in his division.
And Barrios was at 140, and when Tank fought Barrios, Josh Taylor was undisputed. That means
Josh Taylor fight Barrios, though. Did Josh Taylor fight Barrios? Why did Josh Taylor fight Barrios if he was undisputed?
Ask Barrios. Barrios should have.
Because Josh Taylor don't want no smoke with no goddamn Barrios. That's why Barrios a champion at 47, and Josh Taylor ain't relevant in boxing no more.
Bro, you're dreaming. Okay.
You talking about
Josh Taylor? Josh Taylor is undisputed. Was undisputed when Barrios fought Tank.
Undisputed shit.
There's a fact. When you're undisputed, that means there's no disputes, no argument who the champion is of that division. Which means
why he ain't the champion now?
Josh Taylor's undisputed.
So Josh Taylor the champion now?
Not champion at 140.
Who the champion now? Who the champion now?
What are you talking about? There's no
Barrios the champion right now. Josh Taylor isn't. Why? Why is that? Why is it the great Josh Taylor holding on to those straps?
It doesn't matter. I don't understand.
It does matter.
Is this some kind of like Twilight?
Who's the champion now? Who's defending their belts?
We're talking about
Barrios. Who's the champion now? Rolly Romero. Once again, 3-division champion, Sugar Rolly.
He's not a 3-division champion.
You gotta
that nigga was the champion. He's a 3-division champion. Nigga, stop hating on Rolly. He did what Devin Haney can't do. He a 3-division champion.
Every 3-division champion. What was his first division?
Sugar Rolly Romero, nigga. Put some respect on his name.
Yeah. What was the first division Sugar Rolly got a title at? Please tell me.
Sugar Rolly Romero.
Big Dog's on the back.
Hold on, let Dragon go. Hold on. Go ahead, Dragon.
For me, Haka, Devin's done brilliantly, and he's achieved undisputed. And for me, he will go down in history if he leaves and retires. I personally think that. But for me, he's not living up to the hype that you lot keep giving him. He's not living up to it at all, bro. He's not living up to it, and that's the problem. But you lot are delusional and keep saying it's a masterclass and this was entertaining. But if it was somebody else, if that was Tank who did that piss poor performance or Shakur, you'd be roasting him.
I didn't roast Shakur when he fought De Los Santos, so that's not true.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
But
stop the cap. No. Stop the cap.
Yeah. What's the cap?
No, you did. No.
I never roasted
No,
Shakur.
no. Stop the cap. Stop it. Stop it. Right now, hold on. Right now, Shakur and Devin fans are on Tank right now. But when Tank and Shakur was hanging out together, when we were on Devin for talking all that shit, you were talking major shit about Shakur in that fight with Della Sante. Stop it.
I
You
never
need to
did
quit
that.
that.
No.
Yeah, you need to quit that.
Big dog,
You need to quit
don't
that.
lie on my name, bro. I never did none of that. I
know,
never
Big
did
Dog.
none of that. Don't even say that. The only thing I ever said about Shakur, if you really want me to be honest with you, Big Dog, and I can always regurgitate what I said, right? The first thing is I don't know why he never fought Gary Russell Jr. Now I'm not talking about Antoine. I'm talking about Mr. Gary Russell Jr.
I know what you were talking about.
That was
Yeah.
the first thing I ever said. The second thing I say he should have took that. He should have called Devin Haney's bluff about the 25%. If he believes it or not, he should call the bluff and took.
You guys were talking about that for a year and a half. You guys were sitting there talking about it until Tank. Hold on. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Until Tank and Shakur got into their little mess, you guys were talking about it.
Okay,
and this
okay.
is and this. Yeah. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be real with you because I went through. You guys were talking shit about us for the longest. See, thing about it is, I get on Tank and Devin fans. I'm not gonna play Tank against Devin. All the guys, both of you guys are assholes. But I'm gonna say I'm gonna say what it is.
Okay,
I'm gonna say what it is. I'm not excusing you. I'm not excusing because we're on the same side right now. I'm not excusing the Devin fans because you guys be hating on us tough. And as soon as it turned around, and Devin, because the thing about it, I've been cool with Devin. Devin had shitty performance. Devin had really shitty performance. I'm not gonna say anything because I know he came back from some bullshit. But don't act like Devin. Don't act like Devin had this great performance. Don't say that. I didn't say when Shakur fought Della Sante, I didn't say he had a great performance at all. So just let him know that after he came back, hold on. After he came back from that year off layoff, which he did on his own, he had a shitty performance. Just say that. Just say that. Can you say that?
Can I speak? Okay, let me just
go ahead.
Okay, let's say what you're saying is absolutely correct, right?
No,
let's
answer his question first.
Yeah, I'm about to. Let me just land. So let's say what you're saying is absolutely correct. That I was criticizing Shakur until him and Tank stopped seeing eye to eye. Let's say that's absolutely correct. And now you feel that I also criticized him about Del Santos. Guess what? When he fought Del Santos, him and Shakur and Tank were already at odds. So that already counteracts what you just said, right?
No,
they were at odds.
That's not true. No, that's not. No,
they were.
No, it came. No, they came in the summertime.
Because when take videos backwards, man. I don't know.
No. It came in the summertime.
Hold on. Because y'all be going too far back. Let's keep the topics current.
Okay.
Yeah, because these guys, because the Devin Haney fans, they drive me nuts. The Taking Mans drive me nuts too, but you guys be driving me. Devin Haney fans be driving me. The Colt be driving me nuts because you guys be switching up hella tough.
I always like technical fighters. That's me. That's me from day one. My favorite fighter is freaking Rigging Diao. What are we talking about? I always
don't. Stop it. So now it's Riggedall, not Devin. Now it's Riggedall, not Devin.
That was one of my favorite fighters too, but I always say Devin Riggedall is one of my favorite fighters.
From Riggedall to Devin to Shakur and Keishan when it suits him, when it's against Tank. That's how he operates.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
It had nothing to do with Tank. You're not making any sense. When Shakur fought Della Santos, him and Tank were at odds. They were literally comparing Shakur and Tank after Della Santos.
No. They came at odds in the summertime of last year after Tank fought Frank Martin, and it came at odds after that. Don't try to play because after Devin beat what's his name. After Devin beat what's his name, you guys were talking hella gang of shit. And then, let me finish. And then when Devin got his ass whooped by Ryan on the drugs, I'm gonna say that when he got ass whooped by Ryan, Shakur said something nice about Devin, and you guys jumped on the bandwagon hella quick. This is what it is. And then
I think
no.
Exactly what happened. Then you heard Devin sneak this and Big Dog. You heard Devin sneak this and Big Dog. You heard him sneak this one. You heard him sneak this
Yeah,
Shakur?
I'm not
I
tripping.
heard
I'm not
that.
tripping.
He is
I'm not
tripping.
tripping about that. I'm not tripping about that. That's
You
because that's
are.
what the
You
way it
are.
is. But
You are. It's not the way it is. No, it's not.
no, it is the way it is. Because all these niggas be
dates mixed up.
all these niggas be sneak dissing each other. That's how it is.
How many
all these
people
niggas
here?
be sneak
Okay,
dissing each
let's
other.
ask a question. How many people here remember the De Los Santos fight? You guys remember it, right?
What about it?
During that time, I'm gonna ask this question to
We
everybody. During
remember
that
that
time,
snooze fest.
who were they lining Shakur up with? Was it Tank or was it Devin?
No, because Devin ducked Shakur because he wanted with that 25% shit. He ducked Shakur and moved out to fight what's the name? Yes, he did. And that's why Shakur and Devin was at odds.
Okay.
For real.
So if that's the case, then I'm right. So what's the problem? I'm correct, right? He was so you said, okay, this is your logic, big dog. You said that I only jumped on the Shakur bandwagon when Shakur and Tank were at odds, when they were getting lined up against each other. That's
yes,
that's what you said. And I'm saying, if that's true, let's say what you said, your predicate is completely true. During the De Los Santos fight, I should be on Shakur's side because during that fight, Shakur and Tank were lined up against each other. Why?
No, no. We were talking about it was Devin and Shakur.
Y'all gonna
There
have
was
to call
Devin and Shakur. It was no Tank was not involved in this situation. It was Devin and Shakur, and they went at each other.
Out of this.
Let's wrap this up. Let's land the plane.
No, but I'm going to say that because I'm just sick of these Devin fans be acting like they don't do nothing wrong. This is I get on Tank's ass too, but but Devin act like they don't do shit wrong. You guys started a lot of shit with a lot of people.
I don't.
Yep.
Him and Bill Bill Haney talks a lot of shit. No joke.
Bill Haney, but I didn't do nothing.
No, it's not. No, but what it is, you gotta follow. You gotta follow suit with that shit. You gotta follow suit with that shit.
You're not even right about the dates, bro. Like I don't even know what to tell you. Like just
whatever, man. Whatever. I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead, 2 cents. Go ahead, 2 cents. I'm done. I ain't trying to hear this shit. You're faking the funk. You're not being honest. You're not being honest. You're not being honest.
History of videos, man.
You're not being honest at all.
Okay,
you're not being honest at all.
Nobody can find a video where I'm talking bad about the De Los Santos fight. If you're right, go prove it. What are we talking about? The internet is full of videos.
Teach, you finally got a fight right? Wow. Congratulations, Teach, for his first pick on a fight.
Congrats, Teach.
All you gotta do is not pick Devin for any fight at 147. You'll get another one.
Nah, I'm picking Devin, buddy. Devin's gonna be the next 147 champion. Just remember.
I'm not gonna hit on Devin. I'm not gonna hit on Devin. So you guys, but your coach needs to chill out. You guys need to chill out, man. Because you gotta be talking banger shit.
This is like the big dog Willie crash out. What are you talking about, bro? What do you want me to say, bro? I don't know what to say.
You know what's sad with boxing happening.
Ty, am I being honest?
You know what's sad with boxing happening.
Ty, am I being honest?
Please, Ty, is he honest? I don't know.
Yeah, Big Dog Willie is being honest. He's not lying. You know, you guys are sort of you don't seem to be honest at all. When I first came on here, I said, can we at least start at a premise that he did not look good? You couldn't even admit that.
That's an opinion. That's not a premise, right? That's your opinion.
Oh my God.
So like, yeah, if you're trying to make something factual, it can't be based on opinion. Your opinion is
let's set a foundation. Can we all agree that that was not his
I don't agree to that standard.
You couldn't even admit that. Then I asked you, how did he yesterday on D1 you said he 12 zipped him. Then today you came over here and said he 11-1'd him. Which one is it? And then I asked you, how did he 12 zip him? How did he 12 zip him when he didn't even throw a punch the first round at all?
He to me won almost all those rounds. I don't know what round he lost.
Boxing hacker. That's what I'm talking about. I can't even get on the same page to get a start with you because you just refuse to acknowledge anything.
I can't acknowledge that he looked bad.
Look like Jesus himself.
So if you want me to acknowledge he looked bad based on like a sake of argument, I can't because I don't agree with your opinion.
It don't got to.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Your opinion
looked bad, but he still won.
Yeah, you guys.
Why are you tripping about that? Why can't you just admit that?
Yo, it's your opinion. I'm not denying your opinion. You have the right to your opinion, but I also have the right to my opinion.
No.
So I can say if I like it or not. Yes.
You're the type of person, if somebody says the sun is hot, you say no, it's not. It's cold, but it's an opinion. That's the exact type of person you are.
Yeah.
If somebody says the sun is hot,
it's hot. And I say it's cold.
Yeah, you would say no, it's not. It's an opinion.
Okay, so I mean, even that example, it doesn't change anything.
Hold on,
a bad
Boxing
example
Hacker.
because that's what you like.
Hold on,
That's
Boxing
what you
Hacker.
like, bro. You'll be
So
like, we haven't gone to space to directly touch the sun,
Oddly
so it's
gifted.
not a
That
fact.
picture is hilarious, my guy.
oddly gifted, I'm rolling with Roly Bully. Kendall says, I missed the whole show. Did 2 cents
Hilarious.
address what Turkey did to Roly? So I don't know if any of y'all heard or y'all seen that clip of Roly speaking about the things that he went through for the fight, about how they didn't have a hotel room for him, they didn't give him no per
Mm.
diem, they tried to fuck with his
Mm.
gloves. I don't know what he mean by that, whether like y'all didn't have my gloves I wanted or y'all tried to make me use a different kind, I'm not sure, but he basically was saying Turkey's no different showing any type of favoritism. And he said he kept it cool,
Wow.
he kept it quiet the whole time, and he fucked up their plans while they was plotting and they was plotting them
I
against him the
like
whole
that.
time. They was overlooking him the whole time. They got the promo. He was upset about the promo about like they clearly got this fight planned next, so it don't matter. He was like, I don't care if I beat him or not. Let him go fight the rematch. Like that's what they want to do. He like just because I beat him don't mean he can't go fight. And he was saying that the whole time, but after he
Yes,
won,
he
he
was.
just let everybody know, like, hey, they was trying to play with me down here. You feel like they really was trying to set me up to lose, and I didn't let that happen. And shout out to
That's what's
Rolly.
up.
Like he kept
And
it
that's how you
cool.
overcome adversity, even when things are set up against you, like
Yeah.
Ostarine or whatever the case may be, and you come out on top. That's how you
Mhm.
know you have to be mentally strong in this game, because he's not the first person I've heard say things like this when it comes to
Adonis
like big
Stevenson
matches
said
and
something
stuff.
about it.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
shout
I
out
mean,
to
They
Rolly,
said that the
yo.
message is
shout
being
out to
What you
Sugar
Rolly.
call him?
Rolly
What you
Romero.
call him? No cap, Sugar Rolly Ramirez. Shout
Sugar
out.
Rolly
Rolly
I was
Romero.
Shout
I was
out
Ramirez.
to
about to
Sugar,
say what
man.
you call him? No cap, Sugar Rolly Ramirez.
Yeah,
Okay,
Sugar
shout out to
Rolly,
Sugar
Sugar
man.
Rolly
Rolly
Romero.
Ramirez.
So
The
shout
face of
out to
the
They
next
Rolly.
said they
face
said
of
that
boxing, nigga.
the message of his
And
words.
this
That's
and
a
this
lie.
The
and
That's
this
message
a
of
just
lie right there.
goes
No cap. We're not gonna do all
and
that.
and this just goes back to this whole thing with Turkey where everybody been, Turkey, Turkey, Turkey. Oh, he's so great. And it's like you keep hearing these little things about Turkey, and you've
This
seen the
picture
things
is
he'll
hilarious.
show you. Like he'll literally tell you, "Oh, I used the media outlet I bought to try to manipulate y'all to get the fight that I wanted." And you like, what? And then you're seeing him like put up shit like, "Oh, 400,000 people showed up
Yeah.
outside of the stadium to the fight," and I'm like, why the hell
What
was
about that? What did he say? The
why
2.8 million people watched this fight, and there aren't even that many people in the world. Like, just
It's,
stupid
I
shit.
think they said
There
that
are
the
there are
fights
2.8
this
million people in the
weekend.
world though.
I think they said the fights this weekend had like 300 billion impressions or something crazy like
Yeah,
that.
something crazy.
And I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? Why would 400,000 people show up to Times Square for your fight you having in the middle
That's a
of the
lot of
street that they
people.
can't see?
That's a lot. That's a
That
lot of
they
people.
can't
That's too
see.
many
And I
people.
don't know if y'all saw that video of them pushing people back, and the guy was like, "What the hell? You said the fight was for free." They was literally pushing people back. A man almost fell.
Mhm.
He was like, "I'm not even gonna start a riot out here." He said, "But y'all lied. Y'all said this fight was free, and y'all are making us leave."
So I mean, things are not always gonna be perfect, right? At the end of the day, like things like this will always happen. It's a big
Stop
event.
it. Stop it.
Here you
Stop
go.
it.
Can
Just
I
Just
stop it
stop
because
it.
speak?
I'm flopping.
No,
See
wait,
what
wait,
I'm
Stop it.
wait.
Just
saying?
stop
You
Let's
it.
be
see what
real.
I'm
But
saying
Just
about
stop it.
boxing hacker, yo?
hold on. So I'm acknowledging what you're saying, right? Things are
Dude,
not gonna be
dude,
perfect.
I'm on your side half the time, but the
I
Devin
don't
and
need you
Tank
on
is
my
in.
side,
But
bro.
you still be,
Hey,
why do you
hey,
cap it? You don't have to cap
crash
all
out,
the time.
big dog Willie. Hold on, yo. I don't need you on my
You
side.
don't have to
What
cap
I'm
all
saying
the
is this.
time. I don't understand
What
this shit.
I don't need you on my side, crash out. Hold on one second,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Hold on one
no, no.
second. All I'm saying is this, right? All I'm saying is this. But if you look at what just happened, right? We had a stack card with like three of the four kings, basically, right? And then after that, we had a
So
Canelo
you
fight.
say. So you
What four
say.
kings? So
What
no,
four kings?
so
Ain't
we
nobody
had
no four
It's only
kings.
one
Cause there's
king,
no
baby, and that's
we had
Javante Tank
well the
Davis.
ones that were called quote on quote off four kings. All right, the ones that Ryan Garcia coined as the four kings, which were Tank Davis,
Ryan
Teofimo
Garcia
Lopez.
coin after point. Ryan Garcia coin. No, it's only four kings. It's Tank, Devin, and Tio. The fourth one is not Ryan no more. Because Ryan never been to Four Kings. Never.
Listen. That's okay to feel
And
that way.
all other three people, all the other three people won belts. They had title. Ryan never had a title.
I'm not arguing about your emotions. What I'm saying is this: the coin phrase Four Kings at 135 was coined by Ryan Garcia. This is not an opinion of mine. This is a fact. It happened after his fight with that gold medalist guy, and he named himself. Then he named Tank Davis, he named Tio, and he named Devin. And he said, "We are the Four Kings." He was the one who won that thing. I'm not saying I agree with it or not, but the ones that were the coin term Four Kings at 135.
What is your point? What is your point?
So what I'm saying is this: if you think about if you look at what Turkey did, he put on two really big cards. I mean, you got regardless if you think they were successful or not.
Don't mean they wasn't trash.
It's okay to feel that way. You can say
the cards were okay. They just turned out to be trash. The cards were okay, but the performances were trash. So it's not.
Yeah,
it's not the. Yeah, but I can't say that they were trash. The fighters were trash in the cards, but. Boxing hacker, you need to quit that. You need to really quit what you're saying because you pushing shit. You pushing shit that don't mean shit.
You literally just said what I was trying to say. At the end of the day, it's not. You can't just put on Turkey. Turkey did put on two big cards. I mean, salute to the brother for doing that. I mean, at the end of the day, who else is doing that? If without Turkey, I don't think
Turkey glaze. Who else is doing what?
Who else is doing
that? Eddie Hearn, the Zone.
Nobody else.
No, Eddie Hearn ain't doing that.
You aren't gonna get three of the Four Kings on the same card.
Nobody else is doing it because nobody can afford to lose that type of money. So ain't nobody else gonna do no dumb shit like that. So nobody else is gonna do it.
Okay.
The only way you gonna do it is if you have somebody dumb enough to come over here and have a private event in the middle of the street that nobody can see.
Yeah, that was effed up. That was effed up.
With three B level fighters that everybody want to act like they main headline events when they really not. When they want to act like they got so much fan bases and fans and this and that when they really don't. When they was acting like they was being underpaid and deserved so much money when they really didn't. That's all that proved this weekend. All of that was proven this weekend. It proves that Turkey don't know what the hell he doing. It proves that you can't just take names and put them on a card. It proves that the fans, just because it's what the fans want to see, don't mean that it's going to be successful. That don't mean that it's going to be a good fight. That's what that.
Hey, 2 Cents Boxing, and all due respect, 2 Cents Boxing. That card. I mean, it wasn't bad. Those are three major fighters at that level. I mean, at their weights, and people know who they are. So you can't say that. But the performances were crap. So that's the issue. The points were crap. You can't say that.
People can have that opinion. People can have that opinion that the performance was bad.
Actually, hold on a
but
second.
At the end of the day,
I want to just correct something that Big Dog just said. Actually, she can say that because financially it was a goddamn bust. How do you then give away 300 tickets and then make everyone else watch and then charge people to watch it on goddamn TV? All that money that all those people you saw in the crowd, they could have been paying to see the fight.
I'm not talking about the money aspect. I'm talking about the fighters that they had. They're all known. I'm not talking about the bullshit that Turkey paid with having 300 people of his friends there and then having people outside. I'm not talking about all that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Y'all keep bringing up money, right? Y'all keep bringing up money.
No. It's not about money. Because Turkey pulled some bullshit. That was some bullshit that Turkey pulled. That was bullshit. How you not gonna let the fans come to a fucking fight and have a meal? What the fuck is that about?
Facts.
And apparently he went to the boxing gyms. He went to the boxing gyms and told them that they'd be able to get into the events. And when they turned up, he refused them entry.
Because because y'all know why he did that. He wanted it to be a bunch of be a bunch of people outside. Like he's playing around with folks. He's playing around with stuff. You get what I'm saying? Because why are you telling people? Because we know it was an invite only. Like why were people thinking they could show up? Why was he going locally
Facts.
telling people to come and that they can show up? And then why would he report that 400,000 people showed up? Why the hell are 400,000 people showing up to a private event? That doesn't make any sense.
The
And that's a
400,000
lie
people
and a
can't even
half.
fit in that
What is
area.
it? This is like this is it's bullshit. You guys, I mean, I support Turkey for throwing good fights. I mean, he did get other fights. He got fights made. He got fights made between Fury and Usyk. He got fights made between Beterbiev and Bivol. He got fights made. But at the same time, the shit that he pulled in New York, that was all bullshit. And think about it, the fact that you don't fight the fans who support them and have like 300 random people come that he thought he had like people who don't even watch boxing go to that shit. Like on some fucking like royalty shit. Like on some like no, for real. Like it's so like royalty gets to come to my boxing fight. Everybody can watch the shit outside on the TV set. What kind of bullshit is that?
Was that not like some classic shit? Like, oh, the peasants can stand outside and look and
Yeah.
oh,
I don't know. You guys over exaggerating.
Yeah,
You guys over exaggerating.
2 cents. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what y'all get. Y'all let this man water around Manhattan in his pajamas running shit. This what y'all signed
Hey,
up
come on,
for.
let's not do that. That's uncalled for, brother.
You know
That's
what I'm
uncalled
saying?
for. Let's not do that. So,
this is a problem because you got Devin Haney, Ryan, and motherfucking T on the same card, but they ain't fighting each other. That was the problem.
So, but
How you got
they're all getting lined
how
up.
you got them on the card, but they ain't going against one
So
another.
they're
One
all
of them
getting
should have been
lined
fighting
up.
one of them.
It's a series. It's a series. So they're all,
It ain't no series. Nobody wanted to see Barbosa and T.O. Nobody wanted to see Devin and Ramirez.
Series is a series. So they're gonna get lined up in the future. It's a series.
No, it's not
That's a series.
Well, we see how that turned out with Rolly beat the hell out of Ryan. That series it ain't work out that way, did it?
Things like that could always happen. There's no doubt about it. It's a boxing.
That's why you don't marinate the shit. You just make the fights it's supposed to be made when it's supposed to be made.
Things like that can always happen. But here's the thing, though, people. Like everybody keeps talking about, oh, was a financial disaster, this and that. First off, nobody even knows the numbers in which these things are even doing.
Nobody care about the financial. That is the fact that nobody got to come to the fucking fight.
Big dog. Hold on a second. All right. Nobody actually knows these numbers, right? And also, they don't know the standard of success.
Nobody care about the fucking numbers. It's the fact that the fans don't come to the fight. The fans can't come to the fight. That's the problem. That is the problem. You don't understand that.
Talk after me.
You make excuses for the motherfuckers doing stupid shit.
Yo, wait. I hear you, but talk after me, okay? Relax.
My stacker, you gotta let other people talk, bro. Land your plane.
He was talking. I'm talking first, right?
Go ahead.
No, man, your word count is like quadruple what everybody else is, brother. Dead serious, brother. I'm being so serious, man.
I'm sorry to hear that, brother. But here's what I'm trying to say, right? At the end of the day, like nobody knows those numbers. 1, 2, they don't know the standard of success for Saudi. Like I said, they're investing in boxing, and it's a long-term investment. It's not short-term. It's not a diminishing return either. They're doing long-term investments for boxing, just like other sports. You know, so when people have this kind of dialogue about, oh, they're losing money, that shouldn't even be in the conversation right now because we don't know their standard in which they claim success, nor do we know what these events are even doing. So why we even bring that thing up? And when it comes to just the card,
man, never mind, man. You're cut off, man. You're cut off, man. Hold on, man. You talk long enough. You talk long enough. Hold on. No, but this one, no, hell no. This one I'm trying to say. This motherfucker didn't let nobody else in. He didn't let nobody in the fucking fight. He invited his own personal friend to the fight, and this is a fight for the fans. Fans come to the fight. Are you going to say it's okay for him to invite 300 of his best friends or whoever he wants to invite? It's okay? And have everybody else to watch the TV outside?
Listen.
And have everybody being
What kind of shit is that?
Hold on, Willie. But this is what it is. Like, I want y'all to think about this, right? Because I'm just thinking about this in my head, right? You got 300 of your folks or whoever you want there to come in, right? You told people to come. So you have the illusion of people coming here. They already can't get in because they ain't invited. They trying to climb the gates and look and shit, and you turning people away. You telling them like, nah, y'all get away from here. Y'all can't even stand around here. Y'all go back to where y'all came from. Like, you're turning people away. You told people to come only to turn them away. Like, come look at what we did. Nana boo boo, you can't get in. Go back home. Like, that shit is weird to me. You turn people away. You only got a certain type of people or a certain class of people or whoever you want inside of a boxing match in the middle of the street, a public place.
Yeah.
Like that ain't starting to sound more and more crazy to y'all.
No, I think it's innovative. I
Because these
thought it was
motherfuckers
innovative idea. We always do the same thing all the
it's just
time.
on turkey, drinking the turkey Kool-Aid. Boxing Hacker, I heard enough of you. You're ridiculous.
Listen.
Now,
Okay.
this is
Cap or no cap,
this
whatever.
was what problem with Turkey is. Turkey don't know shit about boxing promotions. He like if Boxing Hacker had $1 billion and would put on an event. That's the type of shit Boxing Hacker would do. Have people come out and fucking Batmobiles and shit. And motherfucking he had Devin Haney brought in on a helicopter, fucking hang gliding to the fucking ring and some dumbass shit. You know what I'm saying? Like this is the type of shit fanboys do. He a fanboy with money. He don't know how to provoke. And then he got the shit out of the middle of the street. Motherfuckers almost got hit by the Batmobile when Ryan pulled up and the shit. It was over. Like she could have got real bad. Like that shit was like real close to being a disaster. They would have just banned boxing in New York. Period. One thing would have went wrong. Like, man,
I don't know. I felt like it was innovative though. Like I think the whole Fatal Fury concept.
Hacker. It's okay to let somebody else talk. You don't have to respond every time somebody speaks. It's literally 10 people on this panel, man. You are dominating the conversation. You're being rude. No, you're being rude. I'm being serious, brother. You are.
Brother, do you want to say anything?
Dead serious. No, I don't want to say anything. There's other people who may want to say something, but you jump in. You don't have to respond to every single thing. Let someone else chime in. It's called a dialogue, not Hacker versus 9 people on the panel.
Hold on, Coach Eddie. Hold on. Again, people are crashing out. Hold on. He called my name, so I'm responding. Is it wrong for me to respond?
Bro. Go ahead, Hacker. So somebody
for me,
can go.
it was innovative. Like the whole Fatal Fury concept. I don't know if people play Fatal Fury. Like it's about people fighting literally on the street. Like so, like it's the concept I thought was very innovative. Something we've never seen in boxing, and I think we
and the
need
execution
that.
was very classist.
You can say that it didn't work out, but hey, it's still trying to be innovative, like doing different things to elevate the sport. I don't see the problem with it. Of course, if you're gonna have a fight outside, there are gonna be limitations. Of course, of course, it's a new thing, so things may not work exactly the way you plan it out to be. You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be mishaps. Of course, there's gonna be. It's a new thing. There's no history of this ever happening before. But if you just look at the concept of it, like it was a great idea. It was an innovative idea. It's something new that he's trying to do to the sport.
All it looked like was Turkey putting his toys on display for his friends. That's what it looked like to me.
Exactly. That was exactly what it was. Exactly what it was.
That's exactly what it was. Because check it out. Because listen, let me show you how much. Let me show you how much it was a flex. Let me show you how much Turkey flexing on folks. He got Devin T.O. Ryan in the U.S. in New York, but got Canelo fighting all the way in Saudi on Cinco de Mayo weekend. Why the hell didn't he just have Canelo fight here?
I think that would be a better idea. I do agree with you there. I thought about that. I was like, I would rather have the Canelo fight be there, and that could have been the main event. Even though I feel like Skull fight's not that exciting, but like I thought that could have been the main event for that card. I don't know why he separated it.
Or Canelo could have just been putting on a better fight if he wasn't paid $100 million to fight William Skull.
I don't know. I think Canelo would just.
So why can Canelo be the headline of the fight on Friday and make it Saturday?
I agree with that. I think
but
I'll tell you why he was in Saudi. Him. Canelo, they needed to fight in Saudi so Turkey could make sure Canelo won and had that belt for Crawford.
Yeah, but goddamn, it doesn't.
The whole fight with the only reason for that fight is to get Canelo the belt so Crawford could take all the belts from him.
That in Vegas, they could have made sure Canelo won in Vegas. They don't got to be all the way in Saudi.
Yeah, you'll never know though. Turkey got all the pool in Saudi, so he won't make sure.
I think they could have pulled. They had like some kind of amateur match in the beginning too. They could have pulled one of those undercard matches and put Canelo on it. I think that would have been a little better.
So, Biden Hacker, you agree? So you agree about the bullshit that Turkey does? You agree with that? So why are you trying to defend him with the bullshit he pulled in New York? Why are you trying to defend him?
Okay, so to answer your question, I just said this. I said that it's a first time this is happening, right? It's innovative. It's something new. So there's gonna be mishaps like that. So you look at it and say, in the future, how can we do things better? if you're doing something new, there's always going to be a mistake here and there. If you're
I'll
running
tell
the
you what,
card,
they get into the action on this card right here.
yeah,
This card right here, damn
Yeah,
sure
this
ain't
yeah,
no
card's
bust.
fire.
They get into the action.
yeah. Like
I think enough
Finally, some
for me.
fights. Good
Hey,
lord.
2 Cent,
Yeah.
thank you for letting me come on. I think I'm gonna go watch the fight now.
Oh,
All
the
right.
fight's
All
on right
right.
now.
Great.
I
yeah,
didn't
it's
even know
on
that.
Yeah,
ESPN
the
Plus.
undercards, they rocking too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ESPN,
But
ESPN
I'll
Plus.
see y'all Tuesday.
All right, bud.
All right, Mr.
All right,
Greg.
Mr.
Have a good
Greg.
night.
All right. Yeah, we got the fights on. I don't know. I was gonna get off, but I'm like, the fights on. I might as well stay on.
Yeah,
Finally got
anyway,
some real
No,
fights.
Boxing Hacker. I'm not trying to get on your case about shit, but you got to be honest, man.
Oh,
Like
I'm on his
it's that
ass.
devil advocate shit. That devil advocate shit, trying to argue everything. It's getting played out for real.
I'm not. I just don't agree with what you're saying. So it's not me.
No,
being
no, no. You don't agree with
It's me
anybody
literally.
saying.
Yeah,
Hey,
and I
listen,
stand
hold
to what
on.
I'm
I
saying.
need
I don't agree.
15 more likes. I need 15 more likes before I hit 100. So if you haven't already, please punch that like button. We've been trying to get 100. That's the goal. I need 15 more likes before I get to 100. So punch that like button. Just punch the like button if you haven't already. Punch the like button if you haven't already.
This guy
But I
sounds
mean,
like
we
a
Like
guy.
you said, it's innovative. Yes, it is. But
Okay.
you don't let the people who's paying for the fights and people who want to fight to make the fighters popular and shutting them out of the fucking arena. That
Yeah,
is bullshit.
Okay. Like I
facts.
said,
That's bullshit.
hey,
And you know what, Big Dog? When this
that's
fight
okay.
was
I feel
first
that way,
announced,
man. I don't know what else
Can
to
you
tell you.
agree with
Like,
that boxing hacker? Hold on, y'all. Can you agree
huh?
with that boxing hacker?
What? So it's hard to say
What Big
because
Dog Willie just
hold on,
said.
you're not gonna agree.
so here's the
You're not
problem
gonna
with
agree.
what. So
No, no,
you have
no.
to look at the
Before you go
landscape,
on, 'cause you're
right?
Oh
gonna go on
my
a tangent.
God,
I don't.
bro.
Before you
It's
go on, you're
so
gonna
you
go on
have
a
to
tangent.
consider
Big
the
Dog.
environment, right?
Hold
Like,
on, no, hold on, hold on, hold on. Before you go on,
Go ahead, Dragon.
problem
Go
is
ahead,
when
Dragon.
this was announced, when this fight was announced, like 2 Cents says, everybody knew that it was invite only, and everybody was saying, why is it only invite only and not open to the public? If you want to draw in the fans and revenue, why was that? We already knew that there was going to be an obstacle and a problem that from the get go. So for it to happen now, you can't go, oh, it was innovative and you didn't know. We knew from the start.
so when it comes about invite only, right? There are also a lot of people saying they were able to see the fight from where they were at. So I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I don't know how it was set up, but there were lots of people saying they were watching the fight that they're just around the vicinity and they can see it. So maybe the invite only is when you're up close and personal, like people that are like just ringside almost, those first rows of seats, or first rows of people. But I think like there were a lot of people circling that whole place that could see it too as well.
That's not true, boxing hacker. There was literally seats inside of this big ass gate, and then everything else was on the outside of the gate. And they had tarps over the gate, so it's not like you could see through the goddamn gate. There was literally barricades of people like a block away. What are you talking about?
So to say it again, I wasn't there. I'm just saying what people were saying. People on the internet,
where did you hear that?
people,
Where did
and
you
I'm
hear
just saying
that?
people on the internet are saying that they were able to see it. I don't know per se. They when looking at the actual fight, there seemed to be lots of people around there. So it looked like there was more than 300 people there. So from my eyesight, and like I said, at the end of the day, I don't think Turkey did anything bad. I think what they did was good. I don't understand why people will look at it as a bad thing. At the end of the day, like fighters getting paid and still like puts boxing on display at the end of the day, Even the Canelo situation, we can say that okay, Canelo could be on the card. However, because Canelo has his own card, they also had a bunch of fighters that got paid. Badu Jack was on that Canelo card. A bunch of other fighters who were able to get paid on Saturday that probably wouldn't have got paid if Canelo had fought on the Friday card. So fighters are getting paid, and plus there are more fights with top fighters.
Didn't you just say he should have bumped somebody off that card on Friday and put Canelo up there?
Yes, and I did say that, but I'm saying even with that,
so those fighters wouldn't have gotten paid.
Yeah, but
exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like even so, if you have took Canelo off and put him on the Fatal Fury,
I need 10
part
more
1.
likes. Y'all punch that like button. I need 10 more likes to get to 100. Y'all punch that like button. We almost.
You put him on Fatal Fury part 1.
Do you really think that the Eubanks and Ben fight would be a success if you closed it off and made it a private event, bro, without inviting the fans there? Come on, man. He's doing you lot bad. He could have made that a proper event with that lineup. But no, he left it to his invites only, and like 2 Cents says, left people out like peasants, like a dictatorship, like you are beneath me. Nah,
I
man.
think you guys are
I
exaggerating.
I don't
I don't know. I think
respect
there's a bunch of fear mongering going on when it comes to Turkey and
Yeah,
Saudi.
Ain't no fear
Yeah, I
mongering.
don't know. It sounds like it. You know, needs a dictatorship. Like,
Okay.
come on, guys,
I
relax.
like that Turkey's putting on the fights, but what?
Relax, people.
No, Hacker, listen, you're not listening. You're not listening.
Yeah,
I like that Turkey's putting on the fights, but
yeah,
I don't like the fact that how he dealt with this card here. That
yeah.
none of the
That's
fans could
fine.
go to the fights. That's crazy. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, yeah. You mean, hey, I'm not here to dispute how you feel about it, but I'm saying holistically, like just the whole thing, the whole concept. I've never thought of boxing and a fighting game being like somehow put together. For people to display. I think it was creative. Like it was a creative idea. It may not have turned out.
See, this where you.
was still creative.
This was wrong with you. You don't listen. You don't care about facts. You just make assumptions.
What factor I don't care about?
Saudi Arabia brought the company SNK that owns that Fatal Fury game.
Yes.
That's why it's a Fatal Fury, because they own the fucking. That's
Yeah.
what they got fucking Ronaldo in the fucking game. Is Ronaldo a fighter?
No.
Fucking soccer player. Why are he in a fighting game?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
This is the dumb shit Turkey's doing. This is the dumb shit these Saudis is into.
Okay. You're moving too fast.
The thing is, I'm not hating on it. I'm just saying they just need to work with people that know what they're doing. They won't be having these problems. They trying to be the end all be all and run everything because they got the money.
With people that know what they're doing, they just want to do what they want to do. Clearly,
but you also just
that's what I mean. But I mean, you gotta let them put it together. Don't you just be the financier and enjoy the show? God damn it! Like these motherfuckers is trying to turn this shit into something that don't need to be. Like when they had the Eminem concert in the middle of the Crawford shit, bro. Nobody want to sit there and listen to that bullshit.
It's interesting though.
Trying to watch the fight, dog.
I understand what. I guess you guys just like things the old way. I don't know. It's interesting to me.
I've been on here about 4 hours and 30 minutes. We're gonna go around the panel, let everybody get their final 2 cents off. We're gonna start with Boxing Hacker. Boxing Hacker, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
What's up, 2 Cent? Hey,
yeah.
Learn your plane.
Hey, salute to the panel in the chat. Hey, big dog, Coach A, don't crash out no more. No, okay, so to just reiterate, right? Like the whole concept of this thing where people's resumes get better because what their opponents did in the future. I don't know where it came from. I don't think it's a real thing. At the end of the day, boxing is about who that person is at the moment. Some fighters are not that good in the beginning. They end up to be great in the future, And if you beat the fighter in the beginning, you just beat that fighter in the beginning. If you beat them
killing Terrence Crawford resume with that logic, Boxing Hacker. But go ahead.
That is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not here to. It is what it is. That doesn't exist. Like who the fighter is, who you are. What happens in that moment. That's what matters. That's what always matters. If you weren't a champion at that moment, I didn't fight a champion at that moment. If you become a champion in the future, that's a kudos to you. Like I said before, the people that don't have names that beat people early in the career and those people became champions, we don't look back at their resumes or nothing. As far as Turkey goes, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of fear mongering going on. There's a lot. My bad. There's a lot of fear mongering going with Turkey. I think I can't speak for him politically, but I can say one thing: like what he's doing for boxing, I think it's interesting. I think he's trying to really bring some light into our sport. And yeah, things may not go as a plan. Something here and there. There might be fights that we wish go a different way, but at the end of the day, at least they're trying. Our sport has been suffering throughout the years. We've lost countless of networks throughout the years. At least they are trying. And I think people have to start recognizing that instead of fear mongering all day about dictatorship this, Saudi this, people holding hands. People need to stop fear mongering so much and just consider say, hey, our sport that we love, that we hear talk about day in and day out, was suffering, and somebody else trying to do something different with it, and we need to stop complaining about it. As far as Canelo and Terrence Crawford goes, Terrence Crawford's going to whip Canelo. Devin Haney is still a great fighter, and I still believe he's going to become champion at 147. And when he does, I'll be here again to watch you guys eat your words. Salute to the panel in the chat. Take care, everybody.
All right, Boxing Hacker. Ray Davis, you there?
Get that.
We ain't said nothing. Ray Davis going once. Going twice. All right, shout out Ray. Ton of reviews, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's your final 2 cents?
He probably fell
Oh.
asleep.
No, I was bored listening to Boxing Hacker. Like I was bored watching the Haney fight. Like I was just bored. So I was just quiet while he was not stopping talking. I don't even know what to say because like I don't even know what to say because I really like damn near fell asleep. Hey, shout out to Teach. He got a prediction right. He already let me
Shout
know
out
on
to
my
Teach.
channel as well. Good job, Teach.
Feel good, don't it, Teach?
But yeah, I don't know. Good show. I would just say like sometimes when people keep ranting and don't stop ranting, you gotta make them stop. Because I would have rather argue with the Super Bud fan than listen to Boxing Hacker do 80% of the talking. But other than that, y'all have a good night. Like I said, and I'm gonna say it again: Tank's wins are aging well, and I have to admit it. Like,
All right.
but his competition level is looking better and better with every fight. His competition that he beats, they're looking better and better. On that, I'm out.
Shout out
Good night,
Tony
Tony.
Reviews. Wow, y'all. Tony coming through. He coming to the light. Come to the light, Tony. Come to the light. Big Dog Willie, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I got kind of a little irritated with Boxing Hacker, but it is what it is. It's like that every show. But yeah, I just want like every fan, Tank Maniacs, Devin Cope members, and even Shakur fans. I want you guys just admit when the fighter didn't fight like he's supposed to fight, and he's boring or he's fucking up. Just admit it. Don't try to make excuses. Don't make excuses at all. And that's all I want to say. Don't make excuses because it just makes somebody like me just go at you as hard as I can, and just like I do with the hair grease and Jake Paul, I just do it because half you motherfuckers don't want to admit that, but Tank was fucking up, and that's why I do that. So that's all I want to say. But I love all you guys, and God bless. Have a wonderful Sunday night.
All right, peace out. Big Dog
All
Willie, y'all
right,
make
big
sure y'all
dog.
punch
We'll
that like
holla
button.
at you.
Y'all make sure y'all push that like button. I need 4 more likes till we get to 100. And y'all should have known this dude in the black sequin shorts was about to lose the fight. What I tell y'all about this theory, he got on them black sequin shorts. Y'all see him shining?
That's what the hell you call them, sequence?
Yeah.
That's what this shit called?
Yeah, it's called sequence.
Yeah, and this nigga, he is getting his ass
Hey,
mollywopped.
he got them black sequin shorts on. Soon as y'all seen them shorts, y'all should have known where to put y'all money.
What's
Teach,
the
what's your
theory
2
about the
cents?
shorts?
Everybody that wear them black sequin shorts get their ass whooped. Ty?
Okay.
There we go. Stop. Ass whooped. Teach, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, so since I was at that event, I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective to what I saw. Well,
Oh, you were there, Teach?
yeah, I was there. So
Okay.
the event and the location to me were actually kind of well thought out, and to me, again, it was 100% success. And here's why. So the fight took place around like 43rd, 44th, and Broadway, around that area, and at a small strip, right? And obviously, it had to be exclusive since it was very small. So that's why they had it as a private event for 300 people. They're not going to fit thousands of people in that location. Fortunately, people like in the surrounding buildings, especially at the back of the setup, was able to see inside the fight if you were a little bit high up. But that area around 43rd had a lot of foot traffic, and obviously it's from tourists, people getting off from work. And then when I got there was just a crowd there just standing because they pretty much wanted to see what was inside. So if the organizers like hadn't blocked it off with the tarps, the foot traffic would have been too overwhelming, right? Imagine if they had it open and you were able to see the fight. A lot more people would have been standing at that location, and it would have been chaos if that happened, right? So when I got there, it took me about 20, 25 minutes just to move out of one block, just to get to the next block. So that's how crowded it was. But the best part of the thing was that they reserved about 2 additional blocks. So if you walk up to like 45th and 46th Street, they had like the big screen set up in the public so people could watch it from there. The only thing that I could say that they could have done better was have staff at the actual ring, well, the actual area where the fight was, just to direct people and tell them, hey, you got to go up to 45th or 46 just to watch the fight. So they didn't really have staff at that location. You pretty much had to figure it out and walk up that area by yourself. But I ended up at like 45th Street. I had a blast with the crowd, and it seems like the crowd really enjoyed it. You had fans there, you had tourists there as well. Again, from different backgrounds, like a lot of Asian people, Europeans, all that good jazz was there. And I mean, I even got into it with a couple of Tank fans when Shakur showed up on the big screen. I had to say my shit. So yeah, I got into it with some Tank fans about that. They said Shakur was a track star and all that, but it was all in good fun though. But overall, I think the event itself, how it worked out, was pretty good. This is minus the fights because the fights weren't that good, but the event itself, the way they set it up, to me, it worked out.
Okay. I mean, that
Teach, if
still
you
don't
don't
take
mind,
away
I have a
that don't take
question.
away from the classism of it all. Go ahead, Jab Queen Box.
You said that the way it was set up, it made sense to you, but then you said that they had the tarps covering the event, so all you could watch was on the big screen. So my question is then, why have it in the middle of the street if it's not going to be as accessible as you may have led us to believe, or even came out and flat out said?
No, so that's the thing. When he said that they wanted to fight in Times Square, that's exactly where he put the fight, right? And if you know anything about Times Square, it's like a small strip, right? You're not gonna have a crowd of people there just watching that fight. It's impossible because you have to have a free flow of traffic, right? If people stand there, it's just going to be too crowded. Nobody's going to be able to move. So it was good that they blocked it off. And when they blocked it off, that allowed other people to go up to one block or the next block above it just to watch the fight. So that's what I'm saying. They had to block it off. They couldn't leave it open for sure.
Yeah,
All
well,
right,
from
Teach,
my
thank you.
understanding, yeah, okay, thank you, Teach.
All right, Teach, thank you for coming up, giving your 2 cents. Dragon Assassin, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Yeah, salute. Thanks for having me on. I've got nothing against Turkey personally, but for me, I'm not too keen on the way he's managing his events. If you're going to put on fights for Americans, let the American fighters fight where the fans can get to and it's easily accessible, like he did in the UK with Conor Benn and Eubank. That makes sense. Follow that pattern instead of like limiting it and having private events or having Canelo fighting Saudi on the Mexican day. It doesn't make sense to me. And boxing hacker saying fear mongering, that's not the issue. It's like what people are saying. We want to see the fights. We want to see the best fights, but we want it done properly. We don't like the way certain things are being maneuvered at the moment. It just doesn't make sense to me. Don't know what his end goal is, but overall, people need to just appreciate some of the fights and speak truthfully about their fighters and stop being emotional. I like Tank, I like Boots. Boots besides Stanionis, last 2 fights wasn't that great. I can admit that, but I'm still supporting him. But I'm not going to say, his last fights were the best fights in the world. Tank, I want to see Tank have a rematch with Lamont Roach. Not happy about that performance. Even though I edged Tank winning, still not happy about it because I think Tank was too friendly with him. But I'm not going to cap for him and say, oh, yeah, he won by a landslide. And, you know, people just need to be real with themselves, unlike Boxing Hacker and other fans. But that's my 2 cents anyway. So salute to you, 2 cents, and everyone on the panel.
Shout out Dragon Assassin. Thank you for coming up and giving your 2 cents. Dragon Assassin watching all the way from the UK. Y'all, I checked the analytics and I got a little UK fan base. We worldwide over
we
here.
international.
International. You feel me? You international. Y'all make sure y'all push that like button. I'm telling y'all, when I get off these live streams, I do these live streams, they do numbers. That's why we got to make sure people coming up here, panel etiquette, making sure we're not talking over each other. Everybody can hear each other. No cap. What's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Well, I'm glad Turkey is doing what he's doing because he getting rid of all the frauds in boxing. He not even trying to do it, but he trying to do it. I think it's a little method to his madness. I think Turkey's doing he destroying the order of the boxing media. Has put all the people the boxing media has put up. He's destroyed them. Fury was finished when the Ngannou put him on his canvas. He was exposed as a fraud. He was when Francis Ngannou put him on his ass. Ryan Garcia got exposed. Sugar Ray Rowley came out there, boxed him into a Louis bag, zipped him up. It was over with. Ryan ain't never coming back from this. He crying in the car.
Literally.
I don't think he cried when Tank knocked him out. He was just looking pathetic at Tank. He bowed out. But I don't think he was crying after that. Maybe he did, but he got it's over for Ryan now. That's why he was really crying because he was like, man, I got beat by Rowley in front of everybody. I can't say nothing. I'm Osterine out. Like it don't even matter. Osterine without the Osterine, he can't beat Rowley. You know what I'm saying? And the same thing will happen with Canelo. This is the final blow to old media, as Dante Boston Nation would say. When Crawford beats the brakes off Canelo, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be one of Crawford's easiest fights. It's going to be like Spence.
Hell no. No cap.
I don't want to hear nothing about Canelo being great. I'm glad this is happening. I'm glad Turkey put this in order.
And what if the opposite happened? No cap. What if the opposite happened?
It's not going to happen. Just like I knew Rowley was going to beat Ryan. I know for a fact Terrence Crawford is going to beat the brakes off Canelo. And then they going to try to say he better than Floyd and shit. That's the plan they want to go. They're like, oh, Terrence Crawford knocked out Canelo, or he beat Canelo up worse at a higher weight. But no, man, Canelo that motherfucker. He got no legs. This dude got bricks for feet. You know what I'm saying? Jose Ramirez had 2 left feet, but Canelo got bricks for feet. Motherfucker knees is like need oil. His knees need an oil change. The man is just trash, dog. Like he's in a pathetic state to be heralded at the level he's heralded at. Where he's not fighting at that level at all. And when Bud cleanses him, the whole boxing game, people going to have to look at boxing differently now. All that hyping niggas up and all these narratives the commentators be having, like the commentators was wrong sport. Like Sergio Moore, he was just atrocious. Like the whole DAZN commentator team was just atrocious. That's what's wrong with the sport right there. And even Tarver and them niggas shitting on Devin Haney. Like your job as a commentator is not to shit on the fight. Your job is to explain to the audience what's happening in the fight, and that's it. Nobody wants to hear your fucking opinion. Nobody wants to hear how you feel about a certain fight, what you think they should be. You supposed to explain to the people watching what's happening. That's what the commentator is supposed to do. Now, after Canelo's defeated, the old media, the Golden Boys already finished. Because after Shakur takes out Zepeda, Golden Boys completely wiped off the map. Once Canelo's defeated, Suleiman and his whole reign of terror will finally be over. They won't be able to, no more franchise belts, no more of that crap. All that fan base is going to turn to dust. That whole Canelo fan base is going to turn to dust.
That's not how that works.
That's how it's going to work. Canelo ain't never fight again after Crawford washes him. He going to retire.
He act like they vampires. He said they're going to turn to dust.
Hey, is the NOA fight next? Is the NOA fight next?
I don't think so. Maybe though. It's on commercial. I have no idea.
Big Supreme say 2 cents. Stay on for the NOA fight, man. When is the NOA fight, bro? I'm thirsty.
That's probably coming on at 9 o'clock. West Coast time.
It's almost 11 here for me.
Well, okay, it's next. It's next, y'all. It's next, y'all. So
But
I
like I
mean,
said, Devin Haney finished too. I just want to speak on Haney too. Haney is finished, not because he got beat by Ryan, not because he's scared to get hit. It's just he doesn't have the talent to go further, and that's abundantly clear. Because he's supposed to tear a new ass into Jose Ramirez, who's an Asian fighter that's limited. The man can't think and walk at the same time. That's why he couldn't cut off the ring. He's literally not smart enough to think and walk at the same time. Put that in perspective. And that's why Devin Haney was able to do that bullshit he did to easily win that fight. So who are gonna beat at 47? He can't beat Barrios. He can't beat Brian Norman Jr. He can't beat Boots. I don't even think he could beat Stanionis. He might be able to outpoint Stanionis and run from him. But
yeah, I said that he's gonna have to fight low hanging fruit.
Conor Benn might be his best bet.
I don't even know if he could beat Conor Benn, no cap.
That's the closest way. That's the only one I see him having a chance to. And that's if Conor Benn can't catch him. But I think Conor Benn to catch him. But that's all he got left. It's like rematch Ryan. Like, but now people don't want to see the rematch. Ryan got beat up by Rolly.
But what they got to do with the rematching though? That ain't got nothing to do with the rematch.
Yeah, they try to get Ryan out because they want Ryan to hold on to that Devin Haney victory. So
why he don't fight Ryan?
Rolly, so we don't need to see it now.
That's Devin talking about that. That's him and his fans saying that. That ain't Ryan.
Well, he gonna have to get that Ryan back regardless. Hey, this time, if he can't do better than Rolly, it's gonna be even worse for Devin, which I don't think he can. I think it's still gonna be a difficult fight for Rolly, even if it's clean Ryan. I mean, even a clean Ryan is gonna be a difficult fight for Devin.
He gonna run around like he did for this fight. I think that's his game plan.
But he can't really do that because Ryan got a longer reach. So Ryan could punch. The reason why he had to come forward against Ryan because Ryan could punch him at a distance Devin Haney couldn't punch him at. So Devin had to get closer to him. And so Ryan would move back and punch him. Make him come like you gotta penetrate this motherfucking area. With Jose Ramirez, he couldn't do that. He could just dance around Jose Ramirez. So I just didn't see any improvements from Devin. I didn't see nothing. I thought he was gonna go out there and just beat the shit out of Jose Ramirez with showing off hand speed and he just don't like all this talent they said this dude has. We've been waiting to see this shit. This shit is not coming to fruition. The way they've been talking about this dude for all these years, he's a complete hype job. You know what I'm saying? And that's usually reserved from the other fighters, from the other nationalities. We never did the hype job shit. But they did it with this because they let Bill Haney come in with these YouTubers and all this other bullshit. They hype this dude up, get him an easy undisputed against Kambosos, and then try to hype this dude up like he's some kind of Floyd. Man, this motherfucker can't watch Floyd draws. You know what I'm saying? This dude ain't better than Zav Judah, nigga. He ain't better than goddamn Tank, nigga. He ain't better than goddamn Rolly. Rolly to outbox Ryan, something Devin couldn't do. And y'all gotta hold that L forever. That Rolly's better than Devin, and y'all don't know shit about boxing for getting behind Devin and crowning him as some kind of goddamn virtuoso of the ring when he ain't shit. That's all I got to say.
Tell us how you really feel, no cap. I mean, Jesus. I don't know if he's staying on. If you're staying on, he don't really gotta go. If we're gonna stay up here, I don't know what you're gonna do.
Yeah. Coach Eddie, what's up? What you got?
Hey, yes, salute to Sam, salute to the panel. Boston Hackett, if you listening, man, you got to share the microphone, brother. You don't play well with others, so you need to work on that. That's one of your character. That's one of your character flaws right there. You don't share well. Jab, Ty, that's a very nice avatar. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Not gonna say anything else. I'm gonna tell you what, and 2 Cent, I'm pretty sure your avatar is pretty nice too. But
thank you.
But either way, like I said, I'm show respect. I know y'all taking and everything, but
you too old
Turkey
to be Coach Eddie.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna say
ain't no other number.
Nah, I ain't gonna be. Nah, I'm gonna leave that alone.
Don't you start your shit, 2 Cent. Don't you do that tonight.
My
Yeah, but
bad. That's Tuesday night, 2 cents after
yeah,
dark. Coach Eddie, come
yeah.
back Tuesday night, 10:30.
There
Oh,
she
nah, nah.
go. There she go.
Nah, I'm trying to be. I'm behave myself. You know, I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, behave myself. But like I said, man, Turkey out of the sheet. This is what I would do. I'm putting in these dudes contracts. See, when I used to fight, when I was a professional fighter, the commissioner would come in and we would have a fighters meeting, and they would tell you, say, if you go out here and you lay down, we're gonna withhold your purse. They would say that because dude would literally come in, get hit one time, fall on the
For
ground,
real?
all this stuff. Yes, I'm dead serious. Matter of fact, one time I fought on a card with Witherspoon, Tim Witherspoon Jr. We were down in Columbus. This dude literally took one shot, laid down on the ground, and started rolling around like somebody shot him with a shotgun. No, they didn't pay that dude at the end of the fight. The commissioner said, "No, man, you laid down, you took a dive, you're not getting paid." So if these next contracts that I'm writing up, I'm putting, if you don't throw at least X amount of punches, I'm gonna take a percentage of your purse. Make those guys perform. Because like I say, at the end of the day, people are saying Devin, I'm not one of those guys. People saying Devin Haney put on a master class. If Devin Haney did a master class, William Skull did a master class. Because William Skull outlanded Canelo 7 rounds out of that 12 round fight. Canelo did absolutely nothing. I think he got paid $80 million to go in there and watch a guy hop around the ring. And did absolutely nothing. He did not try to do anything. Then try to cut the ring off because you know what? The contracts are already signed, sealed, and delivered. Why go out here and try when my money is guaranteed? So that's what I'm saying. These guys are going out here getting paid millions and millions of dollars and they're not performing. I'm putting that in your contract. You go out here and lay an egg, I'm taking half your bread. Either you can take it or leave it. Either you want to fight or you can go somewhere else. Because there's a lot of hungry guys out there that are willing to get out there and put on a nice fight. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, all these guys that got these big names and stuff. We seen how that played out this Friday. It was good. It looked good on paper, but the reality was it wasn't what we thought it was. It was a sparring matches, bunch of sparring matches. I seen better fights in the gym. At the end of the day, seen better fights in the gym.
Like glorified sparring matches.
I seen better fights in the gym. And these guys, I understand everybody. Yeah, you deserve your money, but at the end of the day, this is the entertainment business. You know what I'm saying? It's about putting butts in seats, about selling tickets. Now, yeah, Turkey Effect is giving these guys these enormous purses because of their name, but at the same time, you got to put on too. You got to perform.
The fights get worse. The more they get paid, the worse the fights get.
The worse they get.
That's how it seems for real.
The worse they get. Worse they get. So that's my 2 cents. Like I say, these guys got to put on. Like I say, Devin, I'm still pulling for him. That's my guy, but I was thoroughly disappointed in that performance. I hope he's able to bounce back and get his head right because, like I say, it's mental. It's he looked like AJ a little bit, maybe a little worse than AJ. Remember when AJ lost and he came back and he fought that moving around fight with Andy Ruiz?
Yeah.
And it took him. Now I can see why at least AJ had a reason because he went back into the ring with the same guy who just demolished him. So I can give him credit for that. But Devin had no reason to move around like that against Ramirez because that was a perfect guy to come back on. That could have. Yeah, it's a showcase fight. That was literally a showcase fight.
And you could tell during the fight that he was catching the angles and not letting his hands go. I seen it.
Yeah, he would have. You know what? Why sit there and let the fight go 12 rounds so you can get the guy out of there and eliminate the risk? If I let this guy hang around, he might mess around and get lucky. So let me get him out of there. You know what I'm saying? If I can get him out of there, why not get him out early and go ahead and go on?
They ain't got that dog in them, Coach Eddie.
You got to go ahead and get this guy out of here. Because the guy might get a little confidence or something. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, he catches me or something like that. So let me go ahead and get him out of there. But Devin needed that fight not for us, not to prove to the fan, but to prove to himself. That's what for himself. He needed that as a confidence builder. And that fight couldn't have gave him any confidence at all. Because he didn't really accomplish anything. He didn't test his chin out. He didn't take a good shot to see if he was still okay. That's what you need sometimes. After you get hurt, you need to get hit good. So you can say, oh, okay, I'm okay. Let's fight now. You know what I'm saying? And that's what you need sometimes. I mean, we seen AJ when he got hit a couple times, he was getting shaky. He was still nervous, but it's gonna take Devin a little while to get back. Canelo Alvarez, terrible. 150. All I can say is 153 punches. I'm gonna die on that hill right there. I don't care what nobody said. That was abysmal. You're a freaking face of boxing, and that's what you're doing. You're just a great fighter. You can't catch this guy. All right, everybody making excuses for this guy. That was abysmal. But at the end of the day, they need to put in their contract. If you don't reach a certain standard, I'm gonna take a percentage of your purse. Cause this whole weekend was trash. 200 and something punches in a 12-round fight. Nah. We ain't doing that no more. I'm taking 30 or 40% of your purse if you don't reach a certain threshold. But that's my 2 cents. Y'all have a great evening.
Shout out Coach Eddie, and I feel him,
Coach
man.
Eddie.
We told y'all that we told folks this would be a problem, bruh. Like, you overpaying these fighters to fight lesser competition. How is that gonna be good? It's not. Now these fighters is fighting lesser. Shakur fought with Turkey. Did he fight better competition? Now I know it was a short layoff and somebody dropped out, but still, he was finna fight Kid Austin. Was that better competition? Devin Haney fighting Barboza. Was that better competition? Oh, he coming off a long layoff in the fight with Warren said, okay, cool. T.O. Barboza. Was that better competition? Haney and Rowley. Was that better competition? Y'all said Rowley was gonna get stopped by Ron. He ain't have a chance. Canelo and Skull. Is that better competition? Canelo and Crawford. Is that better competition? Some people say it is. Some people say it ain't. All right, I guess they finna start the fight with anyway. Gonna kick it through the fight. They showing all these damn commercials, man. Come on.
I think anyway gonna stop him like 4 through 6.
Shout out Big Supreme. What you got for the show, man? You finally got up here.
Yo, they was blocking. They didn't want me to come up here earlier.
Man, it was packed up here, man. They was up here
It was
tripping.
nasty. It was real nasty. I tried like 10 times and I said, you know what? I'm just gonna be in the comment section. But I disagree with
told you
Coach
let me
Eddie.
know when you wanted to come up. I would have booted Hacker or Frequent.
Nah. I'm running around doing some things. But yeah, I disagree with Coach Eddie. He told us some bullshit. You can't blame Canelo. All right, this is my thing, right? What I don't like about boxing fans. On one breath, they'll say that Haney pitched a shutout, it was a masterclass, and then the second breath, they'll say William Skull is garbage. Now, I'm not saying William Skull wasn't garbage. I'm just saying the inconsistency. It ain't Canelo's job to chase this man around the fucking ring. You don't want to fight. If I get in the center of the ring and I encourage you to come forward and then you take a step back and you start fucking doing the moonwalk, whose fault is that? That's not my fault. So, and Canelo's had, you know what? I got paid $80 million. There's fucking 30 people in here. All right, I'm going to win the fight anyway, comfortably. So I'm not going to blame Canelo for that. If you look at the ABC's criteria for boxing and stuff like that, right? They tell you we will not reward anybody for disengaging with a fighter. If the fighter's pressing action, he's being aggressive, he's coming forward. Of course, we know ineffective aggression. We get that. That's not what Canelo was doing. Canelo forced him on the back foot. He didn't want to open up. He didn't want to engage. I feel like Canelo controlled that fight. And to say that Canelo's a disgrace is crazy. Why not say this man's a disgrace? You sitting there dancing and cheering like you winning a fight, bro. You're not throwing no punches, bro. Like, you don't want to fight at all. So my thing is, like, I feel like the consistency, like, we got to go back to holding everybody accountable. You can't say Ramirez looked shot and he's basically chasing Haney around the ring. Haney doesn't want to throw no punches. So how did he pitch a shutout? That's what I'm confused about. And that's just my 2 cents on that. Like, I feel like this masterclass boxer shit that they got going on, whether it's from Africa, Haney, Shakur, like, they got to start engaging, bro. Like, I want to see some violence. Like, that fight that I just saw.
You see, they say that with all of the fighters that don't really have, you know what I'm saying, that aren't exciting. They say that all the time.
Yeah, I know Two Riches up here. He about to say some bullshit, but when you look at Espinoza and Vasquez, yeah, Vasquez is outmatched, overpowered, but he stood his ground, went out on the shield, and he actually fought. This dude fought a dude 6'2" at featherweight and stood in the pocket and actually tried to engage and try to beat this dude. He landed a couple shots. I guess the guy was just too big for him to have any effect. Now, I'm not saying that I would rather Vasquez run around the ring and stuff like that. I feel like he could have had a better game plan, but I'm just tired of dudes running around the ring and track starring and the niggas is saying it's a masterclass. No, bro, that's not what it is, bro. You're not doing that. When I look at Vasquez in the first 3 rounds, he was slipping, he was countering, he was using his feints, he was rolling with a lot of the punches. He was doing what he had to do. I just feel like Espinosa is just too gifted and too talented at 126. So that's why he got stopped. But when I look at someone like Shakur, when they say that he's like Pernell Whitaker and stuff like that, he don't do none of that shit. He don't take no chances at all. So I just feel like the social media, the YouTube channels, these podcasters, they gotta be stopped, bro. Because I'm tired of this shit. But go ahead, too, Rich. Go talk that bullshit.
Oh, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. What you got for the show?
What y'all want to start with Haney? I guess it's all about Haney. Hey man, let me tell you something. When I break down a fight, I'm fair. I don't cook fighters. I don't do none of that. I'm just breaking down the fighting style. What Devin Haney did clearly was PTSD. That's not acceptable. That was running. That was fear. That wasn't moving, sticking and moving. That wasn't the sweet science.
Oh,
That was fear.
yeah. Now you see
Yeah.
what the fuck we talking about. Go ahead,
Yeah,
cook.
that was
Cook.
fear, and
Yeah.
Skull did it worse. And so no, they should change the rule where they could take a point off for excessive movement, without punching. So I agree with everybody with that performance by Devin. But I'm gonna say this: we know he had PTSD, so he needed a comeback fight. Okay, he won. The good part about it that I think nobody talking about that I saw was his angle of punches. The angle in which he was throwing his punches was definitely stiffer. They were harder. So I think that's the effect of Shane Mosley. Now, 2 Cent, you can correct me or fact check me, but when I looked last night, Ramirez was the only one that had to go to the hospital. And I don't think that's an accident because Devin caught him. Had Devin had fought with the confidence that he had when he fought Regis, he would have stopped Ramirez. But he did. He wasn't confident. And can he bring it? Can he bring it back? I don't know. I really don't know because he took a beating with Ryan. I think it's mental. I don't think it's physical. I think it's mental. And I think we just have to see, man. I'm like this. The fans don't like Dev. I like accomplishment. He was the youngest undisputed champion. I'm with that. But with that said, the fans got an issue with Devin. Rolly just beat Ryan. Well, put him in there with Rolly and let Rolly knock him out. I'm not trying to hide him. I'm not trying to, put him in there with somebody that can knock him out. That's all you got to do. Go ahead.
1 second. Anyways, he's walking to the ring or he's about to get in the ring now.
Yeah, I see. All right, fight about to start, y'all. Whoever watching it, you live betting, Pre? I don't know if you heard me. Go ahead, Rich.
Oh no, but that's what I got on Devin. But he got the win, but it was ugly, very ugly. I can't champion that. That's not the sweet science. That's not Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather ain't never do no shit like that. Unless it was the 12th round. He didn't run like that. He was a move and stick and move. And Dale could have really showed out, but he was scared. That's all I can say. He was scared, man. Ryan, I don't like I say. Y'all claim that Ryan was a star. When his biggest win, he popped dirty. I don't know how anybody could believe in Ryan. And let me give you an example. I'm a Crawford guy, right? If Crawford would have tested positive against Spence, I would have been very disappointed. Y'all are Tank people. If Tank would have tested positive against Ryan Garcia, I'm pretty sure Tank fans would have been disappointed in Tank. Because we both have expectation of greatness out of these guys. Well, when Ryan Garcia tested positive, everybody was like, oh, it's okay. Almost like we understand if he tests positive. Because y'all didn't have no thought of greatness when it came to Ryan Garcia. And that's what he showed you in the ring. Even when he knocked Devin Haney down, Devin Haney got up and fought like a champion. Even though he was getting his ass, but when Ryan got knocked down, he wanted to go home. The fight was over with. Because he don't have a bit of greatness. He was just a guy that they tried to promote to y'all as a star. And what have he done in boxing to be a star? He's nothing but a little bit better than Jake Paul. That's it. That's all. It's not even close. And I'm surprised how many people, which mostly Tank fans,
got behind Brian Garcia. That is just shocking to me. You know, y'all should be slapping your hand self on the back of the neck for making a pick like that or thinking that he could be somebody based on a win where he tested positive in. Um, who else?
Just a little pushback real quick to
Okay,
Rich.
go ahead.
So he didn't test positive. And I wish people would really stop saying that because he did not test positive. He got suspended for failure to disclose. So there's a distinct difference. And I think that that needs to be noted. Now, the Austrian was in his system. Obviously, can't nobody deny that. However, that is not the reason he was suspended. We have to stop saying that.
But he did have two positive tests. He had two positive tests. That's a fact. He had two positive tests before and
What
after. He
was
had
he
two
suspended
positive
for,
tests.
though, too, Rich? What was he
And
suspended
he
for?
tested positive. She's just saying he wasn't suspended for quote unquote cheating.
Okay,
But we don't gotta keep talking about the guys. God damn, we
okay.
don't
I'm
gotta keep
moving
talking
past that.
about
I'm
these
moving
fine
past that
ladies.
to
Okay.
the Canelo fight. And you know what? Canelo looked like shit. And if we were going by the letter of the law, you could say Skull won that fight. But I'm not. I'm not gonna be swayed by that fight. I'm not giving Canelo no bad juju about that fight. That was a bad fight by Skull. If I was Canelo, I would have stood in the middle of the ring and went nowhere. I'd have said, "You're gonna have to come to me. I'm not chasing you around this goddamn ring." So I don't give Canelo no fault in that fight. I'm gonna act like it didn't happen because I can't let that sway me against what might happen with him and Crawford. In the same way, I can't sway the Madrimov fight to make a lot of y'all looking at Madrimov. Y'all have to understand you have two kind of boxers. You have the elite boxer and you have the power puncher or the pressure fighter. Where Madrimov was a boxer, it's harder to open up a boxer. We saw that with Tank and Roach. It's hard to open up a boxer. You see what I mean? So that was just a fight because it was two boxers in the ring. It was just a technical fight. Don't be swayed by that fight. If you want to look at what possibly could happen with Canelo, you got to look who else Canelo fought that were boxers. He fought Mayweather. He fought Bivol. They beat him up very easily. Very easily. They beat him up. That's closer to what you're going to see when it comes to Crawford and Canelo. And I give Canelo a puncher's chance, and I think by the time the fight happens, Crawford will be the favorite in that fight because the smart money gonna come in on the boxer like it always do. Just like it came in late on Crawford versus Spence, there was late money came in on Crawford. And I think that's the same thing gonna happen against Canelo. That the late money is already a damn near even fight by the betting odds. I think the late money gonna come in favor Crawford because anybody got sense know that Canelo only got a puncher's chance, and everybody's saying it because all y'all say is the weight. Y'all don't say nothing about the skill. Y'all just say the weight. So Canelo got a puncher's chance. That's all I got.
I I can accept that actually because we all know that Canelo does struggle with boxers. So that is true, but I still I want to see how Crawford reacts to his power because whether you want to believe it or not, a puncher's chance or not, we saw that Rolly had a puncher's chance and we saw what he did with that chance. So I mean, I'm here for it either way, but I do want to see how Crawford is able to move around with all that weight on him that he's not used to carrying around, and then I want to see how he is affected by Canelo's punches. So. I mean, that's really all I'm interested in. Other than that, I mean, you are right. He definitely can outbox the hell out of Canelo. Everybody knows that Canelo struggles with people that can move and people that can really box. So,
and I think people have an exaggerated idea that Crawford's gonna be moving all over the ring. Crawford ain't really showed you that he moves all over the ring like that. He just go in and out. So he steps on the outside and he comes back because he's trying to punch. And that's going to be Canelo's best chance to swing while Crawford's swinging because Crawford going to come. Well, he might get knocked out because he's coming. He's going to come. He's not going to stay on the outside. Even if he do, it's because he can reach Canelo and Canelo can't reach him. But he ain't going to run. That's not his style of running. He got, 31 knockouts. He ain't running. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
and I didn't mean to insinuate that he would be running. I just mean moving around in the ring for 12 consecutive rounds with that newfound weight on him. And maybe he's getting acclimated to it now in between that time. I don't mean running because I've always said that, I can't stand him, but the nigga could fight. I will give him that. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to see how he's going to be able to move around for 12 rounds with that weight and how he'll, respond to Canelo's power. That's what I'm really interested in seeing, how he'll react once he is hit.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Big Supreme,
interesting.
hold on, y'all. Let me ask Big Supreme, what round you got? What round you think you going down in? Y'all watching the fight? You watching the fight too, Rich?
Oh
The
shit.
away fight?
Hold up, I'm turning it on now. I
Yeah,
was
I'm
turning the
watching it.
volume down.
They're going into the second round. I mean, they're kind of just filling each other out.
Oh shit, I'm missing. And like when you got Rolly and Garcia, they're both power punchers. And I picked Rolly to win. Now, I did pick him to win by knockout. I never even thought about a decision. I thought if Rolly won, it would be by knockout. But Tank did tweet or did post or did something that said that Rolly had more power. So it's really not
He said that in
shocking.
an interview. He
Oh,
said that in an
interview,
interview.
yeah,
They asked
yeah,
him who hits hard, who's he ever been hit the hardest by, and he said definitely Rolly. He said Rolly feel like he got something in his damn gloves,
yeah. Like
like
he
or
got
something.
brick. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, something he said like that. So I knew that, but I said that anyway. It was going to be a 50-50 fight because both of them have punching power. Now, I don't know how that got into not wanting the Devin versus Ryan rematch. I think that Devin needs that just as much as Ryan does, if you ask me, only because Ryan needs to prove he can do it without the Ostarine, and Devin needs to prove it was just the Ostarine. So to me, I don't really see with either of those previous fights, Ryan's fight with Rolly and Devin's fight with Romero really has to do with it. I mean, now they did both look like hot flaming garbage in those fights, but I still don't think one thing has to do with the other, in my opinion anyway. I need them to settle that once and for all.
I mean, I agree they still should fight. I just don't know the demand is there. But at the same time, I mean, some things you gotta act like you're from the streets, man. I think we try to intellectually look at this stuff too hard. A guy on dope, if you ever seen somebody on cocaine or something like that, they have this feeling like they Superman. And that's what you saw out of Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. He was just like he was a monster. Well, we didn't see that.
I
We
am
didn't.
so sorry to Rich, and I do not mean to be rude. Frequent, I'm gonna kick you up out of here. Click the link and talk your shit, or leave me alone. You're harassing me from the comments section.
Oh,
What a
no more
loser!
clicking the link, bro.
Oh, well, whatever. Stay there like a little, I don't know, creep behind the bushes. Like every time I look down, he's saying something. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Turish. I just
But
had
yeah,
to
but
address.
it just certain things just about Ryan. He didn't have that snarling going on. He didn't have that scratchy voice. All that was signs of drugs, man. I mean, anybody who knew that from the jump, man. That was all a sign of drug. You got to think he come out of Canelo camp. All three of them, Valdez, Canelo, and now Ryan. They all popped. I don't know how people think they're just so like, oh wow,
I mean,
that's
that's
sport.
crazy you saying this when a nigga associated with Victor Conti too, Rich. I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
just
what is
Yeah,
saying,
I
Victor?
like,
don't understand this
Hey,
right there.
okay, let me ask you a question. How do you get snack? How do you get snack? Like, how do you
listen, we
become a
don't gotta
part of the
run through
snack
the whole
program?
thing. All I'm
You give him
saying
your
is
blood like a
associated
vampire,
with a
and
cheater.
then he
And then he
So,
prescribes
went
you
over to
whatever.
go work with Shane Mosley and Mickey Bay, two more cheaters he associated himself with.
okay,
So I'm just
So let
saying,
me ask you a
you
question.
trying to pull
Can
out all this
anybody
other
sign
stuff.
up with
I'm just
snack?
saying they both doing the same thing. That's all I'm saying. They both associated with questionable people.
Okay, but can anybody sign up with snack?
No,
Can any
not an
fighter? So,
athlete, not an athlete without giving him your blood. Victor Conti out of his own mouth said he needs your blood or he doesn't
okay,
consider it a working relationship.
but
Anyway,
what I'm
just got
saying,
dropped, bro. What the
Oh
fuck?
my God, you must be seconds ahead of me. I didn't see that yet.
Hold on, they cut the live betting off. Hold on, bro.
what the hell?
Oh,
Damn, y'all, they didn't stop the live betting. Hold on, let me
good.
refresh.
Google it, goo.
You know, might be getting dropped, bro. Ah, they didn't
Damn.
cut off the live betting. God dog it. Come on,
Mm.
bro.
His chin suspect?
Hey, they finna fix that fight.
Big Supreme, they cut off the live betting on me, bro.
I don't know how y'all bet. I just be so nervous. I don't even bother.
Girl, you just gonna lose money. You'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, man. Come on. I can't believe they did this. Okay, there we go. I got it back. No, they really cut it off.
He called him too. He called him.
Damn, that's crazy.
Watch you gonna say it's America. This is first time fighting over here?
Yep.
He used to
All
fight on
turkey
HBO
card.
back in the day.
Huh?
All turkey
So
card.
anyway, used to fight on HBO in America.
Oh, yeah. How long ago was that on HBO?
Yeah, it was a minute ago.
How old is this
Probably when they
nigga?
had taxi cab confessions, because I don't remember.
Oh, what you know about
It was
the
around Triple G
taxi
when they
cab
fight with Triple G.
confessions? I gotta watch you, Ty. I gotta watch you, Ty.
Monster finish? You think so, Big Supreme? Let me see what's going on here, man. Yeah, no, but I think Too Rich, like Two Cents said, they're both camps are associated with people that just don't have the best records. So I mean, it is
Okay,
what it is. And
well check
Victor
this out.
Conti is known for helping people not test. I mean, a couple of athletes have already come out and said that themselves. So
But this the problem. Anybody can sign up with them. It's not a secret. So I'm gonna tell you like this. Like if we talking like we got some
Yeah,
street
anyway,
sense,
just
right?
got dropped. Cool, JC.
Hey, if we talking like we got some sense, right? If I wanted to get steroid, do you think I would go to Victor Conte?
yes,
Yep.
if you
Hot
didn't
as
want
he
to pop
is,
30. Yeah.
as everybody know about Victor Conte, why are people popping going to somebody else? Cause you ain't
Uh,
going to no Victor Conte for nothing illegal when he hot. He hot. Everybody know he hot. That's not who
yeah,
you
but
go to get your
No,
illegal drug.
everybody. No,
yes, it
Too
is
Rich.
when
That's
you
not
don't
how
when
that's
you don't have
working,
to
though.
test when
It's
you can test.
boxing. They don't really care. That's what you fail to realize. Boxing don't care. The sport, the complex of boxing, they don't care about cheating. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Victor Conti and all his other buddies that was helping him cheat come into boxing. All of the niggas that learned to cheat with Victor, they all came to boxing. Why do you think that is?
Okay, but it's just like all the other gangsters and stuff come to boxing. Cause anybody could
Exactly.
come. Anybody could come. But my point is, why aren't the people that when Canelo got popped with Combuterol, when Ryan Garcia get popped with Osterine, why aren't they just going to Victor Conte and they don't have to worry about it? Why are they going elsewhere to do it when
Because
they
not
could just
everybody
do it
want to work
legally?
with Victor Conti, or they say Ryan Garcia has worked with Victor. Oh, he about to get dropped again, y'all. He just got wobbled.
Whoa, yeah, yeah.
Oh, oh.
I mean, I get what you're saying,
Woo.
Too Rich, but I gotta be honest. I don't know,
It
if
look
that's
like
the
that
sole
Inaway Power
reason.
not doing nothing to this dude. He eating them punches. I don't
Yeah,
know if
he
Inaway
is.
ain't got his do it fluid or what.
Hey,
I'm not so
but
sure that everybody. I think my issue with people is that they blame the reason that Devin lost solely on the Osterine and not in part of Devin's game plan. He went in there, and I don't care what people say. He went in there chasing the Tank win against Ryan. He thought that Ryan was going to be easy because that's how Tank made it look, and he realized that it was not, because there's been plenty of people that popped dirty that got their ass whooped. So you can't just lean solely on the Osterine.
okay, but the problem I have is this: if that's true, right? If him coming in 3 pounds overweight don't matter, right? And him having Osterine in his system don't matter. Why are we giving Tank credit for putting him on Olympic style drug testing and a weight clause? Why didn't he just fight him and beat him with the steroids?
The weight clause was Ryan's own fault because Ryan missed weight, and Tank said, "You're not about to balloon all the way hell back up." So when he missed weight, he put them on the rehydration clause. And by the way, that rehydration clause is not a Tank thing. Plenty of other fighters have been put on rehydration clauses so they do not balloon back up. Case in point, when Devin fought, who was it, Regis Progress, he came in 25 pounds over the weight limit. So, I mean, this is not like a thing that's out of the norm that only specific boxers do. They do it all the time all over the sport. You know what I mean? So, and I get what you're saying. And this is not the first time
And
that I've
Monster,
heard that
Monster, his power
about
ain't doing much
Ryan
to this dude, bro.
doing
He walking straight
Olympic
through him.
style drug testing. And I'm not saying that that's not what happened. All I'm saying is we can't blame it solely on that. There have been other people that got their ass whooped on Osterine. Wasn't the guy that Frank Martin fought on Osterine and Frank Martin whooped his ass?
Yeah, but if we start saying that, then why make steroids illegal? If it don't matter, why make it illegal?
I'm not saying that it don't matter. I'm just saying we cannot blame it solely on that. Like I just don't understand how people just completely overlooking the fact that Devin's game plan was trash. Can we admit that? He
I'm
didn't
gonna
have the
tell you.
best
But
game
how
plan.
you know Ryan was clean in this fight? He never even connected nothing big on Rolly to see the effect of Osterine.
Oh, he connected right after Roller connected.
I don't
Ryan didn't have
hear
that monster in him, man. He didn't have that monster. That's all I'm saying. He had that monster.
they have
I'm gonna
147 and they bigger. Like
And Devin
Ryan
just
got
ain't
power
good as
against
fuck
smaller
thought he
guys.
was too. That's a
Everybody he
part of
knocked out was way smaller than him. He fighting Rolly fully hydrated at Rolly was a weight bully at 35 too, so he fighting Rolly at the real
Yep, and
welterweight.
they both admitted it out their own mouths that they feel better and stronger at a higher weight
Ooh, he
class.
trying
I
to take
feel like
their head off with that
they
right.
should have been moved up, all of them. And I've said that before, that all three of them should have been moved the hell up. They were staying at lower weight classes to gain an advantage over smaller guys. And I said that going forward with Devin, he may regain his confidence after a couple of fights. However, he will continue to fight the low man on the totem pole, because I promise you, at 147, he's not trying to see none of those elite fighters. They will make him look just how he looked Friday,
Let
like
me say
hot
this real
garbage.
quick. Big Supreme, this nigga got these black sequin shorts on, bro. He gonna lose.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
one thing I agree with y'all with though. Hey, Devin don't need to fight at 147. He need to go back to 140. He don't need to go to
I think he's too
147.
big for 140. If we're being honest, Devin belongs at 154. If we're being
He's too
100%
big,
honest,
bro.
with his
Nah,
body
he ain't
mass,
big enough.
he
He
will.
ain't big enough.
Yes, the
He
hell
not
he
tall
is.
enough. He not tall enough or big enough to fuck with them boys.
Too
Bro,
rich.
how
I'm
tall you think
telling
these
you,
dudes is at 47?
I have a clip that Eddie Hearn even said at this last weigh-in, he could have sworn Devin weighed in at 160. That's why he turned that damn scale off. That
Bro,
nigga's like
About to
Ryan's
160,
stop
bigger
him,
than
bro.
dog. He
Canelo,
got these
bro.
black sequin shorts on, man. These fighters got to stop wearing these shorts.
He go to the source.
You and this superstition.
Bro, it's the truth. This is facts. Watch,
Hey,
when he lose,
anyway, hitting that dude, but that dude ain't going nowhere, man.
he about to go. Oh, he about to
Oh
go.
yeah, he about to go now. Oh shit.
Oh, he firing back. He smiling at in a way.
But see, he trying to time in your way. That's what they be trying to do to Shakur. That's why Shakur, I mean, he better not listen to these fans, man. He better fight his own fight.
They smiling at each other. They not going hard. But hey, listen, them black sequin shorts, he out of there. He
Nah,
already
anyway,
lost.
eating that ass up right now.
I don't got to see nothing else but them shorts, and he lost.
Hey, let me tell you how Devin listened to the fans messed him up. He went in there and
Man,
tried
I
to
don't
fight.
want to hear nothing about Devin and listen no fan. I don't want to hear
Oh,
nothing.
let me
This
make
shit is
this
an
little point. You
that shit is a
might agree
narrative,
with me, two
and
cent.
it's hold on. That's a narrative and excuse people made to just stop it. What the hell is you listening to
Okay,
fans for, bro?
okay, well, just listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying, when he went and tried to just muscle up against Ryan Garcia, everybody said that was the wrong game plan, right? Now people start saying, "Oh, it's the bow and arrow jab." Devin Haney had one of the best jabs in boxing. Now he done went and changed it, and when he came out, the reason why he was running because he didn't have no jab. He done got convinced to change his jab when
And
he
that's
had
his
the best
own
jab in
fault,
boxing.
too,
I
Rich.
don't know. I
Stop
don't
it,
agree with
bro. That's
that,
his
too rich.
own
I don't
fault.
agree with that. And
That's his
if
own
I'm being
fault.
honest, I was never impressed by that dusty ass jab, and he's always had that bow and arrow effect. The reason that he fought scared Friday is because the nigga is shell shocked. He's
He
shell
shell
shocked. He
shocked.
don't want to get popped in his damn mouth again. That's
He
what that
shell
was.
shocked.
That's why he acted the way he did on Friday. Now again, moving forward, he might get better. He might get more comfortable. But Friday, that nigga was shell shocked. I don't care what nobody say. He was
Oh
scared
yeah,
to death to get
yeah. He
hit.
was scared. He was scared. He was there. I can't say nothing about that. He was scared to death. He was scared to
So
death.
and I don't. That's what I said. I don't know why they brought Shane Mosley in to sit second chair to Bill Haney, because Bill Haney don't know shit about boxing, and all that shit they were telling him. It doesn't matter if he's in his own head. You know what I'm saying?
But see, the only reason I can't fully get behind that, Devin Haney had all the straps. One fight for undisputed, and the PBC didn't want no parts of it. It is what it is. It is what it is. They didn't want no, and now Shakur is there, and they still don't want no part of it. They don't want no part of the boxers, man. Y'all got to open your eyes. They stand away from the boxers. They'll fuck your career up. Like Terrence Crawford did Spence. Spence ain't made another dollar in boxing in 2 years. If he had to listen to the PBC, he wouldn't have never took that fight.
I don't know if I
You
necessarily
really
agree
compare
with that.
Shakur to
I mean,
Crawford and Devin?
I
This
got
nigga talking
no
about all
cap.
these niggas that ain't making no money, that's over there sucking off turkey to get paid, that don't even putting on no entertaining fights, acting like the PBC ain't making fights with them because
That's a
of what?
narrative. That's a narrative, 2 Cent. Go read the lawsuit that Crawford had with Top Rank. He made
I
$24
read it.
million in 3 years. He made $24 million. Y'all acting like that's just nothing, no money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money to
So,
make in 3 years.
what he suing for? So what he suing for?
Because back when he sued him, because it was Bob Arum that was supposed to make the Spence fight, and Bob Arum couldn't make the Spence fight at the time.
And who
See, a lot of
did?
people don't know that.
And
They be
who
listening to
did,
these
Too Rich?
narratives.
Who
Huh?
made the fight? Who made the fight, honey?
Arum Spence made the fight.
So
PBC
PBC.
made the fight.
Well, PBC didn't want the fight. Errol Spence demanded the fight.
So
Errol
PBC
Spence
made the fight.
demanded a fight. So Errol Spence is
Well,
a
PBC
dog. I
made the
salute I
fight.
salute
He made
Errol
the
Spence for
fight.
making the fight. But the business said no to Crawford because they knew what was gonna happen.
No,
They
they
knew
said
I
what was
don't
no to
gonna
think
happen.
Crawford
that's
because
why.
he
I
was
think
asking
that they
for
didn't
too
want to
much.
give,
Stop
they
it.
didn't want EJ giving away all that stuff that he gave him away. That's the reason the PBC didn't want to make that fight. Al Hammond is not in the business of giving away anything. So I
So
think
so
that that is really the reason that he doesn't want to fight. He doesn't want any of his fighters to fight Shakur or Devin because essentially they'll be giving away a welfare check. Devin and Shakur doesn't have a big enough fan base to garner that type of payment that they're looking for. So they best stay over there where they getting licks off of Turkey and robbing the bank somewhere else. Because if you go to
okay.
PBC, you're gonna have to pay like you weigh. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna have
Oh,
to bring
okay.
something to the table, and you can't be an undercard shorty coming to the table talking about you want 10 and $15 million. That's just not gonna cut it at the PBC.
Okay, that might be true. And let's say that's one side of it. Let's say I agree with you on that. But let me give you the other side of the coin. What you saw that they didn't want to fight with Crawford, maybe because they didn't want to pay, whatever you want to call it. Spence made the fight. Crawford beat Spence. They haven't been. Spence would have been able, had they listened to had he listened to the PBC, he probably in 2 years he probably would have brought in another $100 million. But he didn't listen. So you risked it all against the best pure boxer at 147 at that time.
He
Now
is
you
not no
asking, hey,
pure
listen,
boxer.
you
I'm
asking
sorry.
the PBC now to risk 135, risk your pay-per-view star against the best pure boxer at 135. They're
Woo.
not gonna take the chance. Shakur, they're not gonna do that. They're not gonna
So,
do that. They're not gonna get burned twice. They're not gonna get burned twice fucking with a
so
top ranked fighter. They're
I
not gonna
think
get burned twice.
Shakur not a top ranked fighter.
He
I
was a
think
top rank.
that
He born in
yeah, he
top rank.
was.
He's a
He
top
was, but
ranked fighter.
I think you're
Hold
missing
on,
the
y'all. Let me
point.
get
And
this super chat. Shout out to Alan Sostan with the $5 in the super chat. Hold on, y'all. He says for support.
Anyway, having a tougher time with this guy than Crawford did with Magic, but that ain't gonna be the narrative.
no,
Man,
but
anyway, better
so
step
too
it
rich.
up.
I feel like maybe I mean, and you have the right to feel how you feel about boxers. I guess you see a certain boxer in a certain light, but me personally, I'm just thinking from a business standpoint. They're thinking how much money could they really make off of a fight with Shakur. I don't think that he's necessarily trying to keep his fighters away from Shakur. I really couldn't see a good reason to do so, since Shakur really doesn't have any power and he's not really an exciting fighter that would bring a lot of fans in. It would mostly be Tank's fan base. So again, giving away the welfare check, I really don't think that he would have a problem making that fight if Shakur came to the table asking for something reasonable. I feel that maybe he thinks he's worth more than he really is, and that's no disrespect to Shakur. I'm just saying, financially, looking at the lay of the land, it's like, you can't come over here asking for this amount of money. And even Tank has said before, he know what he got to do to get this fight. Get your stock up. You know what I'm saying? And he hasn't done that to this date. So I'm not even really sure how realistic a fight between the two of them is. I would like to see it
He
personally
hurt.
just
He
because
hurt.
I want to shut a lot of people up. But
Oh, he
honestly, I
hurt.
really
He about
can't
to go.
see, unless he comes to the table
In a way.
humble and realistic, I'm really not sure
No,
that
but
that
in a
fight
way
is going
gonna
to take
drop.
place. You know what I mean?
First of
And I
all,
don't even
that's
know if
the
you heard me with
hey, that's the last thing he need to do. How you gonna come into a fight humble? Shakur's an A-side fighter. You either pay him
No, he's
or go
not.
keep.
No, he's
Hey,
not. No, it's not, baby.
And then when I say that, I mean for his company, not for Tank. He's the B side to Tank, no doubt about it. But he's an A side fighter. When they got ready to fight Ryan Garcia, they didn't shoot Ryan Garcia $500,000. You paid him like he weighed because Ryan Garcia was an
Ryan
A
brought his
side
own
fighter.
fan base.
Okay, but he hadn't made no money in boxing. It was no proof behind that. He hadn't made no money in boxing as far as doing no big gates or pay-per-views. It's
But
just that
his
they were big.
following.
Okay, I understand. So y'all want to fight a Jake Paul then. See what I'm saying? Y'all trying to fight business. Okay, cool. I'm not telling you not to go do your business, but understand from the sports perspective, yes, you're
About
not
to
going to
go.
risk
He
it
out of
all
here.
for
Oh, he
less
good. They about to
money
stop
against
it.
the best pure boxer.
They about to stop it.
And I don't know if I would call him the best pure boxer. Shakur is good. There's no doubt about that. But
I'm
I
saying
wouldn't call him the best pure boxer. I mean,
at
he
135. Who else
um
better?
he does a lot of not get hit. I'll give you that. He just doesn't do a lot of making you pay. You know what I'm saying? So that could possibly be a reason too, that the fight wouldn't be as interesting. I mean, like I said, I want to see it just because I want all narrative shut down. I'm really getting sick and tired of even the illusion that he could fuck with Tank. But you know, I see what you're saying, and I'm not sure who Shakur is the A side to, maybe to like a Padley or somebody like that. But I mean, from just looking at things realistically, this is your second time on an undercard, so you cannot come at me, the face of boxing, telling me what you will accept and what you won't accept. And what I really get tired of is they doing that shit to Tank, but they never do that shit to Canelo. I guarantee you, whatever Canelo told Bud he will be getting is what the fuck Bud is gonna take, and
Anyway,
he ain't
on his
asked no
ass now. I
questions
think it's
about
about
it.
to be around.
Damn it! My shit must be slow. I must be on a delay. But yeah, I just feel like, you know, he just needs to be realistic, and then maybe he possibly can get that fight. But I will say this, when Tank's team reached out to him, that was his opportunity. I feel
The
like
ref gonna
Shakur
get
missed
this
a
man
lot of
hurt badly.
opportunities.
The ref gonna get this man hurt badly because he is just letting him get punched on.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, you don't have to stop there.
Yeah. They can go ahead and stop this. It's over.
I don't think anyway beat Bam.
Ben
That'd be a
Rodriguez?
good fight.
Yeah.
But I think anyway bigger than him though, ain't he?
Oh, he is. Oh, I thought Bam was bigger.
No, Bam's way small anyway.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad. I don't know the
Anyway, not
small weight.
Bam.
What weight class is anyway fighting? What weight class is this?
It's 126.
Oh, I don't really
Oh,
follow
Featherweight.
anyway, but I will now. I'm gonna start checking for him now. I guess I never really followed him because he come on like odd
He fight
hours. I
like
ain't
5
staying up
o'clock
till
in the
no.
morning. Yeah, be trying to watch him driving to
Yeah,
work.
yeah. I ain't really into all of that. I'm just getting up, getting ready to
But ain't
start
this whole
getting
throwing
my
just
food
haymakers.
together.
They throwing everything with bad intention.
good fight. Good fight. Everybody want to see Rock'em Sock'em Robot.
They not rock'em sock'em. They just throwing a lot of power
They letting
shots.
their hands go. Yeah, they ain't scared to let their hands go and get hit.
They boxing, they moving, they cutting off the ring, they throwing
Anyway,
jabs.
hit him,
Ooh,
hurt him in the
Woo!
body.
Good gracious.
we about to go.
Yeah, he gone. He on the ropes. That's supposed to be a knockdown.
He like he wants to.
This nigga ain't come to lay down, though. I say that
Nah, he
much.
ain't.
No, anyway, them body shot knocked
Anyway,
them all the way to the ropes.
anyway, gonna punch himself out. Man, be
Mm.
careful.
Anyway, could fight though. I'll say that. Oof.
Ooh, Bean.
Woo! He hit anyway. He stunned him. He stunned anyway. Ooh, buddy, dig it. That's a good fight. It saved the weekend.
Come on, man.
This
Word.
motherfucker can't go toe to toe anyway. He hurt. It's over. Anyway,
Who
dropped
him?
him.
Yeah, I told anyway ain't got no power no more. His power been zapped.
He
He
went up.
dropped him.
You must be
I'm gonna
ahead of
finish him
mine.
now. It's
I
only 10
wish I would
seconds
stop
left. He might
talking. I
survive there.
can't.
Oh, he
Oh, he
got him.
dropped him. He got him that
Oh
time.
my God.
He got him. He
Whoever
out of
that
there.
dude is, bring him back. Bring that dude back.
Bing.
You see, and this is what I mean by losing with grace or at least dignity. Get in there and fight.
Hey, that boy swinging for the fences. Hey, he made it through the round.
He made it.
That's
Yeah,
another.
he made it.
Oh.
Big Supreme having a fit in the chat. He say these effing referees, man.
Hey, but how you gonna win a fight? I'm gonna tell you what I see. I seen other than Ryan Garcia, I see Tank being a bunch of PBC fighters who understand who the king of their hood is. Tank is the king of his hood, and all those people on PBC they know that. Only person
Tank is
they're
the
gonna
king of
beat
any
him
hood,
is
baby.
somebody that's not from his hood.
He the king of any hood.
What have to do with anybody beating him?
That's a
What
big
I'm saying, well,
stepper.
no,
Put
what
some
I'm
respect
saying
on
is
his name. Put
with
some
Lamont
respect on
Roach,
his name. That's a
with
big
Lamont
stepper right
Roach.
there.
Hey, a lot of people try to say, "Oh, Tank didn't have a good fight." I thought Tank fought beautifully to me. What was the difference? Was Tank been fighting pressure fighters? Lamont Roach wasn't a pressure fighter. You're gonna have to open him up. He couldn't open him up. So Roach is a boxer with less knockouts than Shakur. Less knockout, and he looked like the stronger fighter. So when I tell people I got Shakur not only beating Tank, but I got Shakur by knockout. I got it
Oh
by
my God, you
stoppage,
gonna?
rather.
I
I got
want
it
you
by
tested by
stoppage.
Oscarine now.
But hey,
I want you tested by
understand,
Oscarine now.
I was the one guy. I was the one guy on my channel. You can go to my channel and see that I said Lamont Roach is coming for 12 rounds. The Tank would not stop him. He's a boxer. He's a boxer. I don't know how good he was at 135, but I said he's not gonna stop him. He said he may beat him. They may not give him the decision, but he will go 12 rounds because he's a boxer. It's an easy read. Tank ain't been facing no boxer. What his name? Frank
That's it.
Martin did.
That's it. Fight over. Fight over.
Oh wow. Frank Martin did good, but he didn't have experience. He punched himself out. I say, there's no way Lamont Roach punch himself out. There's no way. I said, if you keep Tank in the middle of the ring and make him box, he cannot outbox the boxer. And that's all you saw. Everybody trying to figure out some magic formula. He gonna come back and do what? What is he gonna come back and do? Learn how to box? Because that's what
Not
he gonna
everybody
have to
can
do.
box Tank in the middle of the ring. Too rich. You act like everybody can just box Tank in the middle of the ring. You act like Shakur gonna be able to box Tank in the middle of the ring. He gonna be
Man,
able to take his
Shakur
shots.
gonna do him
Shakur
dirtier.
gonna pull
Lamont
that
Roach should have
power
stopped.
and
Lamont
have
Roach
his
should have
hands
stopped
in his
Tank.
pockets and be running around, bro. Stop it.
Hey, Lamont Roach should have stopped Tank, and Shakur is gonna hurt Tank. He's gonna hurt
Okay,
Tank.
bro.
Trust me on that. Trust me
Like
on that.
he
He's
hurt
gonna hurt him.
Padley. You gonna hurt him like he hurt Padley.
Shakur hurts
He
himself
he
on his
stopped
own
him, didn't
hands.
he?
His
He
hands
stopped him,
ain't strong enough. His hands not strong enough, baby. How he gonna hurt
but he's
Tank?
sharper. He's
You need
sharper
something
though.
to make him respect your
Hey,
power. He
he's
don't have no
sharper. Show me the
power.
fighter that walked through. Show me the fighter that walked through Shakur
Oh my
punches.
God,
Show me the
you
fighter that
got
walked through him.
show me
The way
a
y'all
fighter
talk
that.
about him, anybody should beat him. Why aren't people
Oh
just
man,
beating him? Y'all make him sound so easy to beat. Why aren't people just beating him?
Who
Nobody
has he
said
fought?
because
that.
He
they
ain't
can't
fought
catch
nobody
his
that could
ring
beat him.
around
That's
the
why.
rosy ass around.
Oh, ain't
He
nobody
ain't
he
fight
fought.
nobody.
He
He
a
ain't fight Murray
unified
Power. He
champion.
ain't fight none of the guys at 35 that's good.
Do y'all realize the average odds on a
Who
Tank
Shakur fought?
pay-per-view is
Who the best person
a
Shakur
Tank
fought?
plus 1,000? It's always Tank plus somebody 1,000 or better. If Shakur ain't fighting that, but who the hell Tank fight? Why all the
Because
odds
Tank got knockout
2,000,
power. We always know
1,000,
Tank can end it
2,000?
with one punch. Tank can end the fight with one punch. Shakur can't.
Yeah, they put the right guy in there with him.
What
But when
right
they put
guy?
the
You mean the
boxer,
same guy
when they put
that
the
beat the shit
boxer
out of
in there
Devin
with
Haney?
him, he
You mean
didn't
the
do it.
same guy like the guy that beat the shit out of Devin Haney that just got beat up by the guy Tank knocked out too?
The one
You
you
mean those
weight
guys?
drain that look like a chicken. The one that looked like a chicken
How's
when
he
he
weight
came in the
drained when
ring.
he has more fights
It's
at
crazy
35 than
how
any other
y'all say
division?
Tank
How's he
weight
weight
drained,
drained?
but then y'all
It's
cry
their
about the
division.
weight room play with Devin. Y'all crazy with
They was
that,
the three
man.
Hey,
kings at
hey,
135.
we can all agree on this. They ain't never made the fight with none of them guys y'all talking about. They ain't never made the fight. If you think that's an accident,
Because they don't want to fight.
you
Shakur
can
don't want to fight
imagine.
nobody. That's why he went
You
over
can
to the fucking
imagine that.
death room. He not even
If,
fighting
if,
Andy
if
Cruz, who the best guy over there at Matchroom and is the same weight. And y'all not even asking Shakur to fight him.
man, that dude got 5 fights, man.
Y'all not
They
even
ain't gonna
asking
fight him
Shakur to
for.
fight Andy Cruz.
What y'all gonna fight him for?
He was gonna fight Kid Austin, nigga.
Well, Kid Austin
That's
ranked
what I'm
number
talking
2.
about.
His
And then
Tank's supposed to
y'all
be
act like
fighting
and
Kid
Nigga in
then
Austin.
Tank
y'all act
organization, but of
he
course
was
he
Tank
don't
moved
want
supposed
to
to be
up.
fight
fighting
Tank.
Kid
He was
Austin.
moved.
They don't want that smoke.
To number 2. Let's start there. He was moved to number 2 to fight Shakur. So let's start right there.
So Kid Austin ain't a good fight.
Why is it?
No.
Hold on. No.
Andy Cruz is ranked as Shakur in WBC. He's ranked number 3. It's bro. He's like
Listen.
You got Keyshawn, Andy Cruz, and Garrett Tyre.
Who beat Kid Austin for Kid Austin not to be nobody? Why we know him? Who beat him?
Who the hell is
Why do we know him?
Because of YouTube. That's it. Because his daddy called Greasy on YouTube. That's it.
I didn't know Mario Barrios. I didn't know Pitbull Cruz. I didn't know none of them guys before Tank fought him, except for Ryan. It's the only guy I knew before Tank fought him.
What is your point, bro?
That's how the game go. I'm saying that ain't that the game. Y'all don't recognize the game.
It's about skill sets.
No, that's not the game.
You talking about what? You listen to promotions and shit.
Okay.
See, you following the reality TV show, not the actual athlete.
Bro, I know boxing, man. I know boxing.
So you should know that Pitbull was a replacement for fucking Tank. He was supposed to fight Rolly, but Rolly got a sexual assault case. So
let's go. Let's go.
Replacement.
Okay, let's go with that then. Let's go with that.
That's what happened, nigga. Like,
okay. Well, let me just respond to that and say this. Something about matchmaking. All right. You pick the fighter's first fight, right? He's the guy that you got matched up against your guy. When that guy, if the first guy don't make it, a lot of matchmakers have problem picking the second fight. So both of Tank fights that went the distance were Pitbull Cruz and Lamont Roach, 2 replacement fighters. You see what I mean? Because they picking the wrong fighter.
Who was Lamont Roach replacement for?
But he's supposed to fight Loma. He was supposed to.
But they never made the fight. Was never scheduled assigned, so it was never a replacement.
Oh no, because they always tell me Lamont Roach, he only fought Roach because Loma didn't want to fight.
The thing is, they had a press conference for him and Rolly, and it was signed for him to fight Rolly. The event was already planned. The event with Lamont Roach he didn't have a fight plan with Loma.
I'm just talking about the normal excuse that Tank fans use that he wasn't supposed to fight Roach.
You're just coming up with a bunch of bullshit because you don't understand boxing.
What you mean? I'm the one that picked it right. Y'all were picking which round he was gonna knock him in. I'm the one that picked it right. Y'all was wrong. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about, bro. I got a channel. I got a channel. You know what I'm saying?
Knock him out. I said it in the debate. You can't sit here and say Tank is finna knock this man out. I literally said that. So,
and also I said,
Roach, you know how many times Lamont Roach to spar Tank? Like he know Tank better than anybody else.
So that's cool.
Tank
so
that's like Rolly know Ryan better than anybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's cool. But I also said when people was trashing the fight from the jump, if you go to my channel, you'll hear me say this is a good fight.
The people said
I said from the jump, Lamont Roach and Tank was a good fight. I was one of the few people that said that from soon as they announced it. I said this is a good fight. I said Lamont Roach is coming to fight. I said it from day one. Ain't no switch up over here. My shit in stone. It's in history. You can go look it up.
Fresh GTD, what you got for the show? Because I'm about to get off of here, y'all. What's up, Fresh GTD? What you got?
Hey, what's going on, 2 cents? Hey, I love your content.
What up?
And love everything you're doing. Now, I already mentioned GTD, so I had to come up real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, he going to step on ropes in the rematch. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I mean, they going to keep talking. They're going to keep talking this man, and it's warranted, you know. He got a draw, but they let them tell it. They're like, oh, when they see Roach on his victory tour, his draw tour, like he got a victory, and they're like, oh, now all of a sudden Tank got exposed, you know, because he put up a fight, and he said before the fight that Roach was a challenge, you know. He said Keyshawn was easy work. He said Haney was easy work. He said Shakur easy work, you know. You know what I'm saying? But look, he about to fight in the rematch. So when he stepped on him, and then like I wonder if everybody could still have that same energy, which they not, because I'm not expecting it. So you know it is what it is.
All right. Shout out Fresh GTD coming up here giving his 2 cents. Too Rich, what's your final 2 cents, man? What you got for the show?
Man, hey, this last thing I got, and I try to be fair. When I had these I don't really consider myself to debate because I know it ain't fair. But when I get the pushback, it's always about the business. So let me give you something to look at. All you got to do is look at the guys that Tank fighting and look at the budget, because that's what y'all talking about, business. What I'm saying is, when you play at that bottom level where you only want to pay 500, 800,000 up front, eventually your foot gets stuck in the mud. So Tank is locked in a fight with a pro box fighter with the level of fighters that he's been fighting. This is his toughest fight. Lamont Roach is a C-class fighter, but he's a boxer. It's going to be a hard fight. Tank might got a bag he can go in to beat Roach. I doubt it. But don't be surprised. Now, if you go to my channel, I predicted Tank quits in the 10th round. He'll quit. That's how the stoppage going to come. He going to quit in the 10th round. So when I said this before the Roach fight, so when I saw him take the knee in the 9th, I thought we was there. So my prediction was a little bit off, but he's a quitter. He's going to quit in the 10th round on the stool, and we'll watch it play out, and we'll have this conversation again.
All right, Too Rich.
All right.
Thank you for coming up. Give you 2 cents. I don't know what you talking about. He a quitter because he took the knee and got up and proceeded to start putting hands and feet on Lamont Roach. I don't know what you was looking at, bro.
Head, shoulders, knees,
But
and toes.
these guys. Anyway, Todd Drakeford, I'm gonna need you to close us out tonight because
what the hell?
but they've been on here tripping, man. Listen, clearly the Hanos clan is my allergies is killing me, man. My allergies, but Hanos clan, you know they back in full effect. You seen them on the panel tonight.
I seen them jumping up like gremlins when you put water on them. I seen them.
We back to the ridiculousness. We back to the I want to talk about the same thing over and over because I'm a victim mentality type thing. But Devin just didn't do what I thought that he would do or what we needed him to do in order to seize and capitalize off that moment and make his name, get it back in the streets again, get people talking about him again, get people wanting to see him again. Now it's like, oh, I don't think he gonna fight him, and I don't think he should fight him. Versus, oh, we need to see him in this fight next. You know? But Jab Queen Boxing, what's your final 2 cents? What you got for the show?
Oh my God. That card on Friday was very lukewarm, to say the least. If I'm even gonna give it that. From top to bottom, it just was nothing impressive. You know, none of the fighters looked great, if we're gonna be, 100% honest. But the gentleman that I was looking to see, obviously, was Devin and Ryan. You wanted to see how they performed. I guess to gear up for their rematch. However, both of them fell short. Although Devin won, did he really? I feel that he is very shell-shocked. I'm not even sure that he will have another fight anytime soon. And if he does, it'll be another soft touch. I don't know how we got on the subject of Gervonta Tank Davis, but whatever. We just saw, 2 of his conquests headliner card. So I'm not even really sure what we're talking about when we discuss this level of competition. Devin needs to get out of his own head, and that's the only way he's going to succeed. These guys are just not dogs. They're good boxers, and that's just it. And I think that is something that they need to accept. If you don't have it in you, you just don't have it in you. Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the face, says Mike Tyson. And apparently that's true, including Ryan Garcia. Because it appeared to me after Rolly socked the shit out of him, he really didn't want much more. So, I mean, if it's in you, it's in you. And if it's not, it's not. And that's something that they need to either come to the realization or just continue to fight the level of competition that they've been fighting. But then you cannot go around acting as if someone's ducking you, or if you're this great boxer or this great fighter, when presented with the opportunity to show us, you fall short. You know what I mean? So, I'm going to continue to see what happens. We got who up next? I think Charlo's up next, and then we got Keyshawn and then Shakur. I'm not sure, but I'm sure that Keyshawn's performance will be better than Shakur's. Shakur has a lot of questions he needs to answer as well. So hopefully in this debate fight, he will answer those questions. I'm not sure what's going on with these boxers lately, where they're afraid to get hit or whatever the case may be, but hit and get hit, sure. Hit, not get hit, whatever you want to call it. But, don't run. That's not fighting. That's not entertaining. That's not going to get you to the next level in stardom. I'm just not sure where these gentlemen go from here. But as far as Ryan, we're going to see how he comes back because he was very upset at his loss. Rolly executed his game plan perfectly. So shout out to Rolly. He's a champion. The slept on ones always seem to be the ones creeping up behind you. I don't know. Tonight's card was amazing. It saved the weekend. As far as Canelo, I don't know what he's going to do against Bud Crawford, if we're being honest. He looked a little stiff last night. I'm not even going to lie. So, who knows? We're going to see. I want to see how Bud reacts to getting punched in the face by Canelo. And then we'll see what happens from there. Anyway, saved the weekend. Thank you, anyway. Because that was definitely an action-packed fight. It wasn't rock and sock and roll outs, but they were not afraid to engage. They were not afraid to let their hands go. That is entertaining to me. I'm not interested in watching guys run around the ring. That's not entertaining. That's not going to make you a star. I mean, hell, I don't even know how you can consider that a good boxer. But with that, I'm out, and I will see you on Tuesday.
Shout out Todd Drayford. Thank you for coming
Mr.
up.
Greg.
Mr. Greg, what's going on?
I just had to come back, and I'm glad Todd was still here because I know she hadn't seen Inouye. I wanted to see what she felt about his fight tonight.
Oh, she hopped off.
Oh, she gone. Okay. Did you see it yet?
Yeah, we watched it. That's why I stayed on so we could watch it. So anyway, he came back from. Hey, that's the second time I've seen Inouye get dropped. He gonna be in trouble if he go up any more past 126. If you ask me.
Yeah.
But he was able to come back and he recovered, overcame.
That's the kind of fighter he is. I mean, Donaire the first fight that he had with Donaire was a good. Both of the fights were good, but his first fight, Donaire had broke his orbital bone, I believe, as jaw 1. But that's the kind of fighter that he is, and that's why he's an enjoyable fighter. Because Neary dropped him as well, and Schoolboy, he had a moment or two, but again, that's the kind of fighter is, and that's what I was looking to see. I mean, maybe I guess I'm old school, but that's the kind of fighters I'm used to seeing. They're gonna call themselves great. They got to face those kind of adversities and come through, and that's what he did. I mean, what more can you ask for?
Right.
Sound like you got a cold. You okay?
No, just my allergies.
Oh, okay, yeah. The pollen.
Yeah, getting bad out here.
Yeah, you got do you keep your car in the garage?
No.
Oh.
I sure don't.
Well, just give you a little.
That ain't gonna help. That ain't gonna help out here.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna give you a little tip.
That shit everywhere. That pollen is everywhere.
When you come in the house, after you've been outside, do you immediately wash your face? Because that'll help you a little bit. Yeah, that'll help you a little bit. But yeah, I'll just I said they probably gone. Let me see. Yeah, I said, okay, it might get a few minutes, see how they thought about that fight. If we had fights like that all weekend, everybody would have been happy, regardless of who won or lost. Everybody would be happy. And so
it would have been something to talk about.
Yep. So I guess we'll have something to talk about next. You take care of your allergies, sis, and take care of yourself now.
I shall.
Are you coming on at 10 or 11?
10:30 Tuesday. 10:30 Tuesday. 10:30. I'll be back.
Okay.
2 cents after dark. All right, Mr. Greg.
All right. Yeah. All right. Good night.
Good night. I'll be back Tuesday, 10:30 for 2 cents after dark. We're gonna have some boxing talk, and then we're gonna talk about, I think we're supposed to be talking about the Mandela effect. Some crazy things I've seen about the Mandela effect. If you got anything you want to cover during the show, 2 cents boxing 2, the number 2 cents boxing 2 at gmail.com is my email address, or you can shoot me a text message. Here's the number going across the bottom of the screen, 281-845-2103. You can text me some links or whatever you want to text me for Tuesday night. That's my number, y'all. Like, you text that number, you call that number. As y'all see when y'all call the show, I answer the phone. This is my actual phone number. So when it's people across the net and they get the talking noise, because it's a couple of people that be hating on me, and I tell them, look, you can come over, click the link. My schedule is made public. I'm live 3 days a week. My phone number online, my email address online. I ain't too hard to find. But listen, if you don't want your host all in the videos, timing you out, kicking you out the chat, leaving you in the background, kicking you off the panel, hitting the mute button, come on over to 2 Cents Boxing, where we talk everything boxing and everybody's entitled to their own opinion.